Long Jingrui and Song Hong discussed and decided to go up the mountain to see if there were any new discoveries, then return to the foot of the mountain after lunch. Honestly, he was very excited inside. This time, everyone following him was someone he trusted, and they knew what ingredients he needed to detox. Only he and Yunyi knew that they had gathered everything, but he couldn't let Yunyi be exposed, so he ordered them to find more spiritual crystals on the mountain. In a shady valley, they found a small patch of snow lotus. Yunyi collected some and dug a little, but didn't take everything. He had to leave some behind. He wasn't too greedy. Fortunately, since everyone was acting separately, no one noticed Yunyi's situation. When they meet Long Jingrui again, Yunyi handed him a small piece of ice crystal and, mischievously blinking, ran away. Yunyi didn't want to show himself. Long Jingrui was smart and would know how to handle it. But just as everyone was preparing to finish work and go back down the mountain, Long Jingrui was really lucky to find a piece of ice crystal rock, a 1,000-year-old ice crystal stone. Everyone felt a strange mix of excitement and envy. This is luck. That morning, they encountered two groups of people, but found nothing valuable. The master was just lucky. His luck was special. They found a sheltered spot, quickly ate lunch, packed up, and then said goodbye to Snow Spirit Mountain, rushing toward Lingshan village. From afar, Yunyi saw the two children guarding the mountain entrance, eagerly watching this side. Yunyi was the first to see them, so she called out from a distance, "Peng'er Nyener." The children saw their sister and her group coming from afar, and happily ran over, shouting as they ran, "You're back. Oh, you're back." When they got closer, both children stopped. Yunyi squatted down and asked, "Have you been well these days?" Both children nodded at the same time and said, "Yes, we've had enough to eat and warm clothes. The children in the village come to play with us." Their proud expressions and bright, clear eyes made Yunyi feel that coming from Dongjun's Snow Spirit Mountain was truly worth it. She felt incredibly happy. After dinner at their place, Yunyi sent the two children back to their home, then stayed to chat for most of the evening. Seeing them yawning, she finally told them to close the door and go to sleep. When she stepped outside and saw Long Jingrui waiting, she felt a little annoyed. He was really unnecessary. After they returned to the yard, Long Jingrui spoke, "Can we talk privately?" Yunyi understood his anxious mood and straightforwardly said, "Come inside." Inside, she lit a candle and asked directly, "What do you plan to do?" Long Jingrui looked at Yunyi and asked back, "When do you think would be a good time?" Yunyi thought for a moment and said, "I think we should just detox here. If anything goes wrong, we can still go back to Snow Spirit Mountain, which is safer." Long Jingrui suddenly smiled. This was the most genuine smile he had shown since Yunyi met him, which was quite rare. It seemed that good news made him feel happy, and his mood became clearer. Yunyi put away her unnecessary expressions and said, "All right, leave the rest to me. You can tell me again about the instructions from the Medicine King Valley." Long Jingrui carefully repeated what the old valley master of the Medicine King Valley had said at that time. After Long Jingrui left, Yunyi began to prepare. That night, she took another piece of the snow spirit crystal for later use, and with some pressure and persuasion, she finally managed to get a small bowl of blood from the little snow fox. Looking at the weak little snow fox, Yunyi felt a bit guilty. She took out the promised snow lotus and ginseng, urging it to eat quickly so it could recover. She also went to find Lingji mushroom. People say Lingji helps restore blood, right? That small bowl of blood was probably more than the little snow fox's tiny body could handle. Watching it eat the food and then placing it in its nest, Yunyi took the small bowl of blood away. She rinsed the snow spirit crystal and put it inside, then took it out of the space and stored it safely somewhere. The next day, Yunyi first observed the blood. It seemed unchanged, but she could still sense a faint spiritual energy from it, probably released by the snow spirit crystal. According to the timing, the blood wouldn't be safe to drink until afternoon to detox. She placed the bowl aside, tidied herself up, and left the room. Why not store it in the space? It would be safer and faster that way, right? Yunyi didn't want to take risks. First, because time in the space moves faster than outside. Should she give the medicine to Long Jingrui early, or wait until enough time had passed outside? If she gave it early, would he believe her? How could she explain? And if she waited until the right time outside, more than 6 hours would have passed. What if something unexpected happened? So she decided to prepare everything carefully and wait quietly. Better to bring it outside for safety, since everyone in the courtyard was close to Long Jingrui. After breakfast, Yun-yi saw that there was nothing urgent, so she decided to cook something nice for her brother as a thank you. Just then, the guards returned, each holding some game, and they thought of KFC, which young people like. They asked the guards to help clean the wild chickens, and Yuni used her memory to prepare the meat with seasonings for marination. She also found some leftover steamed buns to knead into crumbs for later use. She poured a little flour onto a plate for use, adding quite a bit of starch herself. Then she beat the eggs and set them aside. Once everything was ready, Yun-yi poured oil into a pot. She coated the marinated chicken pieces first in starch, then in egg wash, and finally rolled them in the breadcrumbs. She fried them in oil heated to about 70% hot. Soon, the 3 wild chickens were turned into modern-style fried chicken pieces. Yuni served enough for the 2 children to eat comfortably. The rest she handed to Song Hong to serve everyone. However, with many people and limited food, everyone felt a bit disappointed. Yun-yi ignored the shouting outside from the guards and watched Punger and Yena eat happily, their faces full of satisfaction. It felt good to have a family moment. While Long Jingrui was enduring his wait, Yun-yi felt time pass quickly. After the 2 little ones finished eating and gave high praise, Yun-yi promised to make more for them, if she had time. The children cheered happily, waving their arms and legs.
Yun-yi similet affectionately.
Since there was nothing else to do, when the woman in charge of cooking arrived, Yun-yi helped her prepare ingredients. The woman, while working, chatted with Yun-yi and said, "Young master, do you know? That Ge family today borrowed money from everyone in the village, but no one paid attention to her." Curious, Yun-yi listened as she explained enthusiastically, it's her own fault. First, they look down on the Ge family's children, and second, they've offended everyone in the village over time. Yun-yi was curious. It didn't seem right. They should still have quite a bit of silver. She casually asked, "Don't they have a lot of silver at home?" The woman, busy with her work, replied, "Well, they should." Originally, Ge-sen gave 30 taels of silver, but the dowry for the eldest son's marriage was 20 taels. They spent a few more on the wedding, so how much is left? Recently, the young master, you gave 12 taels. A few days ago, the family got sick from eating bad food, and with the new wife breaking her leg, the medical and medicine expenses cost a lot. After a moment of silence, the woman continued, "Oh, it seems that the little savings they had are all gone now, otherwise they wouldn't be borrowing money from the whole village. The villagers say this is karma for the Ge family." Yun-yi didn't say much. She just thought to herself that based on the scars she saw on her brother, she couldn't forgive their family easily. The child had only been with them for a short time and was already so thin. Thinking about how they managed to survive, she decided that since they had done wrong, they should also experience hunger and hardship. She couldn't kill anyone, but she would let them pay for their crimes with daily suffering from hunger. Her cold eyes made the woman cooking in the kitchen feel a little scared. After lunch, Yuni took out some dried meat and told the 2 children to go to the village and play with their friends. She watched as they walked away, feeling glad she found them in time. If she had waited any longer, she couldn't imagine what they might become. Luckily, Ge-san had been kind to Pringer before. At least now, her younger brother was only a bit thinner, but otherwise okay. When only Long Jingrui, Yun-yi, and Song Hong were left in the yard, Long Jingrui's visible veins on his hand showed his inner tension. Song Hong was even more obvious. Yun-yi remained relatively calm. Yun-yi went inside and brought out a bowl of snow fox blood infused with shuling crystal. The 3 of them entered Long Jingrui's room together. After taking the bowl from Yun-yi, Long Jingrui felt not just mixed emotions, but also 21 years of pain and hatred, along with hopes for the future. He sat quietly for a long time, staring at the bowl of snow fox blood, his expression shifting constantly. Just when Yun-yi thought she might have to wait longer, Long Jingrui suddenly tilted his head and drank the so-called antidote from the bowl. Yun-yi took the bowl back, noticing that the shuling crystal inside was no longer bright, just like a plain stone. She looked at Long Jingrui and said, "I'll go out first. You need to focus." He nodded without saying more, because he was already feeling his body uncontrollably ache all over. The moment of success or failure was here. He didn't want Yun-yi to see him in such a helpless state. Song Hong stayed by his master's side but could only stand there, unable to help much. Long Jingrui on the bed endured the pain as quickly as he could, trying to meditate. He initially wanted to use his inner strength to suppress the pain, but Yun-yi had warned him. The poison in his body was strange. He must not interfere with its natural process. The best he could do was meditate and let the poison follow its path inside his body, using his inner strength to speed up its movement. The poison from the 7 tendons and 8 meridians was finally forced to the hands through internal energy. Then, blood was let to expel the poison from the body. Yuni now understands why it was necessary to soak the snow spirit crystal in snow fox blood to detoxify. This is because the jade fire poison contains evil substances during its creation, while the snow spirit crystal is formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Evil cannot overpower righteousness. The spiritual energy inside the snow spirit crystal can not only drive out the evil substances, but also repair damaged tissues. The real jade fire poison is detoxified using snow fox blood to attack the poison with poison, a clever method. Indeed. After an hour, Yun-yi heard Song Hong's call from outside. She quickly entered the room and saw Long Jingrui, soaking wet as if he had been in water. His face was frighteningly pale. Yun-yi hurried forward, took out the prepared silver needles and quickly pricked all 10 of Long Jingrui's fingers. Black blood dripped from his fingers, with a terrible smell. Yun-yi slightly opened a window to let the foul odor escape. Although the weather was warming, Long Jingrui's body was still wet, so she didn't open the window fully. 15 minutes later, the blood on Long Jingrui's fingers returned to normal color. Yun-yi didn't stop the bleeding immediately, but let it flow a little longer before bandaging his fingers tightly. She then instructed Song Hong to bring the hot water she had prepared earlier, pour it into a large bath bucket, and add many medicinal herbs to nourish the body. She told Song Hong to soak Long Jingrui in the water for 3/4 of an hour. Afterward, Yun-yi carried the 2 small bowls of toxic blood out of the room. She didn't discard the poison blood but returned to her room, locked the door, and ensured her safety before entering her space. In the warehouse, she found 2 glass bottles to store the poison blood. Looking at the blood, she silently vowed that one day she would find those who hurt the original owner and her family. These enemies would face their just punishment, making them suffer as they deserved, to comfort the spirits of her mother and daughter in heaven. Yun-yi composed herself, went to check on the still resting little snow fox, and saw it was still drowsy. She prepared some diluted spiritual spring water for it. Then she hurriedly took a quick bath to wash off the smell, unable to bear the scent on her body. When Song Hong finished tidying up and came out, he saw Yun-yi standing in the yard. After checking that no one was around, he quietly approached and whispered, "Miss Jean, thank you for your help with our master this time. From now on, whenever a girl needs my help, Song Hong, feel free to ask. I am willing to go through anything for you." Yun-yi knew he was speaking sincerely. She smiled softly and said, "You're overestimating. Helping your master is my honor. Besides, I am also repaying a favor I owe him," she added casually, "and I'm also looking for a future supporter, so next time I need help, I won't feel embarrassed."
Haha.
Song Hong didn't expect Yun-yi to say this. He smiled and said, "You're very straightforward, girl. Just tell me if you need anything, no need to feel shy." Then he became serious and asked, "We just laid our master down to rest. Do you want to check his pulse again?" Yun-yi nodded and followed Song Hong into Long Jingrui's room. The room was now filled with incense, and the previous smell had mostly disappeared. She approached, and Song Hong helped remove her master's arm from the blanket. Yoon-yi carefully checked his pulse, then used her mental energy to look inside his organs. She saw that the excess spiritual energy was repairing Long Jingrue's damaged body. She nodded seriously and said, "The poison is truly gone. Now he needs to rest well and regain his strength." Thinking for a moment, she added, "Don't tell anyone about the detoxification for now. Only the three of us should know. When your master wakes up, we can plan accordingly." Song Hong replied, "All right. Thank you for the reminder, girl." Yoon-yi remembered Penga mentioning that they had previously gone hungry and been mistreated at the Gu family's main house. An old woman in the village often secretly helped them. Although the food wasn't much, it kept them from starving. Yoon-yi thought that now Long Jingrue's poison was gone, she probably wouldn't stay here much longer. Since there was nothing urgent, she decided to visit the village. She returned to her room, prepared 2 jin of brown sugar, 2 jin of white sugar, 5 jin of flour, 5 jin of rice, some smoked fish, and oil tea noodles. She also packed 50 taels of silver and gathered everything together. Then she carried the bag and headed to the village. From afar, she saw a group of children playing. Among them were Punger and Nyena, both smiling happily and talking with other children. Someone in the crowd noticed Yoon-yi approaching and suddenly said, "Gu Pung, your master is here." Yoon-yi walked closer and the 2 children ran over, whispering, "Sister, no brother. Why are you here?" Yoon-yi said, "I came to find you. Didn't you mention before that an old lady in the village often helps you? I wanted to visit her. Could you show me the way?" Gu Pung, also called Gu Pung, replied, "Sure. My sister, and I will lead the way. Let's go together." After speaking, he greeted the group of children and led Yoon-yi toward the village. Out of curiosity, the children followed behind, eager to see where they were going. Eventually, they saw Gu Pung leading them to Grandma Zhao's house. As they approached the small yard, Gu Pung and Go Hinyen called out loudly, "Grandma, we're here to see you." Soon, an elderly woman came out from the east house, smiling kindly and saying, "You little rascals have come. How have you been lately?" Gu Pung excitedly replied, "Grandma, we are doing very well. The young master takes good care of us. We eat well every day." He then jokingly patted his stomach. Grandma Zhao's eyes showed relief as she smiled and said, "That's good. That's good. You've met good people. Your parents can rest assured now. Remember to listen well and work hard, all right?" Quietly, Gunyen added, "Yes, Grandma. Today it's not just us. The young master is here too." Hearing this, Grandma Zhao finally noticed Yoon-yi standing at the yard gate. She apologized, saying, "Young master, I'm sorry. I've been so focused on them. Please come in, come in." She quickly invited Yoon-yi inside. Yoon-yi followed her in with a gentle smile. The inside was very tidy, showing that Grandma Zhao was a capable and neat woman. A little shy, Grandma Zhao said, "Young master, please sit. I'll boil some water. Our home is simple, so please don't mind." She then started to leave. Yoon-yi smiled and said, "Old lady, no need to trouble yourself. I'm not thirsty. I came mainly to thank you. I've heard Gu Pung and Gunyen say you've been taking good care of them." He paused and added, "Otherwise, they might not have survived. You are their benefactor." Hearing this, Grandma Zhao's face, which had been reserved, lit up with a smile. She said, "Well, these 2 kids are lucky. I haven't helped much, honestly. Now, with the difficult times, no family is doing well. My son and his family work in town, a little better than others. Gu Pung used to take good care of me. Now that he's gone, I can only try to help these 2 children as much as I can. But I have limited ability and can't change much."
Sigh.
Her eyes turned red with emotion. Yoon-yi gave a meaningful look to the 2 children beside her. Gu Pung held Aunt Zhao's hand and said, "Auntie, if it weren't for your help every now and then, my sister and I might not have survived. So I don't think I've done much." Gunyen also whispered softly, "My brother and I know that all the food we have was saved from your own rations, Annie," his voice trembling with tears. Hearing this, Aunt Zhao felt very sad. She hadn't expected these two children to notice her situation. She had only one son and one daughter in her life. Her daughter married into the town, but her mother-in-law was strict. She rarely visited except during festivals, and her daughter was gentle and obedient, so she couldn't rely on her. Her only son worked for a wealthy family in town, which was a bit better than the villagers, but the whole family of 5 lived in town, and their expenses were higher than in the village. Plus, her daughter-in-law was strong and capable, but she didn't contribute much. Now that she could still move, she didn't want to trouble her son, so she often only shared good news and hid worries. Her son was busy most days and only came home a few times a year. In the past, Gusen often helped her with heavy work, so after he left, she tried her best to help these two children. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to cry, Yun-i quickly said, "Annie, no matter what, I want to thank you. In a few days, they will leave with me. I came here especially to thank you properly and to say goodbye in advance. Don't worry, they will be fine in the future." Aunt Zhao, perhaps because she was older and sentimental, or because she thought this might be a final farewell, became emotional and didn't speak for a long time, tears streaming down her face. Go Peng and Gun Yen comforted Aunt Zhao for a long time until she calmed down. She felt a little guilty and said, "Look at me, an old woman, making a fool of myself. Sorry to make the young master laugh." Yun-i smiled gently and said, "It's only human to feel this way. I understand." After chatting for a while, Yun-i handed over the gift she brought and said, "Auntie, please don't refuse. It's not much, just a small token from the children. In a few days, when they leave, it might help them feel better. Please accept it happily." Aunt Zhao initially didn't want to take it, but seeing Yun-i's firm attitude and the 2 children helping to persuade her, she reluctantly accepted. Yun-i told the children to stay outside the yard and not let anyone get close. After the 2 children left, Yun-i took out 50 taels of silver from her body and handed it to Grandma Zhao, saying, "Grandma, this is a small token of my gratitude.
Please accept it.
I am connected to these 2 children, and without your help before, we might not have met. I see how hard life is here. Although this silver isn't much, it can help improve your life a little and make things less difficult. Please, I beg you to accept it." Grandma Zhao was a bit stunned. She hadn't done anything special, so why would she receive so much silver? She had never seen so much silver at once and felt a little overwhelmed. Yun-i added, "Grandma, you must keep this silver safe. Don't keep it all in one place. Store it separately, just in case. And remember, clear wine, red faces, and tempting riches can move people's hearts. I told you to keep the silver secret. To make it easier for you to use, it's all broken silver, so you can rest assured." Trembling, Grandma Zhao didn't know what to say. She nodded hard, tears in her eyes. She was more sad than excited now. Yun-i helped Grandma Zhao divide the silver into several parts and hide them. Only then did she leave, seeing Grandma Zhao off. Outside the yard, a few women had gathered, probably just curious. Seeing tears on Grandma Zhao's face, they hurried over and asked, "What happened to Grandma Zhao? Did someone bully her?" Everyone looked at Yun-i with strange eyes. Grandma Zhao cleared her throat and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Punger and Yenner are going to leave with this young master in a few days. Today they came early to say goodbye. I'm old now, and I probably won't see them again. It makes me sad, so I couldn't hold back." Hearing this, the women around looked at Ge Peng and Gun Yen, who were playing with their friends. Their eyes showed envy, relief, or disdain. One woman said, "These 2 kids are lucky. They met a good person. Otherwise, they'd stay here, getting beaten and hungry every day." Another woman, with a look of disdain, said, "Who knows what the future holds? They are bought servants.
How good can their days be?"
Don't be jealous." The first woman, hearing this, was a bit upset and replied, "Sister Jean, we're all from the same village. Can't you hope for good things for them? Gusen used to bring back wild animals, and your family benefited a lot from that. Be kind and honest." The woman called Sister Golden looked upset after hearing this, but still defended herself, saying, "I'm just worried about them. I only said that because I don't want them to suffer outside. The young wife who was with Sister Golden quickly smiled and explained to her mother-in-law, "Yes, Auntie, my mother-in-law is worried about Uncle Gusan's two children. She just doesn't speak well. Please don't mind her." At that moment, another woman nearby said, "Look how good the little daughter-in-law of the Gu family is at talking. Since your Gu family is so kind, after Uncle Gusan left, did you give those two children a meal? In the past, you often went to Uncle Gusan's house just to get some benefits and share his food. Since Uncle Gusan's incident, have you ever helped them? Haha, you haven't even shown your face. Now you're talking nicely, but do you think everyone is blind? Only someone as honest as Uncle Gusan wouldn't argue with you. People should have a conscience. Does your Gu family have one?" Meanwhile, Guopeng and Guanyan, playing nearby, overheard the conversation of the women. Guopeng, with a clear voice, said, "Thank you, ladies, for defending us. The young master treats us very well. He says we get along with her very well. She treats us like brothers and sisters. When we go back, she won't let us be treated badly. A few days ago, she bought many things for us in town. In the future, when we return to the young master's hometown, she will send us to a private school so we can learn to read and write and become useful people. So, ladies, don't worry about us. One day, if my sister and I succeed, we will come back to visit my father's grave and share good news. Then we will return to see everyone." Hearing this, everyone around was envious. They said that Uncle Gusan's kindness had brought good fortune to the children. They all started praising the two kids. Some women wanted to approach Yuni to chat, asking if she still needed servants and trying to sell their children. Yuni smiled faintly and said, "Not now." Having finished her business, Yuni didn't want to stay any longer. She didn't want to be like a panda here. After greeting Grandma Zhao, she took Wapeng and Guanyan and left. The three of them walked back. When they passed by the river, they saw the eldest son and his wife from the Gu family looking exhausted. Yuni thought to herself that this was just the beginning. If they looked this worn out now, they wouldn't last long. Yuni directly took her brother and sister away, not wanting to say much. She strongly disliked selfish and greedy people like them. Only Ji's wife, unwilling to give up, looked at the three people's backs and scolded, "Bah, uncultured thing, you don't even greet your elders. You really think you're so great? You're just a servant in the making. Humph. Sooner or later, you'll end up like their dead father." This remark truly hurt Yuni. She was not a kind person to begin with, and hearing this made her lose the desire to argue or waste energy on insults. As a result, the Gu family faced a tragedy. Dragon Jingrui didn't wake up until the evening. After dinner, Yun-Yi prepared some porridge for him herself and told Song Hong to take care of him before returning to her own room. Once she confirmed everything was safe, Yun-Yi entered her space. She tidied up the area, stored what needed to be stored, and planted what needed to be planted. Looking at the supplies in her space and thinking about leaving in a few days, she remembered the events of the afternoon. Knowing that a few households in the village had helped her brother before, Yun-Yi made a new decision. She brought a glass of juice to the hot spring pool and prepared some snacks. Then she began practicing martial arts in her space, finishing after half an hour. Thinking about what she needed to do next, Yun-Yi found some supplies she had collected on the road at the farmstead. She planned to leave some extra food for the villagers. Her brother had lived here for 3 years. As her older sister, Yun-Yi saw this as her way of giving back to the village. Although she couldn't openly help, she could support them secretly, which made her feel at ease. After taking a bath, drying her hair, and tidying herself up, Yun-Yi left her room. She first knocked on the neighbor's door to ask about Dragon Jingrui. Song Hong said he hadn't woken up yet. Yun-Yi went in to check his pulse again. She confirmed he was fine, just weak from detoxification. Once he rested well, he would be okay. She then left the room and went outside. During this time, Yun-Yi had been wandering around the village. So, Gu Peng and Gunyan had already told her about the households that had been kind to them or given them food. After her walk, she counted that there were about 40 households in the village. Besides a few that had malicious intentions toward Gu Peng and Gunyan, Most families had given some grain. The families that had been especially kind to the siblings had given more, and some even gave silver as a token of gratitude for her brother. Yun-yi was grateful to Lingshan village. At least her brother hadn't suffered too much here. With Uncle Gu-san around, he had lived happily. People should be content and grateful. She was very thankful to Gu-san and to the poor mountain village under Snow Spirit Mountain, because it was here she found her brother and fulfilled her promise to them. After finishing these tasks, Yun-yi went to the courtyard of the Gu family's eldest son. She looked around and saw it was messy everywhere. The yard wasn't very big, with 3 main rooms in the house and 2 small rooms on each side. The main house's middle part was the kitchen. When Yuni entered, she saw food still simmering on the stove. The fire had been put out, but the remaining embers on the stove hadn't gone out yet. Yuni looked at the pot, which was cooking bone soup. It seemed the daughter-in-law was quite valued. According to the brother and sister, this new sister-in-law had bullied them many times. She even hit them several times and often persuaded her mother-in-law not to feed the children, forcing the kids to go up the mountain early to gather firewood for the family. Thinking of this, Yun-yi didn't hold back. She struck the house a few times, enjoying herself. Then she blew out some of the remaining sparks from the stove. The kitchen was messy, with small wood shavings left by firewood everywhere. Yun-yi closed the door, clapped her hands, and left. The next morning, just after Yun-yi finished tidying up and left her room, the woman in charge of cooking called her over. She whispered to Yun-yi, "Young master, something big has happened to the Gu family." She then explained what had happened. That early this morning, before dawn, neighbors saw a lot of smoke coming from the Gu family's kitchen and woke everyone up. They pointed out the smoke to the family, and the Gu family members were shocked. They quickly pushed open the kitchen door to try to put out the fire. But when they opened the door, the fire inside was even bigger and flared up quickly. Just then, while everyone was busy trying to put out the fire, the house suddenly collapsed for some unknown reason. Everyone present was frightened. Surprisingly, only the eldest son's room was partially left standing. All the other rooms had collapsed. Fortunately, the daughter-in-law was lucky. She was injured and couldn't come out. If her room had also collapsed, the consequences would have been unthinkable. She might have been seriously injured or worse. Yuni thought to herself that she definitely couldn't let her die so easily. Such a person should be kept alive, to suffer and die from hunger, poverty, or exhaustion. After hearing this, Yun-yi only sneered coldly a few times. When breakfast was ready, Long Jingrui woke up. Song Hung finally relaxed. Yun-yi went in to check his pulse and confirmed he was fine. Then she extended her hand and said, "Congratulations, you are fully recovered." I suddenly realized this isn't postmodern. I was about to withdraw my hand when Long Jingrui reached out and held Yun-yi's hand, smiling as he said, "For saving my life, I am willing to repay you in any way." Hearing this, Yun-yi immediately shook off his hand and said, "Please respect yourself. Some words are not meant to be joked about, especially since I am engaged." After saying this, she got up and left Long Jingrui's room. She was in a bad mood when she saw the village chief of Lingshan village and Guda coming over, followed by many villagers from Lingshan village. The village chief awkwardly explained that Guda's family was in trouble and had no place to stay, so they wanted to temporarily live in the house left by Gu-san. Yuni looked at Guda with a cold smile and asked sharply, "How long will you stay?" Guda felt ashamed and embarrassed, knowing that villagers were talking about his family, calling them unkind or saying they had brought disaster upon themselves. But he had no choice. All their houses had collapsed, and they couldn't be without a place to stay. So he went to see the village chief. Yun-yi had no good feelings towards someone like Guda, who lacked compassion, and she didn't want to waste more time on them. She said, "Gopeng and Gunyen are still living there. I worry that if you move in, they might be bullied. If you want to stay, you can wait until we leave, then move in. But this house won't be given to you for free," she added. Gopeng and Gunyen said that after they leave, they will donate the house to the village as their final act of kindness to the uncles and aunts who have been good to them. So, if you want to stay in the future, you'll have to pay rent to the village.
Ha!
Guda felt uncomfortable after hearing Yunyi's words and said, "This is our Gu family's matter. It's not your place as an outsider to decide. I came to tell you out of respect for Gupeng and Gunyan. Don't be ungrateful." Yuni looked at the village chief and the villagers watching from behind and asked, "Village chief, what do you think about this?" The village chief hesitated and asked, "Are Gupeng and Gunyan really the ones making this decision?" At that moment, Gopeng and Gunyan stepped forward from the crowd and said, "Village chief, yes, this has been our plan all along. We're leaving in a few days, and keeping the house is useless. Moreover, if the house isn't repaired annually, it will soon be uninhabitable. Since the village rents houses every year, we decided to donate the house to the village. We can also generate some income for the village and ensure the house is well taken care of. This is a way to honor my father. When we return someday, we won't be upset to see the house in poor condition. Wouldn't that be good for everyone? What do you think, Grandpa Zheng and all the uncles and aunts?" Besides Guda, everyone else, including Grandpa Zheng and the villagers who came to join the fun, felt happy. Someone said, "Gopeng and Gunyan are so young but already thinking of the village. They are generous people. In the future, they will surely succeed." Grandpa Zheng also smiled and said, "On behalf of all the villagers, thank you, brother and sister. Rest assured, the village will take good care of the house. When you come back someday, you won't see it in ruins. It's also a way to leave a good memory for you." This plan was settled. Grandpa Zheng and the villagers followed Gopeng and Gunyan back to Gusan's house. Gopeng found the hidden land deed and handed it to Grandpa Zheng without hesitation. Some villagers who came in saw the condition of the house and asked, "What about the things inside?" Gopeng and Gunyan didn't say anything. They just looked at Guda. Everyone understood now. Guda's family had taken everything from Gusan's house. The villagers looked at Guda with even more contempt. Yun-yi watched nearby, thinking that as long as they are unhappy, she feels satisfied. That was exactly her goal. After everything was settled, Yun-yi and her siblings returned to their small courtyard. They saw Long Jingrui sitting outside, sunbathing. His half-smile made Yun-yi think of what happened that morning. Yuni ignored him and took her siblings into her house. After talking for a while, she gave them some dried meat and told them to go out and play with their friends. They might not come back for a long time, so before leaving, it was good for them to spend time with their friends in the village and create happy memories here. Yun-yi and her siblings stayed in Lingshan village for 2 more days. Long Jingrui's health was fully recovered. Only the 3 of them knew about what had happened. Long Jingrui asked Song Hong to keep it a secret. Then they packed up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yuni arranged for some food and supplies from the yard to be divided into several parts and sent to Grandpa Zheng, Grandma Zhao, and the families who had taken care of Gupeng and Gunyan before. Other groups left the village quietly because everyone was used to such things and paid little attention. As Yun-yi and her group prepared to leave, quite a few people arrived. Everyone had learned the news from their children. At first, only villagers who had some connection with Gopeng and Gunyan came. Later, the village chief also heard the news and came to see them off, saying many kind words. Guda and his wife stood among the crowd, their eyes full of hatred. Guda felt like someone was watching them, and when they looked over, they saw the tired, hopeless expressions on the couple's faces. Yun-yi couldn't help but smile cruelly, which made the couple even more angry. The villagers stayed at the village entrance for a long time. Though they didn't say much, everyone understood that the food served a few days ago was not given for no reason. Many years later, Zhang Yunpeng returned with his wife, children, sister, brother-in-law, and nephew to visit Gusan's grave. The villagers then learned that Gopeng was only Gusan's adopted son. His real name was Zhang Yunpeng, and he was from a noble family. It was also then that they found out the food was left by Zhang Yunpeng's older sister to thank the villagers. Everyone was grateful, but Guda's family only felt regret. However, those are stories for another time. Long Jingrui followed Yun-yi's request. They planned to stay in Ling City for 2 days. Yun-yi, who always seeks revenge, was determined. Since Dong Jun's second prince, Chu Tianling, dared to harm her family, she would make him pay for it. In Ling City, After arranging their accommodations, Yun-yi took her brother and sister to explore the streets all afternoon, buying what they needed and some local specialties. At night, after practicing martial arts in her space, Yun-yi quickly took a shower, tidied herself up, changed into night clothes, and climbed out of the window. Long Jingrue's poison had been cured, and his skills had greatly improved over the past 2 days. Yun-yi's movements alerted him, but he only followed from a distance. He knew Yun-yi was capable of handling her own affairs and didn't want to interfere. His only job was to keep her safe. Yun-yi followed her route to Chu Tianling's secret base. Using her mental power, she checked the situation inside. About 200 people. She first knocked out the guards at the watchpost. After entering, she silently collected everything she needed, including the training facilities they had built. She made sure to take everything useful. Later, she found a hidden stone chamber in a cave on a hillside. It didn't take long for her to figure out how to open it. After entering, I found that the stone chamber was not very large, but it was filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. It seemed this was the belongings of the second prince. Yun-yi casually collected everything. Then I found a secret place with a lot of refined iron and steel. Yun-yi took all of it into her space. I thought, this second prince of Dongjun, Chu Tianling, who was made the Duke of Ling, has quite a big ambition. Next, I cleaned out several granaries stored here. Finally, I faced a difficult choice. Should I weaken or eliminate these people? I couldn't keep them around to help Chu Tianling rise again quickly. I later discovered they were all quite young, and each wore a mask. Since I also need more helpers now, I checked these people. They were all martial artists of at least level B. If I accepted them, I could focus on my plans without worry. That's a good idea. Then I found the best courtyard in the valley. I used soul-searching to learn about the place. The entire secret base had over 300 people, divided into 4 teams. The number in each team varied based on their martial level. One small team was out on a mission. Coincidentally, the team that went out was the lowest level in the valley. Because the mission wasn't very dangerous, they sent them to train. I was pleased. From the information, I learned that everyone in the valley had worn masks before entering, except for the 3 in this courtyard and the leader who left with the team. The others didn't know each other. They only had numbers. Only the 4 guards in the courtyard were directly under Chu Tianling's control. After learning this, I disabled the martial arts of the 3 guards and altered their memories. I cleaned out everything in the courtyard. I didn't plan to use these items myself, but since many people suffer on this continent, giving them away later wouldn't be a problem. I also had plenty of space. Quickly, I put everyone in the valley under a sleep-inducing drug and stored them in my space. I collected everything useful, and after checking around and finding nothing else, I left. Thinking about Chu Tianling, your actions indirectly caused the death of the original owner and her mother, separating their family for so many years and destroying their home. You also shouldn't expect to have an easy life. These are all debts you owe. Yun-yi quickly headed toward Ling City, knowing that Long Jingrui was always nearby, following her from a distance. Anyway, he couldn't see what she was doing. It's better to pretend not to know. He has no ill intentions, so there's no need to make things obvious. Both of them would feel awkward if they did. Back at the inn, Yuni closed the doors and windows, entered her space, and took a bath in the hot spring. She was thinking about how to arrange things for these people in the future. The next day, Yuni acted as if nothing was wrong. She still took her 2 siblings to stroll around Ling City, carefully exploring every street and alley before heading home. After dinner, Yun-yi told Long Jingrui, "Tomorrow morning, when the city gates open, we leave. Get ready for the trip ahead of time." Long Jingrui's face was cold and expressionless. He simply replied, "Okay." He was thinking that since he couldn't help her much, he would just support her quietly. At this moment, Duke Chu Tianling, also known as Dong Junling, didn't know that the secret base he had worked hard to build over the years had almost been destroyed by enemies he was unaware of. When night fell, Yun-yi continued her revenge plan. She sneaked into Duke Chu's residence in Ling City. Seeing that not everyone inside had gone to rest, She first found a safe place to release her spiritual sense and investigate. Once she had thoroughly checked everything and it was late at night, Yun-yi was about to act. Suddenly, she heard the sound of hooves outside the house, followed by urgent knocking on the door. Chu Tianling had just gone to bed when he was called again. The messenger was none other than the supervisor, who was out on a mission. Chu Tianling hurriedly got up and left with him. Yun-yi saw the yard become quiet again. She then went to Chu Lingtian's study, searched around, and found a secret room. She thought that if Duke Chu could cause trouble in the valley, he must have built secret rooms or hidden passages in his residence. Yun-yi didn't bother examining everything carefully. She simply stored everything in her space. The letters in the study caught her interest. Although there were many notes, they only had numbers on them, so she couldn't tell who wrote them. She planned to take her time. She originally wanted to get the information she needed from Chu Tianling today. But unexpectedly, things went off track. People from the valley had already returned sooner than expected. It seemed she could only leave it for now. She had already delayed Long Jingrui in Ling City for 2 days and didn't want to change his orders because of her personal affairs. Forget it. I'll check everything carefully when I get back. There will definitely be news. Chu Tianling's people will keep in touch with the other side. As long as I pay more attention, I will find out who is behind the scenes. It's just a matter of time. Yun-yi quickly swept through Chu Tianling's residence like a swarm of locusts. She even found herself amused standing in the yard. She didn't leave anything in the servants' quarters or the kitchen. Only the mansion that couldn't be moved remained. Yun-yi looked at the empty yard and chuckled unkindly. When Chu Tianling returns from the base and sees this mansion, he might faint from anger.
Haha.
On the way back, she parted ways with Long Jingrui halfway and first went to the poor district. She robbed the rich with grain and silver, then happily returned to the inn. The next morning, Yun-yi and her group ate early. As soon as the city gate opened, they left Ling City, heading toward Liaoqing. They had only traveled for about half an hour when Chu Tianling returned to his residence and found it filled with crying. The butler ran over crying and said, "Master, it's terrible. Everything in the house was stolen overnight. Nothing is left, completely gone. What should we do?" The butler was truly tearful, with no acting involved. Chu Tianling looked at the empty front yard. After walking around a few times and confirming what the butler said was true, he couldn't understand how everything could be gone overnight. How is that possible? How daring must someone be to dare attack his Grand Duke's residence? Once he accepted the fact, he hurried to his study. He kicked open the door and saw an empty room. He quickly pressed the switch by the wall, then went inside and was stunned. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible?
How can this be?"
His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying. He couldn't accept it. Who was this person? Not only was his secret base destroyed, but his residence was also targeted. Who could it be? Grinding his teeth, he thought if he ever found out who did this, he would make her wish she had never been born, live to regret it. When he snapped back to reality, he quickly ordered, "Seal off the entire city." Since so many things can't be moved out quickly, they must still be inside. Search everywhere, dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. Unfortunately, after a whole day of searching, not a single hair was found. The culprit had already ridden a fast horse far away, over 100 miles away. Chu Tianling almost went mad with anger. Because her own territory is nearby, and she has built her influence there, she plans to start her future endeavors from this place. Over the past few years, she has accumulated wealth, most of which she has sent back to her territory. But now, what is this? She is so poor she is worse off than a servant. Luckily, there are a few shops in the city where she can withdraw some silver to handle emergencies. However, how can she accept this? Moreover, the shops only settle accounts once a month. It's only a few days after the beginning of the month, and there isn't much silver left in the cash box. It truly makes her furious, but she cannot let this be known. She can only issue a secret order, claiming she is unwell and shutting herself away from visitors. She secretly sends people to investigate, but finds no clues, which puzzles her greatly. She cannot understand who is so carefully plotting against her and trying to harm her. Yun-yi somewhat guesses how Chu Tianling might react after learning about this, but it's no longer something she needs to worry about. Because their group arrived in Liaoqing 3 days later, traveling non-stop. Dragon Jingrui decided to rest in Liaoqing for one night and continue the journey the next day. After arranging the inn, Yun-yi took her 2 siblings out shopping. Luckily, these 2 children had been helping at home all along. They are strong and not delicate, so they wouldn't have been able to endure 3 days of continuous travel. The 3 of them wandered the streets, stopping often, and whenever they saw street food, they ate as they went. This made Dragon Jingrui smile, thinking she's still just a young girl. Since she likes to eat, he would think of her more whenever he finds delicious food in the future. At night, after everyone in the inn had rested, Yuni flew out of the window. To prevent Dragon Jingrui from following her, she brewed a pot of tea after dinner and asked Song Hong to deliver it. Dragon Jingrui didn't expect to be tricked. When he heard it was Yun-yi's tea, he didn't think much and immediately poured himself a cup to taste. Yun-yi had also prepared the tea carefully. Although she added a bit of rosemary, it was not harmful. She only extracted the calming and soothing parts of the rosemary and added them to the tea. Additionally, Yuni added some other herbs and brewed the tea with mountain spring water from her space. It was harmless and even helped improve Dragon Jingrui's martial skills. Today's scheme was her way of making up for it. Yun-yi hurriedly reached a mountain several dozen miles outside Liaoqing. She found a relatively safe spot and released 60 people, then altered all their memories of the valley before they regained consciousness. Then, after they woke up, she gave them the prepared meat porridge to fill their stomachs first. Then she distributed loyalty pills to them, making sure they all took them. From these 60 people, she selected 1 manager and 2 deputies. The remaining people were divided into 2 teams led by the 2 deputies, and she also granted them the surname Zhan. The 3 managers were named Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 3. The others' names were decided by the managers. She directly gave them their tasks. After leaving here today, they must quickly head to the capital of Longting Kingdom. Once there, they should find ways to register their household registration, then buy some farms around the city, whether hills, forests, or good farmland, as long as the area is large enough. If possible, they should also look for some shops inside the city. After arranging everything, she took out 80,000 taels of silver and a token, handing them over and instructing them to go to Xiaoyi at the Xiaoyao Villa on Qingliang Mountain after completing their tasks. Only then did she let them go. This process repeated several times. She directly arranged 4 teams in the capital, Yunli, Dongjun, Wanchao, and Longting, to develop agriculture and commerce. Each team was given silver, money, and tokens and told to first buy farms locally, then go to Qingliang Mountain to find Xiaoyi. They arranged for people to teach them skills. After everything was settled, Yuni headed back to Liaoqing. On the way, she passed by Shang's branch and caused some trouble there, taking away quite a few things before returning to the inn. There are still 5 people left in her space, those with the best martial skills. Yuni planned to keep them close so they could run errands for her. Because her future industries would expand beyond what she already had, she needed people to pass messages and inspect various industries. At this point, Yuni's business empire was fully underway. As always, her business started with agriculture. Since she was traveling back with 2 children who had no martial skills, the journey was a bit slower. They stopped and went along the way toward Qingliang Mountain. Along the way, Yuni released the last 5 people from her space. After giving them loyalty pills, she found an excuse to keep them close, so they could always protect Gupeng and Gunyan's safety. Long Jingrui was somewhat confused but said nothing. He didn't expect these people to have decent martial skills. This young girl was becoming more unpredictable. After Yuni and her brother and sister returned to the Qingliang Mountain courtyard, Granny Lin saw Yuni and stayed behind with Yuzhua, dismissing the others. She held Yuni and cried uncontrollably. He mumbled in his mouth, "You're finally back, young lady. You are so cruel. When you left, you said you'd return soon, but it's been over 2 months. I've been worried about you every day in the other courtyard. Yun-yi knew she had been too harsh this time, so she kept comforting Granny Lin and told Yuzhu to bring Gupeng and Gunyan to change and wash. Then she quietly whispered in Granny Lin's ear, "Grandma, don't cry anymore. I found my brother." Granny Lin, who had already vented her feelings, first asked uncertainly, "Young lady, what did you just say?" Yun-yi repeated softly, confirming she hadn't heard wrong. Hearing this, Granny Lin started crying again, leaving Yun-yi speechless. After she cried enough, she hurriedly asked, "Where is the young master?" Yun-yi calmed her down and explained everything, then said, "I will tell the servants in the other courtyard that he is my younger brother or sister. Grandma, just keep this in mind. We can't let any secrets slip, or it might make him less safe. I must find out who is behind this before I can bring my brother back to the capital." Granny Lin wiped her tears and said, "Don't worry. I will risk my life to protect the young masters and miss. Now she can rest in peace underground." She then hurriedly said, Quick, young lady. Let's prepare some paper money and offerings to burn at the crossroads tonight to send her a message, so she can rest assured. Tell her that our young lady has grown up and achieved what neither of the two estates could. She found her little brother." After speaking, she burst into tears again. Half an hour later, Yuzhu brought in Gupeng and Gunyan, who had been washed and dressed. Granny Lin kept observing Gupeng and muttered, "He looks like the young master's father." Yun-yi, worried she might lose control and scare Gupeng, quickly said, "Grandma, these are my younger brother and sister. Please take good care of them in the future." Granny Lin excitedly replied, Yes, I will take good care of them." Yuni arranged for people to tidy up the main courtyard and the front yard, and Gupeng was settled inside. She also selected a 15-year-old from the 5 people she brought back to serve as his bodyguard. Then she prepared a courtyard in the 3rd courtyard for Gun Yen to stay in, with Yu Ju temporarily serving him. The remaining 4 people were placed in the east wing of the front yard, and only then was everything settled. After a few days of rest, I plan to take my siblings to Lingyan City. First, to choose some attendants for them, and second, to visit the academy. Both of them have some basic knowledge. Since I met them, Yun-yi has been teaching them a little each day. Now that we are back at the other courtyard, which is not far from Lingyan City, I can just pick them up and drop them off daily. It's better for them to study properly at the academy, and they can also make more friends, which will help them grow. There are 2 academies in Lingyan City that have girls' schools. Most students are wealthy young ladies or daughters of powerful families, but some girls from small wealthy families are sent there to learn while staying at home. Yun-yi wants Gupeng and Gunyen to enroll at the same time. I see Gunyen as my younger sister and want her to enjoy everything I can give her, hoping she'll grow up happily. It's also a way to thank Uncle Gu-san for saving my brother. When Gupeng and Gunyen arrived in the new place, they were very curious. During the 2 days they stayed at home, they didn't sit still. They explored the area around the estate together and made a few new friends, mostly farm workers and children from nearby villages. Yuni didn't interfere with them. She told Yu-ju and the others to prepare extra food in case the young master and young lady brought friends back. They could just play freely. Yun-yi was away for more than 2 months. She rested yesterday and planned to visit Xiaorao village tonight. After lunch, the master and mistress of Haizhuang came over. During Yun-yi's absence, the other courtyard had been closed to visitors, claiming that the 3rd young lady was unwell. But after returning the day before yesterday, Yun-yi made a show of it and asked Lin Mama to say that she was already better. On the way to Baiyun Temple to burn incense, she recognized a brother and sister pair. Hearing this, Yun-yi smiled and said, "That's good news. I already thought they suited each other, so I asked Xiuyun to come over for a walk." Hearing this, the master and mistress of Haizhuang exchanged smiles. Xiuyun's mother blushed and said, "3rd young lady Lin Mama, do we need to have some rules about this?" Yuni smiled and said, "I'll ask Lin Mama to help handle it. I don't know much about these things, but don't worry, Xiuyun will not be wronged." Xiuyun's mother blushed and stood up, saying, "I was careless. I only thought that the 3rd young lady is the mistress of this courtyard, so this matter should be approved by you. I hope you will forgive me, 3rd young lady." Yun-yi smiled gently and said, "This is a good thing, no harm done. But should we call the person involved to ask about it?"
Haha.
Yun-yi instructed Yu Mei to go to the front yard and call Zhang Yuan. Soon, Zhang Yuan, blushing and in a hurry, entered. He bowed and said, "Servant, I greet Mississippi." Yun-yi looked at Zhang Yuan for a while, making him nervous and blush like a cooked shrimp. Then she picked up a cup of tea on the table and took a small sip. She asked, "Zhang Yuan, what do you think about Xiuyun?" Zhang Yuan, blushing and stammering, replied, "Yes, Mississippi Xiuyun is a good girl." But after saying that, his face turned a bright red, like blood. Zhang Yuan was very innocent.
Haha.
Yunyi's laughter was so loud that Zhang Yuan didn't know whether to stand still or leave. After laughing enough, Yunyi said seriously, "Zhang Yuan, I ask you again, do you truly like Xiuyun?" Zhang Yuan, though a bit nervous, gathered his courage and said, "Yes, she is a good girl." The master and mistress of Haizhuang also smiled. This son-in-law was much better than the young man from the Li family. Recently, he had been very kind to their daughter Xiuyun. Both sides agreed quickly, and the matter was settled. In 3 days, they would go to arrange the marriage. Since Zhang Yuan and his people came to the courtyard, Yunyi had been giving them monthly allowance, just like the wealthy families in Lingyan City. He didn't have many expenses, so he had saved some money. But to hold a grand wedding, it might not be enough. Madame Lin said that the families with good backgrounds usually give 6 taels and 6, plus 6 types of gifts, and 2 pieces of jewelry. After returning to her room, Yuni searched in her space and finally found 2 modest pieces of jewelry. She sent Yu Zhu to deliver them to the front yard as a small gift. In Yunyi's view, they weren't eye-catching, but in the village and on the estate, they were the best jewelry others envied. So, everything was quickly prepared. The 6 taels and 6 was prepared by Zhang Yuan himself, and the 6 types of gifts were prepared directly by Madame Lin in the kitchen. They included 6 jin of pork belly, 6 jin of flour, 6 jin of rice, 2 jars of wine, 2 jin of sugar, and on the wedding day, they would add 2 fish. Zhang Yuan was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling all afternoon, greeting everyone with a cheerful smile. Gapeng and Zhenyan quickly adapted to life here. With Madame Lin caring for them meticulously every day, Yun-yi felt relieved. After dinner, I accompanied the 2 young ones for a walk in the garden to help digestion. Then I went to the front yard to inform the 4 people to go out together tonight. After returning to the backyard, Yun-yi sent the maids away early. Once I confirmed it was safe, I entered the space, tidied up the items, and checked which ones needed to be prepared for the Sihiyuan in Xiaorao village tonight. After everything was ready, I practiced my skills, took a bath, tidied myself up, and changed into my night clothes. Only then did I leave the room and head to the front yard. When I arrived, the 4 were already waiting there. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, mistress." I signaled with a hand gesture, led the way by gathering my energy, and flew over the courtyard wall. Although the 4 were skilled in martial arts, tonight they saw my exceptional abilities. They admired me even more in their hearts. When we reached Xiaorao village, I told them to go explore the terrain and meet back at the gate in 15 minutes. I wanted to see what they could do. Those who stayed with me needed more than just strength. They also needed intelligence, attention to detail, and strong problem-solving skills. Only the best would stay. I waited until they disappeared into the night before heading toward the Sihiyuan. I placed my prepared items inside: grain, seeds, meat, eggs, fish, and some flower seeds, along with a few top-quality tea flowers. After organizing everything, I leisurely headed toward the village gate. Soon, Zhan Zhu, Zhan Di, Zhan Shao, and Zhan Yun all returned. Yes, those are the names I gave them. The person next to Gupeng was called Zhan Yi. They each told me what they had discovered. They were all quite sharp and articulate, so overall I was quite satisfied. Then, I confidently entered Xiaoyao village with the 4 of them, leaving the others puzzled. They wondered what I was up to. Wasn't I supposed to check the terrain? But when we entered the office courtyard, I saw Xiao Yi and the others standing in a line, bowing and saying in unison, "Greetings, mistress." I smiled and asked, "How have you been lately?" Xiao Lu was the first to speak eagerly. Mistress, you're finally back. Our winter wheat harvest this year was very good. The tenants won't go hungry this year. I looked at Xiao Yi, who also smiled and said, Xiao Lu is right. Our summer grains exceeded expectations. Each grain is full and heavy. Mistress, I think when it's time to collect taxes, we should use last year's harvest to cover it. We can keep the grain in the village for ourselves to eat. Yuni nodded and said, All right, let's do as you suggest. Then she looked at Xiao Yi and the others and said, Let me introduce you. These four are the people who will be following me in the future. Zhan Zhu, Zhan Di, Zhan Xiao, Zhan Yun, and there is also Zhan Yi, who didn't come today. She continued, These are your seniors. Xiao Yi, Xiao Er, Xiao San, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu. They are the original elders of the Xiaorao village and your seniors. I hope you all work well together in the future, give your best, and cooperate happily. The group all saluted and said, Yes, young master. Then both sides exchanged bows before finding a place to sit and discuss matters. Yun Yi had already finished arranging everything before leaving. The various melons in the fields were growing well, and the fruit trees planted on the mountain had all survived. Many of them had bloomed this year, but not many bore fruit, and most of the fruit had fallen. On the hillside, they planted potatoes as Yun Yi instructed, and it's expected that this fall, when they harvest, they will fetch a good price. The rice was also growing well, and 50 acres were set aside for fish farming. Yun Yi casually mentioned this, but Xiao Yi took it seriously and decided to try dividing 50 acres for experimentation just to see if it would work. The workshops were doing well, but as the weather grew hotter, they couldn't supply large quantities of cured sausages like before. They only prepared as many as the shop ordered the previous day and delivered the next day, all kept cool with ice to prevent spoilage in the heat. All the products from the village were stored in ice warehouses. Because of the hot springs near Qingliang Mountain, they couldn't build an ice warehouse there. So they bought another village near the tea garden and moved the sausage workshop there, which was more convenient to manage. Yun Yi also updated Xiao Yi and the others on the situation of the other 4 teams and told them that arrangements had been made. They would come here to report and someone would be sent to guide them. After finishing her work here, Yun Yi stood up to return to her separate courtyard. She said, If I can't come over in the future, let these 4 come instead. Later, go and bring back the things from the side courtyard, including the flower seeds and those potted plants, and give them to that father and son. She then left with her 4 guards. When they arrived at the separate courtyard, Yun Yi didn't rush back to the back garden. Instead, she took out 4 small bamboo tubes and handed them over. She said, Prepare a set of clean clothes. You'll need them soon. The others clearly sensed that the young lady was acting strangely. But still, they followed the master's instructions. Yun Yi chuckled a little and said, Now you can drink. The others looked at each other, opened the bamboo tube, and drank directly. Soon, all 4 of them started sweating from the pain. Yun Yi said, Sit quietly, protect your dantian. Hearing the command, everyone sat down on the spot and began meditating, focusing their energy to guard their dantian. However, the pain was truly unbearable. Then they heard the master say, Hold on, don't faint, or all your efforts will be wasted. After half an hour, the pain gradually eased. A gentle, light breeze of energy spread through their bodies, making them feel comfortable again. When they opened their eyes again, there was no sign of the master. Just at the same time, they all ran off quickly. No wonder the master had said earlier that the river in front of the village was nice, and that they should prepare a change of clothes in advance. Dealing with a master who might suddenly become playful at any moment is hard to describe. At least they were warned in advance. Fortunately, it was nighttime. If it had been daytime, how would they have faced others? It would have been very embarrassing for the men. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, they finally felt a completely different sensation in their bodies, and they were shocked by how awkward they had been just moments before. Then came a great surprise. Several men started fighting by the river. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day Zhang Yuan went to the Sea Village Master's house to get engaged. Grandma Lin accompanied Zhang Yuan, which made the villagers in the village and nearby towns envy them. The Sea Village Master's daughter, Xiuyun, was very lucky. She was getting married for the second time and still had a grand wedding, even more splendid than the first marriage of other girls in the village. Outside the courtyard, a crowd gathered to watch. When they looked closer at the wedding gifts, there was a lot of whispering among the crowd, some envious, some resentful, and some angry. Today, the Sea Village Master was very happy. She finally felt proud of herself. It also made the Li family realize that her daughter, Shihai, was truly lucky. Meanwhile, not far from the village, the Li family was also staging a big scene. The new wife of the Li family was caught cheating. It was also revealed that the baby in her belly was not Li Tai's but belonged to the person she was cheating with. When Xiao Chui found out she was pregnant, she was away on an errand and couldn't return immediately. They finally found Li Tai to take the blame. Now the truth is clear, and the villagers, watching the spectacle, are all amazed. This girl is really too unkind. You wanted someone to take the blame, but you ended up causing the couple to divorce. Now you come out and say it was unavoidable, asking everyone to forgive her. The Li family is now completely furious with her. They once offended the entire Zhan Sihai family for her unborn child and even caused her son and Xiuyun to divorce. They spent money and lost face, finally managed to bring her into the family, fed her well, and hoped to have a big grandson. But now she does something like this. Grandma Li suddenly went crazy and rushed over, directly knocking Xiaotsue to the ground. Still not satisfied, she started tearing at her. They could hear Xiaotsue crying at her lover trying to comfort her, along with Grandma Li's angry scolding. But none of the onlookers stepped in to stop her. Soon, someone shouted from the crowd, "She's bleeding." People then noticed the bloodstains on Xiaotsue's dress. She was in so much pain she couldn't speak anymore. When everyone hurriedly called a doctor, the baby had already been lost. It was a girl. The Li family members nearby let out a sigh of relief. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. If it had been a boy, it would have been much more difficult to handle. But since it was a girl, it's much easier. The Li family's defeated look made the villagers think back to how arrogantly they treated Xiuyun last year. Just then, villagers returning from outside saw what had happened and came over to watch. After hearing the full story, one said, "Oh, this is truly a tragedy." Then he looked around and whispered, "Did you know? Today I passed by the Ho Mansion's estate. Someone from Hai Zhuang's family went to propose marriage to Xiuyun. It's even more grand than her first wedding. I heard the man is a servant from the estate-side courtyard, but Zhan Sisson said they will cancel the servant status before marriage. I also heard the bride price for the second marriage is 6 taels and 6 qian, not to mention the 2 pieces of jewelry. I've never seen such a grand wedding in Lingyan City. 6 ceremonies, all equal in grandeur. When I returned, both families had already set the date, just next month. The wedding is in a few days. The Li family really has to swallow this bitter pill. Soon, the news spread everywhere. Xiuyun has remarried, and the Li family has become the joke of the village. Finally, the village head and the elders of the Li family stepped in. Xiao Chui's close friend paid 10 taels of silver, and only then was the matter settled. However, the Li family became a complete joke among others. Not long after receiving the money, those who had lent money to the Li family for marriage came together to demand repayment. Before long, the 10 taels of silver were all paid back. They haven't fully repaid everything yet, but at least the debt isn't too large. Still, it's impossible for Li Tej to marry a wife now. As the event concluded, people gradually dispersed, leaving the Li family trio sitting in the yard, looking very desolate. At that moment, Li's wife remembered Miss Zhang from the Zhang family. She had said last time, "It's better to keep some good manners. Since Xiuyun and your son have divorced, there's no more connection. You keep saying she can't lay eggs, but Xiuyun is perfectly healthy. It's your Li family's fault for delaying her." Li's wife suddenly remembered something, the look in Miss Zhang's eyes, half smiling, and those words. Could it be because of Teal's situation? No, that's impossible. It can't be. She quickly closed her eyes, trying to suppress her thoughts, But the more she forced herself, the more she kept thinking, until she was so angry she couldn't breathe. Good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels quickly. Before evening, Yoonhee learned from Yume about Xiuyun's ex-husband and the Lee family. She only chuckled softly and said, "They brought it on themselves," then said no more. These people didn't matter. Yoonhee asked Zhang Yuan to prepare the small courtyard outside the guest house as a bridal room. It was originally built as a servant's quarters when the main house was constructed, but later no one lived there. There weren't many servants in the courtyard, so over time, it became a storage room. Still, it was a brick and tile house with 5 main rooms and 3 side rooms on each side. There was also a separate water well in the yard. Initially, there weren't many people in the courtyard, and Yoonhee didn't ask anyone to tidy it up. She had considered letting Zhang's family, who guarded the courtyard, move in. But Yoonhee was annoyed by that lazy family, so she arranged for Master Haizhuang to have them live far away, to avoid seeing or worrying about them. Gapung and Zhenian had been running around crazily these days, playing happily with their friends, climbing mountains and crossing rivers. Sometimes, they even shared cakes prepared by Aunt Zheng with their friends. At dinner, Yoonhee told the 2 siblings go to bed early tonight. After breakfast tomorrow, we need to go to Lingyan City. Gapung asked while eating, "Sister, what are we going to Lingyan City for?" Yoonhee looked at her brother and thought he had been playing too much these days and couldn't stop himself. She smiled gently and said, "Do you really want to keep doing this? Wasting your days away?" Gapung blushed, and Yoonhee didn't say anything more. It was normal for an 11-year-old to be playful, but she couldn't let him keep acting like this. After a while, Gapung said, "You're right, sister. Punger was wrong." Yoonhee didn't reply, but simply took a piece of food from each of their bowls. After finishing their meal, Yoonhee said, "Would it be okay if Nyener goes to the academy with her brother? She doesn't have to stay there. I'll arrange for someone to pick them up and drop them off eventually. At the academy, she can make more friends and learn things she can't learn at home." Nyener was a smart child, but a bit shy. She thought for a moment and said, "I'll listen to sister." Yoonhee smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want you to play with the children in the village or the ones in the countryside. During your free time, you can play together." Both children happily said, "Thank you, sister." Seeing their happiness, Yoonhee thought to herself that they were just kids. She didn't want to think about her own age. She was only 3 years older than them. The next morning, after breakfast, the 3 of them ate egg soup and small steamed buns prepared by Aunt Zheng. Yoonhee had taught her how to make them. She had never seen a place selling buns on this continent. Most places sold large pancakes and steamed buns made with plain dough, which tasted quite ordinary. Recently, Yoonhee was thinking that once the other 4 groups settled in, maybe she should open a restaurant. But she was still deciding whether to do it alone or find a partner. Zhan Xiao and Zhan Yi were already waiting in the front yard. When they saw Yoonhee and the others arriving, they quickly set up the carriage and helped the ladies onto the horse-drawn cart. On the way, the brother and sister kept chattering nonstop. Yoonhee patiently listened and watched their smiling faces. She decided to let them enjoy their happy days here for now. But she knew she couldn't neglect her duties. Sooner or later, they would have to return to that complicated place. It was their fate, and it couldn't be changed. She also considered whether to send a letter to the Duke Wu's residence. She knew they had been sending people to look for her these past few years. After entering Lingyan City, they visited several girls' academies because Yoonhee thought it would be more convenient if they all stayed in the same academy for easy transportation. Ge Peng and Ge Nian chose Lingyun Academy, located in the southern part of Lingyan City. They thought the environment there was nice. Although it didn't have as much history or background as the other 2 academies, its teachers were just as good. Since the academy was new, it had a large area with a stable horse track, shooting range, and martial arts grounds. The girls' academy also offered these courses. Yoonhee was very happy. After discussing with her siblings, they decided on Lingyun Academy. They passed the interview and written tests, paid the fees, and received the uniform and badge. A staff member led them to their classrooms, introduced them to their teachers, and they agreed to start classes the next day. Then they left the academy and headed to the shops in the northern part of the city. Yun-yi first took her siblings to choose some fabrics they liked. Then they went to a bookstore to buy brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Next, they visited a jewelry shop and picked out a few maids they liked. Yun-yi also helped by choosing a book boy for Gupeng and a martial arts guild maid for Gunyan. They bought some delicious snacks from a street stall and also bought fresh seafood that had just arrived. Then they returned to their separate courtyard. On the way back, unexpectedly, Long Jingrui and Xiao Yunyao were waiting for her in the yard. Seeing her return, Xiao Yunyao was the first to stand up and greet her. He said, "We came at a bad time, just missing Yun-yi when she went out. We didn't want to make another trip, so we waited here patiently. Please don't mind us, Yun-yi. We just really wanted to eat the food from your courtyard." He smiled lightly. Yun-yi didn't expect them to come. She said, "It's an honor for us to have you here. We wouldn't mind." She also smiled. Yun-yi told Yu-ju and John-yi to bring their master's belongings back to the courtyard. Then she took her siblings to the corridor. When they approached, Long Jingrui had already poured tea for them. They had been busy all morning and were quite thirsty, so after thanking him, they started drinking. Long Jingrui heard they chose the academy in the morning and asked, "Should we give them a heads up in advance?" Yuni shook her head and said, "No need yet. They need time to get used to it. If they can't handle this, how will they manage when they return to the capital?" Long Jingrui nodded and agreed. "Yes, you're right." Yun-yi saw Xiao Yunyao wanted to say something but hesitated because of the people nearby. She said, "You two go back to your rooms and prepare what you need for tomorrow's classes. By the way, I went to ask Aunt Yi from the sewing shop if the backpack she made for you is ready. Tomorrow you need it, so I brought the fabric you chose earlier for Sister Zheng to take her time making it." Gupeng and Gunyan stood up and replied, "Okay, sister, we'll go now." They also bowed to Long Jingrui and Xiao Yunyao, saying, "Please sit for a while, guests. We'll go handle some matters first." Long Jingrui and Xiao Yunyao nodded, watching the siblings leave. Xiao Yunyao couldn't wait to ask, "Is what Jingrui said true?" Yuni glanced at Long Jingrui, saw he nodded, then looked at Xiao Yunyao and said, "He already said it's true. What more do you want me to say?" Xiao Yunyao looked frustrated and said, "If I hadn't had a patient scheduled in advance, I would have gone with you to Shuling Mountain. It's a real shame I missed witnessing that moment." He then turned to Long Jingrui, squinting and saying, "I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky. He actually succeeded this time." He pounded his fist on Long Jingrui's shoulder, happy for his brother. Suddenly, Xiao Yunyao changed the subject and said, "Yun-yi, today's lunch will be at your courtyard. I wonder if there's anything new to eat." Yun-yi looked at the sky, called Yu-ju to give a few instructions, and Yu-ju hurried off. Since it was hot, Yuni didn't feel like eating much and said, "We'll serve you some fresh food later. I promise it will be tasty in this hot weather." Xiao Yunyao smiled and nodded, saying, "Ever since I tasted those delicacies at Yunyi's place last time, I haven't forgotten them. Now I can even compete with Louis Xuan, haha." He chuckled at himself. Yuni didn't speak, just smiled. Someone as gentle as Xiao Yunyao now has a craving for good food. This only shows that the food on this continent is truly hard to describe. Yuni thought that the matter of the restaurant also needed to be arranged soon. She was torn about whether to find a partner or go solo. If she worked alone, trouble would surely follow. Though she could handle it with force, it would still be annoying. If she chose to cooperate, she'd need to carefully consider her partner. Seeing her seem preoccupied, Long Jingrui secretly noted it in his mind. He slowly sipped his tea, thinking about how to ask her how he could help. Xiao Yunyao and Yun-yi began discussing medical skills again, focusing on the poison of the jade fire. They continued until Yuelon came to report that lunch was ready, so they stopped. Xiao Yunyao gained a lot from the conversation. He couldn't help but admire Yun-yi even more. Despite her young age, she had such unique insights. He wondered how her mind was so sharp and clear, understanding things instantly. The Zhang family truly didn't recognize her worth. They sent her far away, without caring, which made Xiao Yunyao develop a bias and dislike toward the Marquis of Huayang's residence. Soon lunch was served. There were 2 types of noodles, one with flour skin and one with rice skin, and various seasonings in separate dishes, allowing everyone to add what they liked. Yun-yi quickly explained to Long Jingrui and Xiao Yunyao how to eat. After they seasoned their food to their taste and started eating, Yun-yi once again earned their praise with her cleverness. A bowl of spicy, oily noodles paired with a crispy pancake was perfect. After eating, Yuelon brought out the melons and watermelons Xiao Lu had sent in the morning. Even the experienced Long Jingrui and Xiao Yunyao were surprised. Seeing their reactions, Yun-yi handed each of them a piece of watermelon and smiled, saying, "Try this. It's a new variety." Both men ate elegantly. The cool, crisp, sweet, and juicy melons delighted them, and they couldn't help but praise how delicious they were. When they finished eating, Xiao Yunyao asked, "Yun-yi, where did these melons come from?" Yun-yi then instructed Yuelon, go find someone to bring a few watermelons and melons later for the two young gentlemen to take away. After Yuelon left, Yun-yi didn't hide anything and simply said, "I grew these on my farm. They're the first batch." Long Jingrui knew a bit about her situation, so he wasn't very surprised. Xiao Yunyao, however, was amazed. He hadn't expected Yun-yi to be so capable. He hurriedly asked, "Your own farm?" Yun-yi looked up and replied, "Yes. My mother left me some silver to support myself. I can't just sit and do nothing, so after coming here I bought a few farms. But the people in the courtyard don't know much about me." Long Jingrui asked, "Is the yield good? Do you need help?" Yun-yi thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure yet. I think I can handle these farms for now." Long Jingrui nodded without insisting. He said, "If you need help, just tell me. And remember to keep the jade pendant I gave you with you. If something happens, you can show it directly." Xiao Yunyao knew he was not as good as Long Jingrui in this area, so he didn't argue. Instead, he said, "Yun-yi, we all see you as a friend and a little sister. If you have any problems, just mention Jingrui's name. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will regret it." After saying this, he glanced at Long Jingrui, implying that he was right. Yun-yi smiled slightly and nodded, replying, "Okay." She thought to herself that this was a clear promise of support. Haha. After chatting for a while, it was getting late, and Yun-yi needed to rest. So Long Jingrui and Xiao Yunyao said goodbye to Yun-yi and left with the watermelon and sweet melon she had prepared for them, returning to the prince's estate. In the afternoon, Gu Peng and Gun Yen came over. They also brought a new versatile backpack that could be worn cross-body or carried by hand. Originally, they planned to make a double-shoulder backpack, but they thought it might be too unusual and hard to fit into the academy. So, they drew a design and asked Aunt Yi to help make two versatile bags for the siblings, convenient to carry either way. Yun-yi also reminded the siblings about some things after they arrived at the academy. Both of them nodded seriously after hearing her. Gu Peng whispered, "Sister, everything for the academy is ready for tomorrow. I want to go out and play with my friends so they don't come to the estate looking for me and disturb your peace." Seeing her younger brother's pleading face, Yun-yi helplessly said, Go ahead. Stop mentioning me." Gu Peng smiled and ran off with Gun Yen. The next day, Zhani drove early to take Gu Peng and Gun Yen to Lingyan Academy. The siblings each brought their own attendants and maids, starting their studies at the academy. Yun-yi was worried that the siblings might be exhausted from traveling back and forth at noon, but since there was no place to rest inside the academy during lunch, she decided to have Zhani look for a suitable house nearby when he had free time. 2 days later, Zhani brought news of a small courtyard for sale not far from the academy. The price was high because the family had some urgent financial needs. The house was only for sale, not rent. Yun-yi went to see the house the next day. It was quite good, about 80% new. The front and backyards weren't very large, with 3 main rooms in the front house and 2 rooms on each side. The front yard had a pavilion and many flowers and plants, making it charming and tasteful. There is a well in the backyard, a vegetable garden, and an osmanthus tree planted in the corner of the yard. Yuni thinks the environment is quite good, although the price is a bit high. She can understand it. She went directly to the government office to exchange the property deed, paid the house money and taxes, and didn't rush back to the other courtyard. First, she chose a couple from the pawn shop to go back with her. They are a cook and a helper, which is good for taking care of the house. She sent them to the small yard to clean it first. She gave them a small bamboo tube of disinfectant she mixed herself, telling them to dilute it with water and wipe down the inside and outside of the house. She took Yu Zhu, Yulan, and Zhan Yi to the market to buy things still needed for the yard. They ordered 2 new beds, a wardrobe, a low couch, a bookshelf, tables, and chairs, then bought bedding and kitchen supplies. They also bought many daily necessities and kitchen items at a general store, enough ingredients for lunch, and then returned to the yard. When they arrived, the house was almost cleaned up, and the furniture they ordered had just been delivered. Yun Yi then directed the delivery people to help move everything inside and set it up. The couple she brought back is surnamed Jiang. They are quick and diligent, and by the end of the morning, they had cleaned the yard inside and out. These 2 are also unfortunate. They have 2 sons and 2 daughters. Their eldest daughter and son are already married, and they once had a happy little family. But misfortune struck suddenly. 3 months ago, their youngest son went hunting in the mountains and was seriously injured. The family had little savings, as they had been saving for their daughters' marriages. They borrowed all they could, but they just managed to gather enough money for the medical bills. The doctor said he needed rest afterward, and the monthly medicine cost alone was 4 or 5 taels of silver. The family was truly out of options. Zhang's eldest daughter-in-law thought about her younger sister-in-law at home. She wanted to find a family willing to pay silver to marry her off, so her brother could get the money for his son's treatment. It would also be a way to repay Zhang's family for raising her. But the younger sister-in-law refused desperately when she found out, not willing to marry anyone. Zhang's couple also didn't want their younger daughter to marry off like that, fearing it would ruin her. So they kept borrowing money everywhere. After a month, the eldest daughter-in-law asked to split the family, saying she didn't want to continue like this. If they didn't agree, she would leave. Zhang's family had no choice. They couldn't just focus on their second son and daughters and let the eldest son's family break apart, so they agreed. However, the medical expenses are really too high to afford. There is no other way, and they don't want to burden their children. After discussing, the couple decided to sell themselves into servitude, so their youngest daughter could take care of their 6th second son. The family didn't have many fields, and when they divided the land, some was given to the eldest son, leaving only 2 acres of land. They asked the eldest son to help plant the land first, and after the harvest in autumn, they would give some grain to their younger children. When the youngest daughter found out, she cried and said, "Maybe I should be sold instead. I could work as a maid for a noble family in the city, so you, mother and father, can stay home and take care of second brother and the land." The couple didn't agree. They loved all their children equally. Being a maid is not an easy job, and it could be dangerous. Besides, the youngest daughter would only be a year or 2 away from marriage, and they trusted her to find a good match. As long as the children were safe and healthy, that was enough. At first, the eldest son also disagreed. He didn't want his parents, who were already old, to become servants, and he was worried about what the villagers might say or think. But they faced a big problem. They couldn't afford the medicine for second brother, which cost 4 or 5 taels of silver a month. The doctor said the medicine must be taken for at least 6 months, or all their efforts would be wasted. Their parents had already asked around and found that the jewelry shop could lend 15 taels of silver. That would be enough for second brother to continue his treatment for 3 more months, and he could then live normally. The eldest son of the Jiang family sat on the ground, worried and rubbing his head. He wished he could take his parents' place, but his own children were still young, and even his wife wouldn't agree to it. For the Jiang couple, they had no other wishes. As long as their children were safe and healthy, they were happy. When they received the silver, they immediately bought a month's worth of medicine and took it home with their daughter. They had considered selling the land, but it was their last hope for their second son and youngest daughter. Such is the love of parents. Yun Yi saw that they had done well today and agreed that during the children's days off, they could go home, but they must not delay their work here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be polite. This made the couple very happy. They kept saying, "No, no, we will take good care of the young master and young lady and do our duties well." As they left, the Jiang couple was overjoyed. They thought they could go home twice a month now and help their family a little more. Thinking to herself that the young lady of the household is a kind person, she resolved to do her best in the future, to take good care of the young master and young lady, and to look after the courtyard. Only by doing so could she repay their kindness. After saying this, she went down to work. Yun-yi didn't want to judge their family matters. Who was right or wrong was hard to say. As long as they worked hard and supported each other, it wasn't a big deal. After school at noon, Jean-yi went to pick up Gopeng and Gunyen and brought them to the small courtyard. Seeing them come in, Yun-yi smiled and asked, "Are you still getting used to the academy? Have you made any new friends?" The two took the iced tea Yun-yi handed them. Gopeng spoke first. "It's okay. I made 2 new friends. Sister, did we buy this courtyard?" Yun-yi continued pouring tea for them and replied, "Yes. Later, you two can look at the rooms I prepared for you. See if you like them, or if anything is missing. I'll add more this afternoon." Yun-yi was worried that Gunyen might be shy, so she asked, "Nyener, are you still getting used to the academy? Have you made any close friends?" Gunyen was surprised at first, then smiled and said, "Everyone is pretty nice. My desk mate takes good care of me." Inside, she felt a little sad because the girls in her class earlier in the morning ignored her. Only her desk mate was easy to get along with. But she didn't want to tell her sister about these things, afraid she would worry. She had already received so much. Every day she ate well, better than before, and her clothes were much better, so her life had improved a lot. She didn't want to trouble her sister anymore. However, from that small change in her expression just now, Yun-yi could tell she was hiding something. She then said, "Nyener, if there's anything you want to tell your sister, do so. We don't want trouble, but we're not afraid of it either, okay? There will be more people, and with more people, there will be more disputes. Some things don't need to be worried about. Just focus on doing your best. The main reason we're at the academy is to learn knowledge and to make friends with like-minded people. Other trivial things aren't important. But Nyener, remember, as long as we do what's right, we won't be bullied. If anything happens, come back and tell your sister, understood?" Nyener's eyes turned red as she said, "I understand, sister." Then she felt a little shy and said, "Actually, it's okay. Except for my desk mate, the other classmates ignore me. I'm a bit afraid of getting along with them." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Their attitude toward you is quite normal. First, you've only been here a short time, so everyone is still getting to know you. Second, everyone has a different personality. Those who can study at the academy usually come from good families and tend to be a bit proud. You can try to be more proactive and greet them more often. If they really don't want to be friends, we don't need to force it. Do you understand? The most important thing is to be yourself." Gunyen nodded and smiled. "Thank you, sister. I understand." Yun-yi patted her head and said, "Friends don't need to be many. Just 1 or 2 who truly get along with you is enough. Having sincere friends is what matters most. Growing up happily is the most important thing." The food was soon served. 4 dishes and 1 soup, stir-fried tofu with sauce, pork slices with greens, steamed fish, stir-fried large leafy vegetables, and a flour egg soup, along with steamed rice. For an ordinary family, this meal was quite good. But when they ate, the dishes tasted average. This made Gopeng and Gunyen, who were used to Aunt Zheng's cooking, look at their sister several times. However, they saw that she didn't complain, and since they had only been eating well for a few days, they couldn't complain either. They could only lower their heads and eat silently. Yun-yi observed their actions and gave them high marks inwardly. She didn't criticize the food for being bland, but patiently finished her meal after some thought. For 2 teenagers, being able to do this showed good character. But the food was indeed not good enough. It seemed necessary to have Aunt Zheng come over for a few days to teach Zhang's wife how to cook better. Otherwise, these 2 children wouldn't be able to eat properly. So Yun-yi said, "All right, that's enough for today. Tomorrow, Aunt Zheng will come at noon to teach the cook in the courtyard. In the afternoon, she will go back to the other courtyard with Aunt Zheng. The next morning, she will come back with you. It won't take long for her cooking skills to improve." The brother and sister looked at each other and then smiled. It turned out that their sister knew everything, could see through everything. Now, having her around was truly wonderful. 3 days quickly passed. Zhang's wife's cooking had improved a lot. Aunt Zheng hadn't gone to Lingyan City during this time. But unexpectedly, before long in the afternoon, Zhang Yi returned with Ge Peng and Gunyan. They were dressed untidily, and Gunyan's face still had slap marks. Yun Yi received a message and saw their condition. Nianer's eyes were red, and Ge Peng looked very upset. Yun Yi frowned and walked over to ask Ge Peng, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Ge Peng shook his head and said, "No. Zhang Yi protected me." Yun Yi gently touched Gunyan's head and asked, "Nianer, are you hurt?" Gunyan shook her head but kept crying. She was really scared today. Yun Yi then sat down and said, "Tell me what happened." Zhang Yi replied, "Please punish me, madam. It was my fault for not protecting the young master and Miss Nian. He had been following the madam from afar these days, usually hiding somewhere like a secret guard. The academy had been peaceful recently, so the young master didn't want him to follow. Miss Nian also said that his main job was to keep the young master safe, especially on the way to and from school. No one expected such an incident to happen in the academy. Today, Ge Peng was sent back to the small courtyard to fetch something. In that short time, he saw the siblings being bullied. When he saw the situation was bad, he quickly ran over and saved them. He originally wanted to talk to the bullies, but both children's clothes were torn and Miss Nian was crying, so he had to bring them back first. Yun Yi said, "Ge Peng, Gunyan, tell me everything exactly as it happened. No hiding or exaggerating." Gunyan was still crying, but when he heard his sister call their names loudly, knowing she was angry, he stopped crying and told the story. It turned out that after lunch and rest, the brother and sister went to the academy with Aunt Zheng, carrying some fruit. The boys' and girls' sections of the academy were separate, so they split at the gate. Not long after, Gunyan saw his senior sister and a male student from the boys' side arguing at a corner. Gunyan didn't want to get involved and tried to walk past quickly. But the male student saw Gunyan and cheered loudly, then chased after him to ask for his name. This made the senior sister angry, and without warning, she attacked Gunyan, insulting her with foul words. Gunyan was so frightened she screamed. Ge Peng, who was nearby, was startled when he heard her voice. Recognizing it, he saw an academy teacher passing by. He quickly pulled someone over to the girl's side. When they arrived, the senior sister and a maid were still fighting Gunyan. Many girls had gathered around to watch. Ge Peng hurried forward to try to pull Gunyan away from the girl. The girl still looked proud and said, "Look who she is. Anyone who dares oppose her won't have a good ending." Originally, Zhang Yi didn't want to give up so easily, but Ge Peng and Gunyan were worried about causing trouble for their sister, so they pulled Zhang Yi and the gentleman present aside and pretended to leave first. The two siblings didn't want to return to the separate courtyard so soon. They planned to go back to their small yard first to tidy up before returning. However, Zhang Yi refused, saying that Miss had ordered that nothing should be hidden from her. Yun Yi listened carefully to the story and asked coldly, "What about the book boy and the maid?
Didn't they come with you?"
Neither of them spoke, so Yun Yi said sharply, "Speak." Faced with no way to hide it, they finally said, "They want to help us with some tasks." Yun Yi looked at their conflicted expressions and said again, "You'd better tell the truth now. I won't allow two liars to stay around me." Ge Peng said, "The new students at the academy have to give up their book boys for a while. They help with some chores." Yun Yi sneered inwardly, thinking that the world is full of surprises. She then looked at Gunyan and asked unkindly, "Your maid also had to give herself up?" Gunyan couldn't cry anymore and could only nod sadly. "All right, go change your clothes, wash up, and take the torn clothes with you. Come with me to the academy. Hurry up, I don't have much patience." 15 minutes later, the three were on their way to Lingyan City. Zhang Yi was driving and felt a bit guilty. Inside the car, Yu Zhu and Yu Mei sat quietly, watching their young lady reading a medical book leisurely. Ge Peng and Gunyan looked anxious. Gunyan whispered worriedly, "Sister." That senior sister said, "She seems to have a big background. Maybe we should forget it. I'm worried about causing trouble for you." Yun Yi put down her medical book, looked at Ge Peng across from her, then picked up her tea and took a small sip. She said calmly, "Do you think it's normal to be bullied all the time and just want justice?" Gunyan still hesitated and said softly, "But sister, that senior sister is really arrogant. The girls nearby say her family has officials in the capital and they are very powerful. I don't want to cause trouble for you, sister. I don't want you to be forced to apologize to them later." Yun-yi gently patted the little girl's head and said, "Nyener, I understand what you're thinking. But don't forget my status. I have officials in the capital too, and my family is also from there. Don't worry, I will stand up for you. Since she has relatives in the capital to support her, I will make her a sinner of the family, okay?" Gaping and Jenian looked at their sister, who had just been smiling confidently, but the coldness in her eyes was impossible to ignore. The carriage quickly arrived at the academy, where they registered and requested to see the dean. Yun-yi did not reveal her identity, just waited outside as required, while the gatekeeper went inside to report. Actually, the dean of Lingyun Academy already knew what had happened earlier that day and was feeling quite troubled. He only hoped that the parent of the injured student wouldn't come to cause trouble. The girl who had hit someone was not just anyone. She was Jiang Jiaoling, the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Jiang family, which was the second wealthiest family in Lingyan City. Speaking of the Jiang family, they could influence the city quite a bit, especially since a senior official in the court supported them. Even the richest man in Lingyan City had to show some respect to the Jiang family. When the gatekeeper reported that the parent of the injured student had arrived, the dean felt very frustrated. This matter was really difficult for him. But he also knew that Jiang Jiaoling had done such things more than once or twice. Each time, the Jiang family used their influence to pressure others into settling quietly. This was not what he, as dean, wanted to see. He sighed and said, "Bring the person in." Yun-yi and the others quickly arrived at the dean's reception room. When they arrived, several gentlemen were already inside. The dean saw that the parent was a young girl, which made him feel a bit relieved. He thought it might be easier to handle. After all, he had tried many times to deal with the Jiang family girl, but had failed. The person leading them introduced Yun-yi, who then gave a simple self-introduction without revealing her identity. She said, "Regarding what happened this afternoon, may I ask if the dean is aware?" The dean looked at the young girl, who, despite her age, had a commanding presence in her words. He quickly nodded and said, "I am aware of the situation. Our academy also bears some responsibility. Miss Jean, please feel free to share your requests. We will do our best to make amends." Yun-yi's expression changed after hearing this. Her previous gentle demeanor disappeared. She found a place to sit and sneered, asking, "Make amends? What kind of amends? How exactly? Your academy didn't even ask the arrogant girl's parent to explain what happened or how to resolve it. Instead, you want to dismiss us with this attitude. It really opened my eyes. This is a school dedicated to teaching and nurturing students, a place to cultivate noble thoughts and virtues. It seems choosing Lingyun Academy was a mistake on our part. I am very disappointed. I didn't expect the principal of this school to be so irresponsible. I want to ask the principal, how do you plan to make up for this? Money? How much do you intend to give? It appears I need to reevaluate the moral standards of your school." After these words, the few gentlemen present all changed their expressions, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Then Yun-yi continued, "I sent my younger siblings here to study, to learn knowledge and skills. I came here to see them learn noble qualities from you. Now, what do you mean by making up just now, principal? Could it be that your Lingyun Academy has always handled such matters this way, simply settling with money to keep things quiet? Sorry, I cannot agree with that." The principal's face flushed with shame. The vice principal nearby spoke. "What does this parent want to do to resolve this matter?" Yun-yi replied seriously, "Please investigate the full story carefully and give my younger siblings justice. The students who made mistakes must be punished, and they should publicly apologize to my siblings. I believe my request is reasonable." The gentlemen present looked uncomfortable, unsure how to respond. The academy's principal finally said, "Go to the Jiang family and ask Jiang Jiaoling's parents to come here." After a moment of awkwardness, he added, "We can invite Jiang Jiaoling's parents, but things might not turn out as you hope." Please don't be disappointed. He sighed and looked at the girl sitting across from him, thinking that she was still young and naive. The Jiang family was not someone to offend lightly. Sigh, I should support her a bit more. After all, this incident happened at Lingyun Academy. Half an hour later, the second son of the Jiang family finally arrived. After greeting, he explained the situation to a vice principal of the school, who recounted the details to the Jiang family. To everyone's surprise, the parent simply said lightly, Gung Peng and Gung Yan's parents are truly sorry. My daughter Jiao Ling has been spoiled by her family. I will strictly discipline her when I return home. But she's still a child, and it's normal for her to be playful. It's not always possible to call her parents for every little thing. Although my daughter is a bit spoiled, she usually behaves well and never reports to her family about problems. After speaking, he picked up a cup of tea on the table and sipped it without saying more. Yun-yi also picked up the teacup from the table and took a small sip. She said, I heard that the Jiang family in Lingyan City is second only to the richest Yan family. Old Master Jiang smiled proudly and said, Yes, our Jiang family may not be as wealthy as the Yan family, but we are also an official family. No one can compare to us. Anyone who sees us will give us some respect. Yuni added, So you use the Jiang family master's official power to let your children act recklessly. Unexpectedly, the second Jiang family master was surprised that this young girl had a bold attitude and dared to speak to their family members like that. He then frowned and said, Who do you think you are, a young girl, to tell us what to do? Even if our Jiang family relies on my brother's official power, what can you do about it? His proud expression made Yuni feel annoyed. It was obvious she didn't like being looked down upon, especially after seeing that Gopeng's clothes had been torn. She felt upset. Today, she came hoping that the Jiang family's young lady would admit her mistake, so the matter could be over. She mainly wanted to support Gopeng and Gunyan. She didn't expect to meet such parents, so no wonder the Jiang family's young lady was so reckless. That was the root of the problem. Yun-yi softly said, Why not invite the governor of Lingyan City to settle this matter? The second Jiang family master burst into loud laughter and said more arrogantly, You, girl, speak so boldly. Don't think you can just invite the governor. Even if you do, he won't stand up for you. My brother's official rank is higher than his. He will have to consider his position, and you will only end up humiliated. Yun-yi coldly replied, Zhan-yi, go invite the governor of Lingyan City to settle this matter, and mention the name of the second Jiang family master. Zhan-yi responded, Yes, young lady. Everyone present was surprised that this girl didn't follow the usual way of thinking but instead made the situation bigger. No one knew how she planned to end this. What no one expected was that, within 2 hours, the governor of Lingyan City actually arrived at Lingyun Academy. After greeting everyone, the various parties took their seats. First, an officer from the academy explained the general situation. When the governor heard that the incident was caused by the Jiang family's daughter, he felt somewhat troubled but still ordered his subordinates to invite the Jiang family's young lady. After Jiang Jiaoling entered, she first saw her father sitting there. She then ran over confidently and said, Father, why are you here? The second master of the Jiang family saw his daughter come in and run over like a little girl. He smiled and said, It's because you caused trouble again today. Of course, I had to come and solve it. Jiang Jiaoling turned around and saw Gunyan, then loudly asked, Why are you here? Could it be that you're here to seek justice for today's matter and have reported it to the dean? Ha, what a joke. You think reporting it here will make someone stand up for you? Don't you see the status of our Jiang family in Lingyan City? Even the city magistrate of Lingyan City has to show some respect to my eldest uncle. You really think you're something special, trying to fight us Jiang family? You're not qualified. Believe it or not, I could make sure you can't stay at Lingyun Academy anymore. After saying this, she looked arrogantly at Gopeng beside her, then shifted her gaze to Yun-yi with a look of provocation and jealousy. Yuni saw her expression and thought, someone like her, even if I don't intervene, will cause trouble sooner or later. But since she made Yun-yi uncomfortable, there was no need to wait for others to handle it. Yun-yi sneered and said, The eldest lady of the Jiang family is truly well-educated. Is this how she has always been? So arrogant and domineering? Enjoying bullying other senior students and juniors at the academy? Or do you think your Jiang family's influence in Lingyan City is enough to dominate everything? Who gave you such courage? Is it your uncle, who holds a fourth-rank official position in the capital? Have you ever thought about how much trouble your actions today could bring to him in the future? But I still want to ask, does your uncle know you're using his name to bully others everywhere? Jiang Jiaoling chuckled and said, "What are you, to talk about right and wrong for us?" Yun Yi's face was smiling, but her eyes were cold as ice. She looked at the second master of the Jiang family and said, "Are you planning to keep letting this go on, so everyone can mock your family's manners?" The second master of the Jiang family finally scolded her, "Jiaoling, enough.
Come here."
Jiang Jiaoling was unwilling and wanted to say more, but the second master gave her a warning look. She pouted and stood behind him, glaring fiercely at Yun Yi. Yun Yi picked up her teacup and took a small sip, then calmly said, "The magistrate probably knows the general situation now. It's difficult for the academy to handle this matter right now, and you probably understand the reasons. I just want to ask, how do you, the magistrate, view this situation?" District Magistrate Zheng often heard about the daughter of the Jiang family. He thought that if things continued like this, the Jiang family would eventually blame her, and they would regret it someday. However, the Jiang family said that they had few daughters, and the eldest daughter was especially precious. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family was destined to marry into the capital and become the main lady of the household. She needed to have a strong personality, but the young girl in front of him, although young, had a commanding presence that not many could develop. It seemed that the Jiang family had met a worthy opponent this time. Governor Zheng Jiancheng of Lingyan City smiled and said, "Since both sides agree on what happened, let's talk about what the victim wants." Yun Yi said, "Our goal is simple. My younger brother and sister were not only physically beaten but also emotionally hurt. The Jiang family's young lady must take responsibility for her actions. She needs to apologize publicly to my siblings and cover the costs caused by this incident, including emotional trauma and mental distress. Isn't that fair?" Governor Zheng nodded gently and said, "If you made a mistake, you should face the consequences. What do you think, Second Master Jiang?" Before the Second Master Jiang could speak, Jiang Jiaoling, standing behind him, snorted and said, "All this talk is just about trying to get some money from our Jiang family. And talking about emotional damage, if you're so fragile, why come to the academy? Just stay at home where no one can hurt you." The second Master Jiang didn't want to lose face over a little money, so he asked, "How much compensation do you want from our Jiang family? Tell us." Yun Yi coldly said, "Zhan Yi, bring the clothes here." Zhan Yi, hearing his master's command, presented 2 pieces of clothing. Yun Yi said, "First, let's settle the payment for these 2 pieces of clothing, then we can discuss other matters." The second Master Jiang and Jiang Jiaoling looked at her with disdain. Jiang Jiaoling said, "They're just 2 old clothes. Our Jiang family owns more than 10 fabric shops, silk stores, and clothing shops in Lingyan City. We don't need these 2 pieces." Yun Yi remained silent, calmly sipping her tea, then slowly said, "Miss Jiang, please look carefully at these 2 pieces of clothing. How many pieces do you plan to compensate me for?" Jiang Jiaoling looked down on her and said, "Just tell me how many pieces you want, and we'll give you that. We're not short of fabric." Yun Yi chuckled softly and said, "You say that, but it doesn't count until the head of the Jiang family agrees." Jiang Jiaoling coquettishly said, "Father, does what your daughter says count?" The way she acted spoiled and behaved stubbornly in front of so many people made it clear that the Jiang family's manners are truly impressive. The second master of the Jiang family patted his daughter's hand and smiled, saying, "Our delicate girl is right. The Jiang family doesn't lack fabric. May I ask, young lady, do you want us to compensate with fabric or silver?" Yun Yi smiled and replied, "Just fabric is fine." But her half-smile made the second master of the Jiang family feel like he might be tricked. Still, he forced himself to say, "All right, I will compensate the young lady with twice the amount of fabric as a small token of our family's sincerity." Yun Yi chuckled softly and said, "Good. Then I look forward to receiving the items." The second master of the Jiang family confidently said, "It will be ready soon. I'll send someone to pick it up right away." He was about to call someone over to give instructions. Yun-yi then said, "Please make sure to check the fabric carefully, Mr. Jiang. Don't try to cheat us with inferior quality." Jiaoling was about to get angry, but Yun-yi signaled to Zhang-yi, who then presented the 2 damaged clothes for everyone to see. The magistrate Zheng Jianqing looked surprised and asked, "Could this be Yun Lingjin?" Then he quickly looked at Yun-yi, who was sitting calmly and drinking tea. The people present looked at each other with changed expressions. Yun Lingjin's fabric was not something just anyone could wear. It wasn't about whether you could afford it or not. These Yun Lingjin fabrics were produced in very small quantities each year and were all sent to the palace. Whether it was Yun Lingjin or Shu Jin, they were worth their weight in gold. Not everyone could get them. Yun Lingjin had once become a symbol of status. Each year, only a few pieces sent to the palace were awarded to meritorious families and noble households. Women in the harem of high rank could only get a piece or half a piece if they were favored, while those of lower rank could only watch from afar. Common noble families simply couldn't afford such expensive materials. If the wives and young ladies managed to get a piece of Yun Lingjin, they would be proud of it for a long time. Besides showing off outside, they would cherish it even more at home. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they kept it carefully stored away. Now, these 2 damaged clothes being identified as Yun Lingjin was a big deal. Everyone quickly imagined the young lady's identity. Even the second master of the Jiang family broke out in a cold sweat behind his back. People then realized why she came in with such a fearless attitude and even invited the magistrate to settle the matter. Yun-yi looked at everyone's eyes as they watched her, then stood up and gently shook out her clothes. She said, "Governor Zheng, you truly have good eyes. This is indeed Yunling brocade. I made it to celebrate my younger brother and sister coming to Lingyun Academy. It's a pity that I can't wear this dress anymore, but luckily, Second Master Jiang said he would compensate us with twice the amount of Yunling brocade. I'm quite satisfied with that. If needed, I can have my family's tailor make another one. There's a saying that old things must go for new things to come. Right, Second Master Jiang?" At this moment, Second Master Jiang's face looked unhappy. The Jiang family owned several silk shops in Lingyan City, but none could produce Yunling brocade. Jiang Jiaoling, afraid her father would lose face, stepped forward and shouted sharply, "You're just saying Yunling brocade is Yunling brocade," trying to scare someone. But as soon as she said this, the room fell silent, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Governor Zheng's face darkened immediately. He asked sternly, "May I ask, Miss Jiang, are you doubting my eyesight and judgment?" Jiang Jiaoling, feeling confident because her uncle was present, thought she could walk freely in Lingyan City, so she didn't pay much attention to Zheng. However, her tone improved slightly, showing some respect. She sneered and said, "In Lingyan City, many wealthy families, besides Ling Yuer from the Ling family who married into the Jingning Marquis's house 2 years ago and looked impressive when she visited, who else has a lady or madam wearing Yunling brocade? Just a few lowly women who somehow appeared out of nowhere want to wear Yunling brocade? They should look at what they're first." Her foul words made Yun-yi furious. She sharply ordered, "Zhang-yi, slap her." Standing nearby were Yu Zhu and Yu Mei, but Yun-yi was worried they might be too weak. Zhang-yi, hearing the command, immediately walked over to Jiang Jiaoling. Before anyone could react, he slapped her hard across the face. Zhang-yi was skilled in martial arts. Even without using internal strength, that slap was powerful enough to cause pain. Jiang Jiaoling's face immediately swelled up. She cried out loud in pain, realizing her mouth was bleeding and 2 of her teeth had fallen out. Everyone present didn't expect this young girl from the Jiang family to suddenly give such an order. She was the cherished daughter of the Jiang family in Lingyan City, usually only bullying others. Today, under everyone's watch, she was slapped. Jiang Jiaoling finally realized what was happening and immediately lost her temper. She cried and glared viciously at Yun-yi. Holding Jiang family's second master Jiang Qinghong's sleeve, she cried and mumbled, "Father, let the servant beat her to death." The head of Lingyun Academy and several elders present were all worried for the young girl. They wondered if she was here to cause trouble or to solve problems, and they were afraid they wouldn't be able to control the situation. Everyone knew that in Lingyan City, the Jiang family was second only to the richest Yan family in wealth. Their influence was so strong that even the local magistrate had to show them respect. But this young girl not only came to the academy today to cause trouble for the Jiang family, but also demanded compensation and an apology. Now she had even hit the Jiang family's legitimate daughter. No one knew what she might do next. Not only the people present, but even the magistrate himself was unsure where this girl got such boldness. She dared to attack members of the Jiang family easily. Although the Jiang family's daughter wasn't very kind, judging by her arrogant attitude just now, she showed no manners of a refined young lady. It was truly unlikable. It seems I still need to help this young girl a bit later. We can't just let the Jiang family beat her to death. When the second master of the Jiang family saw his precious daughter being hit, he couldn't stand it anymore. He angrily cursed, "If you dare to hit my daughter, I will make you regret it. I don't care who you are, get out of Lingyan City immediately." He was worried about how Yun Lingjin would compensate, but to save face, he looked for an excuse and didn't bother to seek justice for his daughter. His first thought was to drive them away. "I want to see who dares to make her leave Lingyan City." "Such a big mouth," said Long Jingrui, dressed in a simple blue brocade robe, walking in confidently. His commanding presence made Jiang Jiaoling, who was crying, stare in shock. Long Jingrui went straight to Yunyi's side and softly asked, "Are you being bullied?" Yunyi looked at him and shook her head, then bowed and was about to say, "Greetings, Your Highness," but Long Jingrui stopped her. He turned to the others inside and asked coldly, "Does Jiang family have anything to say about today's matter?" The second master of Jiang was sweating coldly because he didn't know who Long Jingrui was dealing with, but his aura was clearly not ordinary. The magistrate of Lingyan City, Zheng Jiancheng, recognized Long Jingrui's identity at that moment and was about to kneel and pay respect, but Long Jingrui raised his hand to stop him. He looked at the Jiang father and daughter again and asked, "How powerful is the Jiang family in Lingyan City? Is it because of Jiang Jinghong's high rank as a fourth-grade official that your family has become so arrogant and domineering here?" When second master Jiang Qinghong heard this, he quickly knelt down and tremblingly said, "Honored guest, please understand. Our Jiang family in Lingyan City is a kind family. We have never used my elder brother's authority to oppress others." Long Jingrui was amused and asked, "What did you just say? Have you already forgotten so quickly?" Second master Jiang Qinghong tried to defend himself. "That's because she just had someone hit my daughter. I was angry and spoke out of frustration." Long Jingrui looked at him with disdain and asked, "Why did they hit her?" Jiang Qinghong hesitated. It's because. He couldn't say more. With so many people present, even with a thick skin, he couldn't continue. Long Jingrui turned around and sternly ordered, "Governor Zheng Jiancheng, listen up." Zheng Jiancheng hurriedly knelt and replied, "I am listening." Long Jingrui's voice was cold as he said, "Within 3 days, you must present all evidence of Jiang family's bullying over the years. No member of the Jiang family is allowed to leave Lingyan City. If anyone is found, they will be dealt with severely. Do you understand?" Zheng Jiancheng broke out in sweat and quickly responded, "I understand and accept the order." He then added, "Let's settle today's matter here." Hearing this, the Jiang family members, along with the academy's dean and steward, felt nervous and prayed silently for a quick resolution. Long Jingrui looked at Yun Yi and asked, "Is this feasible?" Yun Yi smiled lightly and nodded, "Yes." In the end, the 2 pieces of clothing were compensated with 10,000 taels of silver, which Yun Yi agreed, not to double as second master Jiang had suggested. Then, the total compensation for medical expenses, treatment, nutrition, mental distress, lost wages, and damage to reputation came to 10,000 taels. Jiang Qinghong was exhausted and only wanted to resolve everything quickly, so he could return home and figure out how to explain things to the elders. Jiang Jiaoling, who had been arrogant before, was now subdued. She knew she might have caused trouble for her family and her uncle, and was worried her father would no longer protect her. She wished everyone would forget her. But things didn't go as she hoped. After the Lingyan city prefect finished explaining and sent someone to retrieve the compensation money from the Jiang family, they handed it directly to Yun-yi. Yun-yi checked the silver note and confirmed it was correct. Only then did she say, "The compensation is settled. The matter of apology should be easier now." Before the Jiang family could speak, Yun-yi addressed the academy's dean and steward, saying, "Today's incident has likely been noticed by the entire academy. I hope your institution will cooperate with Miss Jiang. Is it too much to ask me to apologize to my younger siblings in front of all the students?" The heads of the academy and the elders exchanged glances, and the dean replied, "It's the right thing to do." Then, the elders got up and left the seats. At this moment, Jiang Jiaoling trembled with fear, her face looking very pale. She nervously grabbed her father's sleeve and said, "Father, I don't want to apologize in front of everyone.
I don't want to.
I am the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. How can I face others in the future? What will happen to our family's reputation?"
Father.
At this moment, Jiang Jiaoling didn't realize how foolish she was. She kept thinking that if she admitted her mistake and apologized in front of so many students today, she wouldn't be able to go out anymore. She never considered that the Jiang family might also be ashamed because of her. Jiang Qinghong really wished he didn't have this daughter. But since he had loved and spoiled her for so many years, he forced himself to say, "Jiaoling, be good. After we finish apologizing, I'll take you back to the estate." After speaking, he looked at Yun-yi standing across from him, secretly thinking maliciously, "Whoever you are, as long as our Jiang family survives this disaster, I will make you pay 100 times the humiliation today." Yun-yi was originally lowering her head to drink tea, but sensing the malicious gaze from across, she looked up and gave Jiang Qinghong a disdainful smile. In her heart, Yun-yi thought, "It seems the Jiang family can't be kept around to make things easier for them. Since they've been bullying others for so many years and probably done many bad things, wouldn't it be better to let them experience being bullied for a change?"
Haha.
Behind her, Gunyan gently tugged Yun-yi's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, maybe we should just forget it. She's also a girl." Hearing Gunyan's words, Yun-yi felt a little annoyed and said, "Are you thinking of changing the academy? Or do you want to suffer a few days of gossip and shame here before going home with your head held high?" Gunyan's face turned red instantly. She hadn't thought much, just that they were all girls. She had already been slapped by Jean-yi and her mouth was full of blood, which hadn't been treated yet. But hearing Yun-yi's words, she felt Yun-yi was a bit cruel, so she lowered her head and stopped talking, feeling somewhat unhappy inside. Yun-yi was perceptive and clearly sensed Gunyan's mood change. She silently thought, "It seems some things really can't be ignored." Originally, she thought it was just a matter of raising someone else like a sister, taking care of her until she grew up, then finding a good family for her to marry into. That would also repay Uncle Jean's life-saving kindness. Now, she had to reconsider how to handle this issue, and Yun-yi looked at her younger brother on the other side. It seemed they couldn't stay together anymore. To avoid influencing each other and to prevent any other mistakes that might cause trouble for herself, she decided to find some time to talk seriously with her brother. Yun-yi thought for a moment, then nodded to Long Jingrui. He understood and followed her out of the room. Yun-yi quietly whispered something to Long Jingrui. He nodded and ordered someone to handle it. Yun-yi then returned to her seat and slowly sipped her tea. After 15 minutes, all the male and female students gathered in the large square of the academy. First, a steward explained the general situation, but the main characters had changed. It was the male student who had argued with Jiang Jiaoling. He described the incident as Jiang Jiaoling pestering him constantly, and today she insisted on dragging him into the bamboo grove of the girls' academy to talk. He didn't want to fight. Later, a younger female student who was passing by saw the scene. Jiang Jiaoling, afraid the truth would come out, hit the younger girl along with her maid. She also hit the younger girl's brother, who came to help. Because the incident was serious, the academy mediated and made Jiang Jiaoling realize her mistake. She had to admit her fault and apologize to the involved parties in front of all the students. When everyone heard this, they exploded with shock. People said all kinds of things. Everyone knew that Jiang Jiaoling, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, was a person the Lingyun Academy dared not offend. Why did she have to apologize in front of everyone? It was a big event for Lingyun Academy and Lingyan City. People were talking about it everywhere. Most people in Lingyun Academy were either just watching the joke or speaking sarcastically. No one spoke up for Jiang Jiaoling.
Oh.
How failed she was, yet she still thought she was so great every day. However, the people involved, Gu Peng and Gun Yan, did not appear on stage. They also didn't mention their names earlier, only saying they were new students. They had only been at the school for 5 or 6 days. Besides a few classmates, no one knew who they were. Since tomorrow was a day off, there were no important classes this afternoon. Many daughters of officials and wealthy families didn't attend classes in the afternoon, just like the boys. So no one paid attention to the unremarkable Gun Yan. Yun-yi naturally wouldn't let this go. She wouldn't leave any hidden dangers for herself. After Jiang Jiaoling apologized, Yun-yi immediately blurred all information related to Gu Peng, Gun Yan, and herself from the officials' records. Even the dean of the academy was left with only a vague impression. As for Magistrate Zheng, Yun-yi didn't take action against him but instead gave him a mental suggestion, so he could only focus on doing his work seriously. After the matter was settled, Yun-yi thanked Long Jingrui and left, taking Gu Peng and Gun Yan back to Qingliang Mountain Villa. From that moment on, Yun-yi's attitude towards Gun Yan changed. She had watched many dramas with pure-hearted characters, so she knew she needed to be careful about his personality. She didn't want to have a ticking time bomb around her, especially her own younger brother, who needed her close supervision. After all, in ancient thoughts, he was the hope of the second household. The three of them remained silent during the journey. Yun-yi, feeling tired, closed her eyes to rest. Gupren kept thinking about today's events. He wondered why his sister was so angry and why she decisively dealt with the Jiang family. It seemed he was also involved and had been bullied. He felt warm inside. She was his real older sister. He didn't understand why she didn't take him directly back to the capital but stayed in Lingyan City. He had asked her before, but she only said some things couldn't be explained in a few words and that he would know everything when the time was right. Today, his sister's protective attitude made him truly accept her as his biological sister. That was what true family bonds felt like. Even if he was slightly hurt, she would go all out to protect him without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Jiang residence of Lingyan City, loud scolding could be heard. It was Jiang Jiaolin, the family elder, reprimanding them. Because of Jiang Jiaoling's issues, the Jiang family was now facing not only rumors but also government scrutiny. Worse, due to Jiang Jiaoling's situation, the Jiang family had been targeted by officials and many members were being investigated. The situation was very serious. Their biggest worry was that the incident in Lingyan City would implicate Jiang Jinghong, who was serving as an official in the capital. Without his protection, the Jiang family would be completely exposed. However, within 3 days, the magistrate of Lingyan City listed all the illegal activities the Jiang family had committed over the past few years. Many of these were the work of enemies and rivals. When the evidence was presented to Long Jingrui, he was furious. He couldn't believe that a small Jiang family had caused so many deaths. Although they weren't directly responsible, all the incidents were connected to the Jiang family. The light damage in Jiang's family has caused the deaths of at least 2 people. This is truly outrageous. Long Jingrui carefully organized the items and sent them overnight by fast horse to the capital. That day, Long Jingrui came with some specialty fruits from Yunli Kingdom, including starfruit and passion fruit. Yun-yi was surprised to see these fruits so early. Transporting these fruits is difficult, especially the starfruit. She didn't expect him to send so many, which touched her heart a little. Later, Long Jingrui told her about Zhang's family. Yun-yi didn't expect such a small family to commit so many bad deeds. She felt very upset. She also heard that the matter had been reported to the capital. It was expected that an imperial decree would arrive in a few days, revealing Zhang's family's crimes. Yun-yi didn't think things would turn out like this. She just wanted to punish Jiang Jiaoling lightly, but she didn't realize that most of Zhang's family was rotten from the root. A few days later, the imperial decree arrived. Zhang's eldest uncle was demoted from a fourth-rank official to a third rank and was sent to Tsusho in the far north as a local magistrate. He hadn't committed any major mistakes himself. Unfortunately, he failed to control his relatives, who caused chaos in Lingyan City. They caused 5 deaths, though not directly, they were forced into those actions. The emperor, considering Jiang Jinghong's years of diligent service, spared his family from death penalties. The main house of Zhang's family in Lingyan City was kept, but everything else was confiscated, what people call a house seizure. Thus, Zhang's family, which once dominated Lingyan City, came to an end. Jiang Jiaoling became a true criminal, and Zhang's family became a joke in Lingyan City. Many relatives of Zhang's family were also implicated. Past misdeeds were exposed, and the government dealt with the losses heavily. People hated Jiang Jiaoling and Jiang Qinghong's family deeply. Time passed quickly. Today was Zhang Yuan's wedding to Shiyun. The small courtyard next to the main house had been tidied up and prepared as their new home. Because the two families were close, Zhang Yuan rode in a carriage to pick up Shiyun, then took a walk around the village outside the estate before returning to the small courtyard. When they returned, many onlookers had gathered. Recently, Yun-yi had arranged for the people in the estate to make some milk and red date candies, which she distributed to the watching crowd. Xiao Yun wore a bright red wedding dress today, looking charming and lovely. Master Haizhuang, who also cares deeply for his daughter, personally made new furniture for her dowry, including 4 new beds, 6 sets of jewelry, and 10 taels of silver as savings. People watching were very jealous, saying Zhang Yuan was lucky to marry into such a generous family like the Zhan family. Women also admired Xiao Yun, a woman who remarried, for her glamorous wedding. The lively crowd started to cheer, but no one noticed Li Tai, who looked sad and lonely at the back. No one expected that after leaving her first marriage, Xiao Yun would become even more charming when she returned home. All these things should have belonged to her, but she destroyed them herself. Now it was too late. Xiao Yun was already someone else's wife. Li Tai, feeling defeated, left the crowd and walked sadly toward Li Jia village. Yun-yi turned around and saw his departing figure. She shook her head and thought, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place?
Oh.
Such a proud person. On the same day, Yun-yi received a letter from the capital, left by her biological mother at the estate. It was from Ling Shui and others. The letter first mentioned a good harvest of summer crops on the estate this year. It also said that, following the lady's instructions, they planted many potatoes on the spring hillside, which are now growing well. Besides wheat, they planted watermelons and sweet melons in the remaining fields, which will soon be ready for sale. The letter asked what prices would be suitable for these products. It also mentioned that Yun-yi had unexpectedly met some old friends from the government in the capital, and they had kept in touch. Another letter was from one of those friends, asking Yun-yi to deliver a message. Yun-yi opened the letter and found that it was from Xiang Chao, whom she had helped by chance at the estate. It detailed recent events at the Marquis of Huayang's residence in the capital, which was quite lively. First, the eldest daughter, Zhan Yunhui, was supposed to get married after the new year, but because her fiancé was sent on official duty by the emperor, the wedding was delayed. No wonder there had been no news. The last time a letter was sent from the Duke of Wu's residence, it didn't mention Zhan Yunhui. Yun-yi thought her grandmother and others might have forgotten to mention her, but now she realized that was the real reason she hadn't married yet. Because of this, Zhan Yunhui had been staying indoors lately, which also made her sister-in-law unhappy. Women in the capital often whispered about their mother and daughter. There were rumors that the Geng family was behind this. Geng Zhen, who was supposed to go on this official mission, could have stayed home, but he insisted on taking the job. However, in the letter from Vanilla, it was mentioned that because the wedding date was postponed, there was plenty of time. To save face for the Marquis of Huayang, Zhang Yunhui's dowry was increased by 10%, making it look better. Secondly, her unacquainted, cheaper father recently returned to the estate. The old madam originally wanted to introduce him to a new wife, but for some reason, the negotiations fell through. After staying for a while, he left the Marquis of Huayang's residence, which made the old madam quite angry. She was upset for several days before calming down. The other wives watched and gossiping about the situation. Thirdly, the Minister of Personnel and the Minister of Works, who were rumored to be at odds in court, now seemed to be openly hostile. The cause was related to Zhang Yunyu from her family. Because of this, Zhang Yunhui met Geng's sister-in-law at a tea house. She mocked her openly, saying that even before marriage, she was causing trouble for her in-laws. Her own sister's thoughts and matters, as the eldest sister, she naturally knew. Feeling guilty, Zhang Yunhui had no reply and returned home, where she argued fiercely with Yunyu. Previously, Yunyu had a falling out with Geng's two legitimate daughters at the Princess Chang's Plum Blossom Banquet. After returning home, Yunyu complained to her mother. Although the eldest lady knew it was mostly her younger sister's fault, she was still worried about losing face if such words were spoken openly at the banquet. If the powerful families in the capital heard about it, it would be hard to explain later. She couldn't let such rumors spread before things were settled. If her plans with Lu Qingbin failed, Yunyu's reputation would be ruined. So, the eldest lady instructed her maid to spread rumors. The Kai family, aiming to oppose the Geng family, even targeted Geng's future daughter-in-law's family. Kai Jingwen and Kai Jingwei, the sisters, were cunning and malicious, damaging reputations. Because of this, the Kai and Geng families became enemies. The women in the backyard didn't understand court affairs, but loved to speculate on the truth. Over time, they uncovered some facts. They realized that the Geng family was being used. Originally, the Kai family's trouble with the Marquis of Huayang wasn't because of the Geng family's marriage alliance, but it turned out to be true. This was after Yunhui was mocked and insulted, losing face and dignity. Even before entering the door, her sister-in-law's family looked down on her. With Yunhui's proud personality, she couldn't accept this. She planned to return home and cause chaos in the household. However, Yunhui's wedding date was delayed for some reason. It seems there is something complicated behind it. Only the Geng family members probably know the true reason, just like the rumors say. Fourth, old Marquis He went out horseback riding a few days ago, and somehow his horse got spooked and ran wildly. He fell off the horse and fractured his leg. He has been in bed for 5 days now. Considering the time since he wrote this letter, he has likely been in bed for over half a month. Yun Yi last gave him honey before she left, which should have helped him recover well. Otherwise, given his age, falling from a horse could have been much worse. It's a small mercy in bad luck. It seems I need to prepare some things quickly to send back to the capital. The entire Huayang Marquis residence is only somewhat close to her because of her grandfather. As long as he is around, others won't dare to be too bold. In the future, Punger will also need his grandfather's protection when he returns home. If necessary, I might secretly go back myself, just to sort out the affairs in the capital. That's worth considering. Fifth, the fourth lady of the household is finally pregnant. It's been nearly 3 months now. She has started acting like the main wife every day, making the 3 maids in the yard follow her rules. The fourth lady often sends maids to ask the eldest son's wife for this and that, which annoys her. Privately, she even says it's as if someone has never been pregnant before, making it seem like she's carrying a treasure. Finally, Jiang from the second household's Zhu Yuan is constantly outsmarting and fighting with the eldest son's wife. Since Yun Yi left last time, the eldest son's wife has been trying to cut down the allowances for the second household's maids, young ladies, and young masters. But Jiang is not an ordinary person. She's clever and keeps fighting back against the eldest son's wife. The eldest son's wife has suffered a few setbacks because of her. Still, as the head of the household, it's not hard for her to handle people when needed. Yun Yi thought about how she had once taken advantage of the eldest son's wife again. She can't forget this grudge. It seems she's taking her anger out on Jiang for now. Recently, she's been causing a lot of trouble. Yun-e thinks dog-eat-dog fights are quite entertaining. The third and fourth households are now teaming up just to watch the show. Basically, the current Hwyong Marquee residence is just a one-woman show led by the eldest son's wife. Yun-e put the letter away, thinking that the lively scene at the Hwyong Marquee residence has nothing to do with her. She just wondered why her father hadn't agreed to her grandmother's plan to find a new wife for him. In her memories, her father and mother always treated each other with respect. They loved each other, but their relationship was never one of unwavering loyalty. What is the reason that made that cheap father oppose the grandmother's wishes and leave the house? Yun-e definitely wouldn't believe he did it for his late wife and lost son. In the afternoon, Go-pung and Go-nyen returned from school. Yun-e had already prepared fresh fruit and snacks on the stone table in the flower corridor for them to eat first. Go-nyen hesitated, wanting to speak, but unable to find the words. Yun-e disliked her hesitant expression. Since the incident at the academy last time, she felt that Go-nyen seemed to have a hint of a hypocritical nature, though she wasn't sure if she was overthinking. Yun-e's mental strength was strong, so she thought she wouldn't be mistaken. But when she saw her in Lingshan village, she didn't feel anything unusual. Could it be that this little girl changed after coming here? Anyway, her current impression of her wasn't good. She didn't want to probe her mind unless absolutely necessary, as it could harm her brain. After all, she was Gu Sanshu's daughter. Yuni thought, since she probably wouldn't cause any trouble, she wouldn't bother to search her mind. But if she did something inappropriate in the future, she wouldn't hold back. After eating the watermelon and snacks, Go-pung elegantly wiped his mouth and said, "Sister, I'll go review my lessons now. The teacher left homework for me. I have a test tomorrow." Yuni looked at her brother's more rounded face and smiled, saying, "Go ahead." Watching Go-peng's back, Yuni thought that her brother was already quite grown up for this ancient time, having experienced so much. His character should be more resilient than she thought. Maybe she could tell him about the family matters. Her mother's situation couldn't be kept secret from him forever. Perhaps she had been too protective, treating him like a child. She decided to find time soon to explain everything to him because he would have to face it eventually. It's his destiny. Just as Yuni looked away, she saw Go-nyen sitting across from her, frowning with her head lowered, lost in thought. But as always, Yuni felt she wasn't very fond of her. If she didn't say anything, Yun-e would pretend not to notice. If she was innocent and pure, Yun-e would love her even more. But if she tried to play tricks, she would not be interested. Since returning from the academy last time, Yun-e had ordered that in the courtyard, Go-nyen should now be called Miss Nyen or Nyen Miss, instead of Miss or Second Mississippi. Behind Yun-e, Yu-ju smiled and asked Miss Nyen, "Did your teacher assign any homework?" When Go-nyen heard the question, she looked up and replied, "Our girls' courtyard usually doesn't have much homework. Unlike my brothers who need to pass exams and get top rankings, even if there is homework, we just finish it at the academy." Yuni noticed that this young girl didn't seem fully focused on studying. She didn't want to say much, since she had already given her opportunities. If she didn't work hard, she couldn't blame others. However, she still needed to remind her, so she said Nyenna should spend some time practicing writing every day. If she likes embroidery, she can learn from Aunt Yi. If she needs anything, just tell Yu-ju and the others. Go-nyen didn't expect Yun-e to say these things. She whispered, "Yes, sister." After a while, Go-nyen seemed to gather her courage and said, "Sister, can I not go to the academy?" Yuni paused while holding her teacup, then looked up and asked, "Nyenna, do you not like going to the academy?" Softly, Go-nyen replied, "Sister, when I was in Lingshan village, my brother already taught me many characters. Now, I recognize most of the characters the teacher teaches. I don't want you to waste your money on me." If this were the original owner, she would probably be moved to tears after hearing this. But unfortunately, she wasn't the original owner. She thought about playing tricks on her. Yun-e smiled lightly and said, "It's okay. I don't need your school money. Just go to the academy happily with Pinger." Go-nyen looked at Yun-e in disbelief and said, "Sister, I don't want to waste your money. I'm not a boy. I need to learn well so I can bring honor to the family in the future." Knowing a few characters is enough. I just want to avoid being blind. Sister, you should save your money for your brother. Yun-yi looked at Go Nyen with a half-smile, surprised at how clever she was at such a young age. She called Yu Zhu and said, "Go and invite young master over." Go Nyen looked up at Yun-yi with a hint of worry and said, "Sister, my brother is busy with his studies. There's no need to bother him." But Yu Zhu only followed the lady's orders and went to the courtyard where the young master was. Soon, Gopum arrived and asked, "Sister, do you have something to tell me?" Yuni looked at Gunyen and said, "Nyener, tell your brother what you just told me." Then she continued to hold her teacup and sip her tea slowly. Gunyen lowered her head and didn't speak, but tears started to fall quietly. Seeing this, Gopum turned around and glanced at his sister, who was sitting calmly and drinking tea, looking unbothered. So she walked over to Gunyen and asked, "Nyena, did someone upset you? Tell me what happened." Gunyen quickly looked up and said sadly, No, I wasn't upset. I just didn't want sister to waste money on me. It's better to save it for brother." Yun-yi chuckled softly at this, recognizing the familiar scene from old stories about innocent girls. Her laugh made Gopung and Go Nyen look at her. Seeing she couldn't hide her amusement, Yuni stopped laughing and said awkwardly, "Nyener, repeat exactly what you just told me. Don't leave out a word." Hearing this, Go Nyen's eyes filled with tears, about to cry. Yun-yi quickly said, "Don't cry yet. You're making me upset. Let's talk about this calmly. We don't want others to think we're bullying you." Reluctantly, Go Nyen repeated what she had just said. Yuni listened and then asked, "Now, tell me, why are you crying?" Caught off guard, Go Nyen didn't know what to say. Yun-yi gently said, "Are you missing Xueling Mountain or your home? If you want, I can send someone to take you back. The journey is long, but it's possible. It might just take some time. I will leave enough silver for your aunt and her family to take care of you until you grow up and get married." Hearing this, Gunyen was frightened and couldn't pretend to be brave anymore. She trembled and said, "I won't go back. I won't go back. I would rather die than go back." She couldn't go back. If she did, she would face endless chores, scoldings, hunger, and cold. Her brother used to protect her, but if she returned now, she was too scared to imagine what would happen. Gunyen begged, "Please, sister, I don't want to go back." Yuni looked at her quietly and asked, "Can you tell me now why you don't want to go to the academy?" Gunyen couldn't hide it anymore and said, "The girls in my class laugh at me for being stupid. They isolate me, and after class no one talks to me. But I've never seen those musical instruments before. How can I learn them in just a few lessons?" Yun-yi smiled and said, "That's easy to fix. We can invite a teacher to come to our house and give you private lessons. Would that be okay?"
Nian hesitated.
She really couldn't learn those things, so she didn't want to go anymore. But now, she didn't know what to do. Yuni looked at Gopung and asked, "Pinger, what about you? There is nothing I don't understand or can't do. We can always invite a teacher to come and help clarify any doubts." Gopung replied seriously, "I'm doing fine here. The teachers in the academy teach the same knowledge I can keep up with. If my sister finds music or sound lessons difficult, I can help by inviting a teacher to come back." Yuni nodded and said to Gunyen, "All right, I'll have them look for a teacher in the next few days and let you know when there's news." Gunyen's face turned pale, and he could only reply, "Okay." Yun-yi then asked more seriously, "I want to know why you were crying just now." Gunyen's face was already pale, and hearing this, he looked even more uncomfortable. He didn't speak for a long time. Yun-yi smiled gently and said, "Gunyen, since I brought you back, I will do my best to give you a good life. Whether it's what Pinger has or what others have, you won't be left behind. I will try to satisfy your needs. But I hope you will tell me directly if something happens in the future. Don't just cry without explaining like today. If outsiders see you crying without knowing the reason, they might think I am bullying you. Don't you think so?" Gunyen was about to cry again, but Yun-yi quickly said, "Don't cry anymore. When I see someone crying, I feel upset. This is a past problem I had. In the future, don't cry in front of me." She turned to the maidservant nearby and said, "Take Miss Nyen to wash up and help her with her eyes, so they don't stay swollen. Otherwise, she won't be able to see properly later. The maidservant helped Go Nien to leave. Yun-yi then said to Gapeng, "Come with me to the study. I have something to tell you." She also said to Yuelon, later, "You go prepare some food and personally deliver it to Gunyen. Just say you're worried her eyes haven't healed and she might feel embarrassed to come out to eat." Then she led Gapeng into the front yard study and ordered Yuju to guard at the gate. Inside the room, Yuni looked at her brother and sighed softly. She spoke gently, "I was planning to tell you everything when we returned to the capital. I always thought, as your sister, I could protect you from everything. But now I've changed my mind. Punger, you've grown up. You are the only son of our second family and our mother's only child. The second family needs you. I believe even our mother in the afterlife needs you to take on the responsibilities of a son. So from today, you need to learn to grow up, understand responsibility, and accept your fate." Gapeng, with tears in his eyes, trembling, asked, "Sister, what did you just say?"
You said.
"Where is Mother?" Yun-yi looked up at the sky, trying to stop her tears before speaking.
Pengar Mota.
"Mother has gone. She didn't wait to find you again. When she left, she kept calling your name and holding my hand, telling me to find you no matter what. I promised Mother I would find you, and I did. I found you." After saying this, Yun-yi was already crying uncontrollably, perhaps because of her connection to the original owner. This was the first time Yun-yi had shown such deep emotion since arriving on this continent. "Let's call him Gapeng for now, Punger." He threw himself into Yun-yi's arms, crying loudly and trembling as he said, "How could this happen? Why didn't Mother wait for me to come back? Sister, I miss Mother. I've always remembered what she looked like. I never dared forget her. I'm afraid that if too much time passes, I'll forget her face." After crying a few more times, he continued, "These past few years, whenever I had free time, I thought about Mother's face, as well as sisters, fathers, grandfathers, and grandmothers. But over time, I've started to forget what grandfather and grandmother looked like. Even father and you, sister, have become blurry in my memory. But I've never forgotten Mother's face. Now I can never see her again. I feel sorry for Mother. Maybe she left early because of me. Is that true?" Yun-yi held trembling Punger and softly comforted him. "Punger, don't think like that. Everyone has to die eventually. Just remember that Mother loved us. Mother wanted you to grow up to be a strong, responsible, ambitious, and caring man. Her greatest wish was for you to live safely and healthily in this world." Punger, in his sister's arms, nodded hard, gradually calming down after about half an hour. Only then did Yun-yi tell him everything about the Hwyong Marquis house over the past few years in detail. She also reviewed the previous conversations they had at Gusan's grave, analyzing everything again to make him understand the seriousness of the situation and to keep him alert. Then she shared some small stories about the original owner's recent interactions with their mother in the house, choosing those that could help him remember her better. Finally, she explained the current state of the house and the relationships among the people there, letting him process it slowly. "Today, I talked to him about many things. She hopes that even if her younger brother can't return to the Marquis of Hwyong's residence now, he can still understand what's happening there. Even if he goes back soon, he should be able to handle things easily." After they finished talking about the family matters, Gopeng finally calmed down completely. He understood why his sister didn't tell him about their mother and the household earlier. He doesn't want to blame his father, but he also doesn't want to forgive him. If his father hadn't acted that way that day, he wouldn't have let someone with bad intentions take away what belonged to him. He wouldn't have suffered so much hardship wandering around, and his mother wouldn't have been so sad for him that she left early. He also wouldn't have made his young sister suffer so much, nor would she have been sent far away from the capital to Qingliang Mountain Retreat. For a moment, the young boy seemed to grow up suddenly. He silently vowed to himself to stand out, to become his mother's pride, and to support his older sister. He wanted to live well, see those who once hurt his family, and work hard to grow up and help his sister find out who was behind everything. He saw the veins on his brother's hand bulge and sink repeatedly, knowing that this day would come eventually. Rather than letting him return to the capital and learn more, it was better to let him gradually accept it now. This would also strengthen his willpower. When his brother's expression looked a little better, Yun-yi then talked to him about their grandfather's side of the family. This made Go-pung smile a little. She knew her older sister was worried about him and afraid he couldn't handle it, but her sister also hoped he would become strong and resilient. Gently holding her sister's hand, she said, "Older sister, don't worry. I know what I need to do. I will work hard to be your and mother's pride, and in the future, I will also protect mother's part and take care of you for a lifetime." Yun-yi smiled happily and held her brother's hand back, saying, "Good. I'll wait for my brother to protect me." Both siblings smiled with tears in their eyes. After finishing their main talk, Yun-yi couldn't help but bring up Gun-yen's situation again and told her brother about it. That's when she learned from him that he had always known Gun-yen's personality. When Gun-yen was rescued and woke up, she didn't like him and repeatedly asked Ji's parents to send him away. Later, Ji's uncle and his wife kept persuading her. They told her they had no brothers and would be looked down upon if she returned to her hometown. Her mother was not in good health, so she couldn't have another brother. Later, Anka spoke sincerely to Gun-yen, saying, "Yener, isn't it good to have an older brother who can stay with her and protect her as she grows up? Our family still loves you the most, just like before, but now there's someone else who cares for you." Hearing this, Gun-yen no longer felt so resistant to this outsider. Not long after returning to Lingshan village, Aunt Go passed away. Uncle Go faced even more difficulties raising the two siblings, but luckily, Uncle Go-san was good at hunting. With some skills and strength, he managed to keep the family fed in the village. Although everything still centered around Gun-yen, Uncle Go-san made sure he wasn't starving. In the end, he was still a foster child they saved, so some household chores were left to Go-pung. After Uncle Go-san had an accident and the family lost their labor, Gun-yen occasionally helped out. When Uncle Go-san couldn't hold on anymore, they had to live with their eldest uncle's family, and that was when real hardship began. Even Gun-yen didn't have an easy time. He still went to the mountain to gather firewood with Go-pung. From his brother's stories, Yun-yi saw that this younger brother was responsible. Even in Lingshan village, Go-yi tried to protect Gun-yen as much as possible. Whenever they were out of sight, he was the one working, just to keep his promise to Uncle Go-san to take good care of his sister. By this point, Yuni wanted to express her feelings. She said, "Punger, I will repay Uncle Go-san's life-saving kindness. If I don't bring Gun-yen back, she won't have a good ending there. But you are much more precious to me than they are, so I will always remember Uncle Go-san's kindness. I will definitely treat Gun-yen well. She's a thoughtful child after all." She continued, "You're 11 now, and there are some things you don't need your older sister to tell you. You should understand. Men and women are different, and you're not even siblings by blood. It's better to keep some distance in the future. Don't worry, your sister will not mistreat her. She will have a good marriage someday, or she can choose her own. I will prepare a proper dowry for her, so she can marry happily. This is also our family's way of repaying Uncle Go-san." Go-pung nodded and said, "My older sister is right. I will pay more attention from now on." Since the incident at the academy, Yun-yi had arranged for them to travel separately by carriage. After everything was settled, Yuni felt a weight had been lifted. She poured a cup of tea for her brother and said, "Drink some tea to soothe your throat." Actually, Yun-yi dropped a drop of diluted spiritual spring water into the teacup. She cried so long that her mind was probably not clear anymore. From now on, she should slowly nurture her body. Once she has recovered enough, she should start practicing martial arts, at least to protect herself in the future. She doesn't want her younger brother to be someone weak and helpless. The brother and sister talked inside the study. Outside, Yu Zhu and a few others reheated the meals. Their stomachs were growling now. Yun-yi quickly ordered Yu Zhu to serve the food. Hearing the order, everyone outside finally relaxed. After dinner with her brother, Yun-yi returned to her courtyard. She sat outside to enjoy the cool breeze, thinking about today's events. She told Yu Zhu, "Tomorrow, go to Lingyan City and find a good teacher who understands music and instruments to teach Miss Nyener." Yu Zhu had watched everything about Gun-yen's actions this afternoon. She knew that the gentle-looking Miss Nyener was quite clever. She respectfully replied, "Yes, Mississippi." After sending Yuju away, Yun-yi remembered that watermelons and melons would soon be available. The southern region would have them a little earlier than the north, and the seedlings here were planted earlier. Yun-yi thought about these two kinds of plants. It seemed they had never appeared on this continent before. Maybe somewhere in a remote corner they existed, but no one had discovered them yet. As for the price, she thought that things like this were worth a lot in the first year, less in the second, and almost nothing after 3 years. Anyway, she had already decided that the species she could promote, she would plant for 3 years and then spread them out. It was like her mission on this continent. Haha, does that count as being too proud of herself? The next day, Yun-yi arranged tasks for Yu Zhu and the others, then took Zhang Xiao and Zhang Yun out. They headed along the back mountain to Xianyao Manor to see if their recent light skills had improved. After seeing Xiao Yi and the others, she asked about the recent happenings in the manor, then went to the training ground to check on their training. Time flew by quickly. The children trained very hard, and with Yun-yi providing resources, both their physical strength and martial skills grew rapidly. Yun-yi was very pleased. Xiao Yi said, "Master, the group we trained is about to be ready to go out and do tasks. We chose talented young people from the start, plus the resources you provided. More than half of them are now martial cultivators, and the rest are all learning martial arts." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Thank you all for your hard work." For people together clasped their fists and said, "Of course." Yun-yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's find a bigger shop in Lingyan City, preferably a 2- or a 3-story one, to open a restaurant. If there's a suitable place, we can buy several. Even if we don't use them now, we can rent them out to save trouble when we need them later. Then, we should find a good location to set up a courier business and trading company. Not only to protect others, but also to do our own business, transporting goods from the south to the north and vice versa." When Xiao Yi and the others heard this, their eyes lit up immediately, and they all replied in unison, "Yes, Master." Yun-yi also instructed Xiao Yi, "Find some time to discuss with Yao Yi over at the pastoral countryside. Decide on the specific area divisions, and focus on developing Lingyan City first. I think the people from the capital and the other 3 teams should be returning soon. When that happens, you and Yao Yi should plan ahead and come up with a complete plan. As for the rules and regulations, I will write them down when I have time, and we can review and revise them together." Hearing the master's words, Xiao Yi responded, "Yes, master. I will arrange things tomorrow and go to discuss with Yao Yi first." Yuni thought for a moment. She hadn't been to the pastoral countryside in a long time, so she said, "Let's meet at the city gate tomorrow morning. I haven't been there in a while, so I want to go see it with you. Also, in 3 days, I will send Zhang Xiao to lead a team. You can send 10 people to go to the capital to deliver some items to the Duke Wu's residence and the Marquis of Huayang." Xiao Yi replied, "Yes." Now that the weather is warmer, Yun-yi also visited the flower garden. The father and son were busy there. From afar, she saw Zhang Yi directing farmers to move potted plants. When Yun-yi approached, she saw that 3 full carts of potted plants had already been loaded, with some still on the ground that couldn't fit anymore. Zhang Yi and his son saw Yun-yi coming over. They quickly came to greet her and said, "Greetings, mistress." Yun-yi raised her hand to signal them not to be polite and asked, "Where are these plants being taken?" Zhang Yi hurriedly replied, "Mistress, these are being sent to the Yen family in Lingyan City. The old lady of the Yen family is celebrating her 60th birthday the day after tomorrow, and they want to use our flowers for decoration. Mistress, you don't know, our flowers are now quite famous. Not only in Lingyan City, but many surrounding areas also place orders with us. Because our flower garden's plants are always fuller and greener than others, with larger buds and blooms, more vibrant colors, longer flowering periods, and most importantly, very easy to care for," Zhang Yi said with a smile. His father and older brother behind him also smiled, feeling proud. Xiao Yi quickly explained, "Our garden is now more than twice as big as before, and we still can't meet the demand. Our furthest orders are almost 200 to 300 miles away." Yuni nodded and said, "Good. Zhang Yi, in the next few days, Finish the handover here and be ready to go to other places to help build their flower gardens. Since you now have experience, whether in summer or winter, you can handle it. In the future, you'll be in charge of all our garden bases.
Can you do it?
Zhang Yi felt a little excited. He didn't expect the boss to trust him so much. He nervously said, I will work hard and do my best. I won't let the boss down. Yuni nodded slightly and said, I believe in you. Work well. Xiao Yi, starting next month, double Zhang Yi's monthly allowance. Xiao Yi responded, Yes, ma'am. Zhang Yi quickly said, Thank you, ma'am. Behind them, Zhang Zhuzi and Zhang Yi's older brother, hearing about the increased allowance, also excitedly said, Thank you, ma'am. Yun Yi left with her team, leaving the excited Zhang family father and sons. Zhang Zhuzi said, You must do a good job. The boss not only saved our family, but also gave us a good life. His older brother Zhang Chong happily agreed, Yes, second brother, work hard. You can count on me. Zhang Yi's excitement hadn't subsided. He replied, Dad, big brother, don't worry.
I will do my best.
I won't let you down or forget the boss's kindness. Yun Yi's business and Xiao Yi's team hold 10% of the shares, as previously agreed. Yun Yi doesn't want to do everything herself. She also instructed Xiao Yi to form 3 teams, ready to act at any moment. As soon as the other 4 teams get news, they will set out to support and quickly develop various industries. Why 3 teams? Because Yun Yi secretly returned to Beijing herself. Since she had to go back, she wanted to do it personally. Also, since she found her brother, she thought it would be better to visit the original owner's mother soon, to feel at ease and fulfill her promise to them. After returning to the other courtyard in the afternoon, Yu Zhu reported, Miss, I have completed the task you asked for. I also brought the person back. She is the legitimate daughter of a wealthy family from before. However, due to a family misfortune, I found her at a pawn shop. The sale contract is here. Do you want to see her? Yun Yi softly said, It's fine to see her. Let her come in. Soon, Yulan led in a girl she found at the pawn shop, who was supposed to serve as Gun Yan's teacher. She looked pretty and delicate, but she seemed still overwhelmed by her family's troubles and appeared quite sad. She gently knelt on the ground and said, Servant Qing Yan greets Mississippi. Yun Yi sighed inwardly and said, Get up. Such is the cruel ancient times. Qing Yan again said, Thank you, Mississippi. Yun Yi asked, I heard from my maid that you are skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and that you also write good poetry and songs. Is that true? Qing Yan replied calmly, Just a little, miss. I'm not very skilled, just passing time in my free moments. Yun Yi said, Miss Nian from the household has recently started studying at the academy. She hasn't learned these things before. I hope you can teach her well in the future. Qing Yan looked up and met Yun Yi's gaze. The girl sitting at the head called her Miss, which was the first time since her family fell on hard times that someone addressed her with respect. It warmed her heart a little. Perhaps someone still wanted to give her dignity. But she quickly mocked herself. What's the difference if she is called Miss? Isn't she still a servant sold into slavery? She then returned to her previous attitude and replied, Yes, Mississippi. Yun Yi understood that falling from a high place takes time to adjust, and no one is an exception. She ordered, Yulan, go to Miss Nian's courtyard and tell them to prepare a room for Qing Yan to stay in. Yulan obeyed and left. At this moment, Zhang Yi was escorting Gupeng and Gun Yan back from the academy. After greeting them, Gupeng noticed there was a stranger with his sister. He said, Sister, I will go to the study first to review my lessons left by the teacher. Yun Yi nodded and said, All right. Then, Yu Mei was sent to bring some fruit and cold drinks, with instructions not to let him drink too much cold beverage. Yun Yi turned to look at Gun Yan and asked, Nianer, did you have a good day at the academy? Gun Yan whispered it was okay. But some lessons I really couldn't understand, sister. Gun Yan has come to understand things after yesterday. Now, she feels that, as someone living under others' roof, she can sense that her sister treats her brother and her differently. She doesn't want to be sent back to Lingshan village. So, she also wants to try to adapt to life here. Moreover, not only is the food good and the clothes nice, but there are also people taking care of her. Although she doesn't understand why her sister took her and her brother out, she has never truly made things difficult for them. Therefore, she decides to speak up about any problems in the future, no longer playing petty tricks. Previously, she acted that way because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to face her sister if she learned everything badly. She thought it would be better not to go to the academy. But after yesterday's events, she realizes she was wrong. Her sister spent so much money to send her to the academy, which many children from other families could only dream of. She shouldn't have been ungrateful and tried to avoid it. That was wrong. So, she raised her head and said a little louder than usual, "Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have played tricks on you or thought about backing out without trying. From now on, I will tell you if I have any problems. I hope you can forgive Nyener. I will work hard to learn the lessons the teacher teaches." Yoon-i smiled, thinking that this girl was quite clever. If she couldn't understand her, she might need more time to wake up. But now, she has understood. Maybe feeling like she was living under someone else's roof made her uncomfortable, and she wanted to protect herself by withdrawing. That's understandable. However, Yoon-i prefers straightforward communication and dislikes people who play petty tricks. She smiled and said, "That's right. Remember, the knowledge you learn is always your own wealth." Gunyen also smiled, then Yoon-i continued, "Nyener, come here. I want to introduce you to the new teacher." When Gunyen stepped closer, Yoon-i said, "This is Mr. Chingyen, who will be teaching you from now on. If you have any questions about your lessons, you can come back and ask her." Gunyen stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Nyener greets the teacher." Chingyen didn't expect the young lady to introduce her like that, so she looked at Yoon-i first. Seeing her only smiling and nodding, she said, "Miss Nyener, you're too polite." Yoon-i added, "I've already asked Yuelon to tell the maidservants in your courtyard to prepare a room for you. From now on, Mr. Chingyen will live in the same courtyard as you. That will make it easier for you to learn." Gunyen chuckled softly and replied, "All right, I will ask the master if I have any questions. Please don't think I'm clumsy." Yoon-i noticed that Gunyen's mood and aura had indeed changed today, so she relaxed. As long as she didn't encounter any troublemakers, everything would be fine. After Gunyen and Chingyen went downstairs, Yoon-i thought that the preparations made by Yu Zhu and the others should be almost ready by tomorrow. Then, she could arrange for Zhang Xiao to set out the day after tomorrow. It seemed she needed to quickly prepare the honey tonight to ensure Zhang Xiao could depart early the next morning. The next morning, after breakfast, Yoon-i saw off Gopeng and Gunyen, tidied herself up, and took the pre-prepared items. Then she set out with Zhang Xiao and Zhang Zhu towards Lingyan City. Not long after, they met up with Xiao Yi and Xiao Er at the northern gate of the city. The two carriages headed together to the pastoral land. When they arrived at the pastoral land, they saw many noble carriages parked in the special parking lot. Yoon-i and her group showed their tokens, and the carriages entered directly into the park. Many young ladies and young masters from noble families who came to play looked on with envy. They asked who owned the carriage, amazed at such privileges. When Yoon-i arrived, Yao-i was giving instructions. Seeing her and Xiao-i approaching, he hurried over to greet them politely. Yao-i led everyone over and bowed, saying, "Greetings, young lady." Yoon-i raised her hand to signal them not to be so formal and asked, "How is the flow of visitors here lately?" Yao-i didn't quite understand her question at first, so he looked at Xiao-i, who was closest to him, and explained quickly, "Master, she's asking if there are many visitors here these days." Yao-i silently noted the phrase, "visitor flow," in his mind. He then replied, "Young lady, it's clear that this place has become the favorite gathering spot for young masters and young ladies from noble families in Lingyan City. Many from nearby counties and towns also come far just to see our unique scenery and taste our special, beautiful cuisine. The number of visitors each day keeps increasing. You really have good judgment in choosing such a wonderful place." He hurriedly added, "And over at Shui Yunjian, you were right. Those literary scholars who love to write, and talented young ladies from noble families, all come here. Everyone loves to compose poetry and write essays here at Watercloud Place. Some talented artists also create vivid and beautiful paintings, which attract many visitors. Now, it can be said that the place is busy every day. If Water Cloud Place hadn't set a daily visitor limit, the crowd might be even larger. Xiaoyi glared at Yao Yi with a smile, noticing how quickly he learned and applied new skills. Truly, he is the person chosen by the master. Yunyi chuckled softly and said, "We want to make Water Cloud Place a high-end, elegant, and classy club, combining talent and refinement. If anyone could just come in, it would be an ordinary garden with prices higher than rural farms. Who would want to go? Remember, we are creating a top-quality place." Yao Yi quickly responded, "Master, you're right. In Lingyan City, and even in all of Longting Country, no one has a garden as grand as yours. Not only is our garden uniquely designed, but even the flowers and plants used for scenery are unmatched. Just enjoying our rare and precious flowers is worth it." Yun-yi smiled and said, "You're right. Not everyone can grow those flowers and plants." The group headed to the office. Yun-yi asked Xiao-yi to explain the plans to Yao-yi. She then stood on the balcony outside, took out a simple telescope, and observed the distant garden. The weather was nice today, and she could see people playing, chatting, and enjoying themselves in several pavilions. Some were tasting delicious food, some chatting happily, some admiring the scenery, and others were painting or sketching the beautiful summer view, capturing it on paper in just a few strokes.
Yunyi vitreyi her gazı.
Xiao Yi and the others had finished their discussions. She handed the spirit pills she brought to Yao Yi for record-keeping and pointed out a few areas for improvement. Yao Yi and the others quickly took notes and said, "Rest assured, Master. We will give orders to improve immediately." Seeing that things were almost settled, Yunyi said, "You all go ahead with your work. I want to take a walk. We will meet here in an hour." After touring the pastoral scenery with Zhang Xiao and Zhang Zhu, Yun-yi decided to leave the garden and head toward Water Cloud Place. Along the dirt road between the pastoral farm and Water Cloud Place, she had trees planted for shade. These were provided by Yun-yi herself. From afar, the scenery looked very pleasant. Yun-yi also arranged several benches along the way for people to rest, similar to the benches in modern parks. So, even if you don't enter the garden and just enjoy the scenery on the outside viewing avenue for a while, it can still make people feel happy and satisfied. Water Cloud area is quieter and more elegant than pastoral countryside, and the flowers and plants there are mostly rare and valuable varieties. Being among them gives a feeling of peace and happiness. Yun-yi walked through the lush, vibrant garden, and in the uniquely themed pavilions, scholars and literati gathered in small groups. Some were exchanging poetry, carefully choosing words. Others were reciting poems and writing calligraphy. After walking around, Yuni felt quite satisfied. This was exactly what she wanted. She nodded in approval at Yao Yi's management. After leaving Water Cloud area, Yuni checked the time and found it was still early. She followed the river outside the estate, walking leisurely and exploring. She was feeling lucky that she happened to come across a situation where the estate was about to take action. She felt she had gained a lot and was in a good mood. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice ahead, saying, "Miss, are we really going to do this? If we're caught, we'll be in big trouble." Another woman replied, "What are you afraid of? I warn you, act naturally. If you dare to betray me or reveal anything, I'll sell you when we go back." Yuni thought to herself, why did I run out just to encounter someone scheming? When she saw the servant and master pair walk away, Yun-yi was about to head toward pastoral countryside, but somehow she turned and headed in the direction the two had gone. Before long, she saw a group of young masters and misses from noble families relaxing under the shade of trees on the riverbank, chatting casually. Behind them, their maids and servants were packing up the items placed on the riverbank, apparently preparing for a picnic. Who says ancient people were dull? Isn't this quite romantic? Yuni eagerly found a large, leafy tree and jumped up into its branches. Xiao Xiao and Zhu Yuan followed her from a distance, hiding nearby after seeing her climb up. Yun-yi saw the girl who had been speaking earlier, dressed in a light yellow brocade silk dress, walking gracefully towards everyone with a tea tray. Yun-yi wondered what she was going to do. Based on what she had seen in novels or TV dramas, it was probably poison in the tea or in the cups. Haha, Yunyi's imagination was running wild from her perch in the tree. I only heard the girl scream suddenly, and as she fell, she threw the tea tray in her hand. It happened to land on a girl nearby dressed in a light blue Confucian robe. Now I understand. No wonder I saw that girl deliberately not covering the teapot lid tightly earlier. Yun-yi thought she did it to let the tea cool faster, but it turns out she didn't understand her plan. Unfortunately, the tea spilled out of the pot and soaked the girl's chest. She screamed from the burn and quickly tried to remove her clothes, but then remembered there were men around. She had to stop and turned away, crying from the pain. Yun-yi didn't expect that girl to act like this. People can be so unpredictable. Seeing such a delicate girl openly spill hot tea on someone in front of so many people, it proves that the saying "the most dangerous woman is one with a kind face" is true. Then, the girl who fell earlier, with tears in her voice, said, "I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Sister, are you okay? You won't blame me, will you?" She got up and tried to check on the girl's injury. The girl in the light blue dress couldn't say much in front of so many people, so she just blocked her hand from reaching out and said, "It's nothing." From Yunyi's perspective, she could clearly see the girl's face change with pain. Suddenly, a young man nearby asked angrily, "Muji, what are you doing?" The girl in yellow, named Muji, with tears in her voice, replied, "Big brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just trying to bring some tea to everyone, but I accidentally tripped and fell. The tray in my hand slipped and flew out, hitting my sister. I really didn't mean to." Another girl nearby spoke up to help. "Mu Liang, Muji didn't do it on purpose. There are so many people watching. Could she really want to fall? How can you be so unfair to your sister?" The boy wanted to say something but was stopped by the girl in the light blue dress, who shook her head and said, "Big brother, I'm fine. Let's clean up and go home early. We can talk about it at the house." Mu Liang, the man, glared at Muji with anger and said, "Don't think I don't know your little tricks. If Muyu gets hurt, I won't let you go." After speaking, he turned to the young men behind and said, "Brothers, I'll go ahead to send my sister home.
You can stay here as you like."
After speaking, she ignored the thoughts of those people and had the maid support Muyu as they headed to the shore. She said with a hint of annoyance, "Can't you stay farther away from her? This is the nth time, and you still don't remember." The girl who had earlier spoken up loudly continued to shout, "Mu Liang, we're all sisters. Can't you treat Muji a little better? Based on closeness, Muji is your real sister, but Muyu is just your cousin." Mu Liang paid no attention to her. Yuni looked at the girl named Muji with a half-smile. This girl is quite clever. She doesn't need to do much, and others will stand up for her. Yun-yi jumped down from the tree and chased after the brother and sister. When she was close, she called out, "Young lady, wait a moment." Muyu, enduring the pain, turned around and saw a beautiful woman standing behind her, dressed in a white embroidered silk dress with a pomegranate pattern. She asked, "Young lady, do you need something?" Yun-yi quickly stepped forward and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to my friend's estate to get some medicine first. When you go back, you can apply more. Your skin might already be blistered." Muyu looked at her brother with some hesitation. Mu Liang thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll trouble you, young lady." Yuni replied, "No trouble at all. I just happened to see it. The distance to Lingyan City is at least 3/4 of an hour, and waiting that long might delay the best treatment for her." Yun-yi held a token in her hand, and soon they arrived at the office of Yao-yi and the others. Yun-yi ordered someone to bring ice cubes, then took a small bag from her carriage, just for show. She found an empty room for them, gave a few instructions to Mu Yu and her maid, then left the room. Outside, she told Mu Liang, who looked upset, "Don't worry. The medicine I gave her isn't ordinary. It definitely won't leave scars." After that, Yuni ordered tea to be brought in, then left Mu Liang to go upstairs to meet Yao-yi and the others working there. When Yao-yi saw her, he hurried over and asked, "Young lady, is there anything else that's not to your liking? Just tell me, and I'll have someone improve it." Yuni smiled and said, "There are no major issues. But I noticed people having a picnic on the riverbank across from our estate. We should send someone to check regularly and make sure they're not dumping trash. We need to keep the scenery beautiful. If needed, you can have the carpenters put up some clear signs along the shore. That should help a bit. Yun Yi's pastoral song and water scenery were inspired by later generations. They specifically made wooden trash bins placed in every corner. At first, people were not used to them. Yun Yi asked Yao Yi to assign someone to write some flyers. Whenever someone ate something, they would be handed a copy. Over time, the garden became very clean. Yao Yi replied, "All right, I'll have someone put up signs along this stretch of riverbank." The master is right. We can't let the environment here affect our reputation. Just then, someone came to report, saying, "Master, the young lady downstairs said she has finished her medicine and is ready to leave. She wants to thank you in person." Yun Yi came downstairs smiling and said, "That was quick." The young lady slightly bowed and said, "Thank you for today's help, young lady. Also, your medicine must be quite expensive. How much silver should I pay you?" Yun Yi smiled and replied, "Fate brought us together. Since we are connected, talking about money feels too ordinary. Consider it a gift to a kindred spirit." Yun Yi could sense a very pleasant aura around this girl, which she liked very much. Seeing her a bit shy, Yun Yi said, "My medicine is not ordinary. Not everyone can get it. Please don't refuse. Let's consider it a good deed between us." Hearing this, Mu Yu also smiled and said, "My surname is Mu, with a single given name Yu. I am from the Mu family in the capital. If you ever go to the capital, please visit me. I will do my best to host you." Yun Yi smiled and said, "All right, if fate allows, we will meet again." Mu Yu asked, "May I know your name, young lady? It would be polite to know how to address you when we meet again." Yun Yi had not planned to tell her, but since she asked, she replied, "My surname is Zhang and my name is Yun Yi." Mu Yu happily said, "Yun Yi, sister, we will take our leave now. If you go to the capital, please come find me. It would be a good way to repay your kindness today." Yun Yi smiled and said, "It's just a small favor. No need to mention it. Mu's sister, don't take it to heart." Mu Yu didn't expect Yun Yi to be so generous and straightforward. She laughed and said, "Goodbye. We'll meet again, if fate allows." Behind her, Mu Liang also cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your kindness today. Farewell." Watching the Mu siblings' carriage leave for the pastoral garden, Yun Yi went back upstairs. After finishing her tasks here and preparing to leave, a subordinate came in to report to Yao Yi. This describes what happened at the riverbank. The visitors are relatives of the Yen family. The elderly matriarch of the Yen family is celebrating her birthday, and several families from the capital sent young family members to congratulate her. Yesterday, they came to visit us, and today they returned again, bringing food to have a picnic by the river. We told them to clean up their trash when they leave, and after explaining, they left. Back at the courtyard, Yu Zhu and the others had already prepared everything. Since it's hot now, many items are hard to store, so they mainly prepared dried seafood. Yun Yi also made a special batch of health wine, and she prepared skincare products for her grandmother and aunts. She also brought some tea leaves, from both the tea shop and her own garden. They brought a good amount of honey. Each family from her maternal side received a jar, but the Marquis of Huayang's estate only gave her grandmother some skincare products and honey. Her grandfather's side was different. They prepared health wine, honey, tea, and a healing pill. As long as her grandfather was there, others wouldn't dare to openly bully them. Although Yun Yi isn't afraid, her younger brother will return someday, so her grandfather is someone she must protect now. They also brought some southern fruits, like watermelons and sweet melons from her own garden. She told Xiao Yi to pick some fruits that are about 80% ripe, since overripe ones might spoil on the hot road, even though she asked Xiao Yi to put some ice in the basket when he left. But since it's midsummer and the journey is long, she didn't want to trouble her subordinates too much. That evening, Yun Yi wrote 3 letters, one to the Duke of Wu's estate, one to her grandfather, and one to Ling Shui. She told Ling Shui to deliver the items to the designated shop, which was a business previously mentioned by Long Jingrui. He assured her it was under his name and wouldn't let her suffer losses. Yuni thought that since she wasn't in the capital now, she didn't want the Duke of Wu's estate or the Marquis of Huayang to know her affairs. So she chose to cooperate with Long Jingrui. That way, Ling Shui and the others would be safer. Her prices weren't low, and she worried that powerful people in the capital might target her if they found out. Without backing, it would be very difficult for Ling Shui and her friends. That was good. If anything happened, Long Jingrui's people would handle it, and Ling Shui and the others could rest assured. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiao and Zhang Zhu brought the things Yun Yi prepared to the city gate to meet Xiao Yi's people. They set off with 3 full carts of goods. Meanwhile, the 4 teams sent out also gradually returned with news. First, Yunli and Dongjuan's people came back, confirming that they had taken over their village and shops. Xiao Yi's team was already ready, so the next day, they hurriedly left with their people. Yun Yi was waiting for news from the capital and planned to leave with her brother as soon as she received it. This time, Xiao Xiao brought a letter to Duke Wu's residence, saying she would secretly return to the capital within a month. She asked them not to spread the news, and once they arrived, she would send someone to contact them. Not long after, Xiao Yi also bought several shops in Lingyan City. Some were large, some small, but all had backyards, which Yun Yi was very happy about. Yun Yi was estimating her time and thought she would soon leave for the capital. After viewing a few shops, she decided on one to open a restaurant and another to sell snacks. There was also a shop to sell ice, yes, ice. Yun Yi heard from wealthy young ladies during a stroll in Pastoral Melody that ice was very popular in summer. This business was extremely profitable. The remaining shops were temporarily rented out by Xiao Yi. That day, Xiao Yi and his team found workers, ordered the necessary materials, and that evening received Yun Yi's design plans. The next day, they started working without delay. The ice shop opened the very next day with a signboard and offered a special discount, 50 coins per jean of ice, but on opening day, it was only 40 coins. The wealthy families in Lingyan City heard about the ice shop and the opening discount, so they sent their servants to line up and buy ice to stock their ice cellars. Lingyan City isn't very cold in winter, so even at the coldest time, the river only forms a thin layer of ice, not enough for storage. Those wealthy families stored ice from other places during winter because it wasn't enough. Every summer, their masters suffered from the heat, but with limited ice, they couldn't fully use their ice cellars and had to plan carefully. Now, although 50 coins per jean isn't cheap, ice is very valuable right now. Since Yun Yi's summer cooling business officially opened, it has been very popular. The name was casually suggested by Yun Yi, and Xiao Yi immediately decided on it. The other 2 shops, run by Xiao Er and Xiao San, were also being renovated quickly under Xiao Yi's supervision. Yun Yi was busy these days too, arranging menus, training staff, and writing rules. Xiao Yi and Yao Yi were also busy. The Sharao Village Logistics Bureau officially started taking orders, handling large shipments over long and short distances, escorting goods, and transporting small items. Of course, large shipments are scheduled based on the sender's instructions regarding time and destination. Small items depend on the route and whether there are escorts heading to the destination. While the Logistics Bureau was officially operational, the snack shop was also finished with renovations. The main dishes included spicy hot pot, cold noodles, noodle skins, hot and sour noodles, lotus leaf porridge, red bean porridge, meat-filled buns, vegetarian buns, meat buns, steamed rolls, fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, and more. Initially, they didn't know how well sales would go. So Yun Yi instructed them to prepare semi-finished products daily. If there were leftovers at closing time, they would bring them back to Xiaorao Village, Tianyuan Pastoral, or the Bureau as late-night snacks. After some time, with regular operation, things would improve. Thanks to everyone's efforts, only the restaurant building remained unfinished. During this period, the talents Yun Yi recruited from Xiaoyao Village and Tianyuan Pastoral proved useful. The managers, accountants, head chefs, and waiters all received training from Yun Yi and could only start working after passing. Yun Yi also ordered the sewing room to produce a batch of uniform work clothes, with different symbols for different positions. Yun Yi found the accounting books too complicated, So she gathered all potential accountants for a training session. She taught them modern calculations and designed simple ledgers that were easy to understand. Everyone praised the system as excellent. As a result, mathematics became a required course for Xiaoyao village staff. Later, outsiders couldn't understand Xiaoyao village's accounts at all. Time flew by. Once the chefs mastered their dishes and became skilled, the accountants became proficient, and the waiters could handle emergencies. The restaurant was fully decorated. After staffing, they distributed flyers along the street, announcing the restaurant's 3-day soft opening with half-price discounts for all, and the address was listed below. The 6 rooms in the backyard, 3 on each side, were separated by walls to avoid future trouble. Yun-yi also had a new well dug near the kitchen to separate it from the storage and accommodation areas. The water for washing and daily use inside the restaurant still came from the old well. The entire backyard was now clean and hygienic, making it very comfortable to look at. The trial operation lasted 3 days. Due to its unique flavors, it was crowded every day. Word of mouth spread quickly, and when Xiaoyao Pavilion officially opened, it was packed. They used a modern approach, issuing numbered tokens to keep things organized. Yun-yi arranged for a shaded area outside Xiaoyao Pavilion with tea and water, and visitors could taste a piece of watermelon for free. If they wanted more, they would need to pay. The first floor of Xiaoyao Pavilion is a large hall with casual tables for waiting customers. The second floor is simply divided by hollow shelves decorated with various plants and flowers. The third floor is fully decorated as private rooms. On opening day, Xiaoyao Pavilion offered different membership cards. Prepaying 3,000 taels of silver would get a gold card, giving a 10% discount on future visits. Prepaying 2,000 taels would get a silver card with a 5% discount, and 1,000 taels would get a bronze card with a 2% discount. During the trial period, notices outside announced that there were only 10 gold cards, 20 silver cards, and 30 bronze cards available on a first-come, first-served basis. These cards were a symbol of status, so wealthy families' managers came early to queue up. Once they were gone, no more would be issued, as too many would lose their value. Yun-yi also had people prepare homemade bean paste and soy sauce before the opening. When the shop officially opened, a few new dishes were added, receiving widespread praise. In addition, Xiaoyao Pavilion's tea and alcohol are divided into different grades, which are not available elsewhere, making the prices quite attractive. The snack shop offers a variety of tasty, reasonably priced foods, and since opening, customer numbers have increased daily. Besides wealthy families, common people can occasionally enjoy a meal there. They also set up a takeout window for the servants of the wealthy families, saving them trouble and increasing income. When the business first started, Long Jingrui didn't need Yun-yi to tell him. He had already arranged for notices inviting the wealthy families to support the place, and gifts of congratulations had been delivered. No one dared to cause trouble. Now, Xiaorao Manor has also opened a workshop for making bean paste and soy sauce. The daily consumption at the restaurant and snack shop is quite high, not to mention the increasing sales at other shops. Fortunately, Yun-yi's strategy was to prepare well in advance, gathering and training staff early. This is now showing its advantages. Everything is proceeding smoothly here, and news has also reached the capital. Zhang-yi personally returned to report on the progress. Yun-yi handed over all the matters here to Xiao-yi and Yao-yi, leaving enough spiritual pills before returning to the other courtyard to pack her things and secretly take her brother back to the capital. In the capital city, Zhang Xiao and Zhang Zhu arrived after 10 days. Following their master's orders, when passing by Ling Shui's estate, they first delivered a letter and stayed there overnight. The next day, they went directly to the Duke Wu's residence, leaving 2 of the 3 carts of belongings behind and personally handing the letter to Duke Wu. Then, they took the remaining cart of items to the Marquis of Huayang's residence. After waiting outside for half an hour, they finally met the Marquis, personally handing the letter to him. They then relaxed, feeling that they had completed their task. The treatment at the Duke Wu's residence was very different from that at the Marquis of Huayang's. At Duke Wu's, as soon as they mentioned the master's name, the guards quickly reported and the gate was opened immediately. The guards arranged for people to enter the residence. In contrast, at the Marquis of Huayang's, they waited outside for a full half-hour, and their attitude was extremely arrogant. It was hot, just before noon, and there was no place to rest outside the gate. If they weren't all skilled in martial arts, they might have fainted from the heat. When they saw the Marquis, they personally handed over the letter and also handed over the belongings to his subordinate. Zhang Xiao was straightforward and spoke directly. The Marquis briefly asked about Yun Yi's situation and instructed the steward to take them to rest. However, Zhang Xiao had no intention of staying. He coldly said, "We have personally handed the letter and belongings to the Marquis. Our task is complete. But the gate of the Marquis's residence is really hard to get through. After announcing our family name, we waited outside in the sun for half an hour before someone came out to lead us in. It's clear the household is very busy. We won't stay to cause more trouble for the Marquis. There's nothing else. We'll take our leave now." These words made the steward sweat profusely. Marquis Zhang Hongzhang's expression darkened immediately and looked at the steward Li Da. Li Da, feeling guilty, said they wanted to see the Marquis. "I was just worried about your health." The Marquis realized what was happening and ordered the steward Li Da, "Go and bring 200 taels of silver." The steward quickly obeyed, feeling nervous. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. He blamed the young lady of the heir's family for making things difficult for the person sent by the third young lady. Now, everything is settled. I was worried about how to explain things to Lord Ho later. It's all because of that young man earlier, insisting on telling the truth and causing trouble on purpose. After receiving the reward, Zhang Xiao took people and left for the Huayang Marquis's residence. The master had already told him that no matter which family received a reward, he should not be polite and should take what was deserved. As soon as they left, the young master's wife received a message. She hadn't thought of how to respond. When she just returned to the estate, the young master was called by Lord Ho and scolded for a long time. Now, the young master's wife is having a hard time. The result was that the young master almost took away her steward's authority. Only after her children begged repeatedly did she get some relief. But she was still angry and left Qingfeng courtyard to find comfort with her aunt. She was so angry she almost made the young lady mad. Someone who knew the inside story secretly spread rumors. As a result, the young lady became the joke of the estate. She wanted to show filial piety to the third young lady, but ended up humiliated. Lord Ho finished reading Yun Yi's letter with full regret. He didn't expect the girl to be so sensible. After learning from the letter that he had fallen from his horse in the Duke Wu's estate, he immediately arranged for people and supplies to send him back without delay. Looking at the jars of health wine, honey, seafood, and the fruits he had never seen before on the floor outside, he felt deeply emotional. The main house was becoming more and more unreasonable. He wasn't dead yet, but they already treated his closest niece this way. If he were to die someday, what would happen then? The young master never thought that his wife would make his father disappointed in him, the eldest son. He also didn't expect that Lord Ho, because of this matter, not only scolded him but also left a letter to the family. Of course, these are later stories. People often say, having a wise wife means fewer troubles for the husband, but the young master was a bit petty. It's all his fate. Lord Ho looked at the things on the ground. Besides the dried seafood sent to the kitchen, only one watermelon was sent to the West Room. His wife sent a few more, along with skincare products and honey prepared for Yuni. The rest stayed with him. After all, these were gifts from his granddaughter to show filial piety. He didn't want to give more to those ungrateful, disloyal children. This incident made the young master's wife hate Yun Yi even more. She thought that meeting her always brought bad luck. She was truly a troublemaker. So, in her heart, she decided that before her coming of age, she would never let Yun Yi return to the capital. Sending these things back, what did it mean? It was just to remind Lord Ho and the old lady of her, hoping they would bring her back early.
Humph. Don't even think about it.
She and her two daughters were both in a bad mood. Zhang Yinhui was angry at her biological mother for doing something so harmful and pointless, just making herself look foolish. Meanwhile, Jean Yunyi was worried that Yun-yi might send these things back, and if her grandparents heard, they might bring her home early, which was bothering her. If Yun-yi knew what they were thinking, she would definitely say she didn't want to go back so soon and preferred to enjoy her time outside. In the mansion, the third and fourth branches were secretly happy, eating Yun-yi's watermelon and complaining that she didn't send more back. They also joked that the lady of the main house had eaten some of the fruit, which made her mood very good. At the same time, in the Duke of Wu's residence in the capital, all the family members had gathered at the old lady's place, and everyone was present. The Duke, with red eyes, said, "Ear's letter arrived. Punga has been found." Suddenly, the room became very quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The eldest son was the first to react and asked, "Father, what did you just say?" He couldn't believe his ears. For years, the Duke's family had been sending people to find their little nephew, but there was no news. He even suspected the child might no longer be alive. But he couldn't completely let go of hope, afraid there might still be a tiny chance, so he kept secretly searching. He knew his father had been looking all these years too. Now his father said Yun-yi had found Punger. What did that mean? First, the old lady fainted from shock but managed to stay conscious. Then, several women in the Duke's family asked if it was true. Later, the younger generation eagerly asked where Punger was now. As soon as the old lady regained her breath, she trembled and asked, "My Punger really has been found? Yun-yi really found Punger?" The Duke, with red eyes, confirmed, yes, Yun-yi's letter didn't give details, only that her brother was found. Hearing this definite news, the old lady couldn't help but cry. She mourned her daughter's short life, rejoiced at the safe return of her grandson, and felt sorry for her granddaughter's hardships. She cried so much that she eventually fell asleep. A few ladies stayed to comfort her, while others left. Everyone moved to a pavilion in the small garden. Soon after, the ladies from the Duke's family hurried over in a flurry. They all looked at the old Duke, focusing on the letter he held. Only then did the old Duke glance around and say, "Yun-yi's letter mentioned there's more to this matter. It's not suitable to reveal everything now, as it might alarm the person behind it. Also, the person was found at Dongjun Shuling Mountain. The Huayang Marquis' residence was not notified, and Ear's letter mentioned that within a month, she would secretly return to the capital with Punger to pay respects to your sister Jiaqing, so everyone could be prepared." Everyone felt a bit heavy-hearted after hearing the Duke's words. No wonder they searched all over Longting City and couldn't find anyone. But who is really behind all this? Is it the Wu Kingdom Marquis family who offended someone, or the Huayang Marquis family, or perhaps Zhang Qingqing or Jiaqing who caused trouble? Everyone present was confused. The old Duke continued, "Anyway, finding the person is good. As for who did it, there's no rush. When Ear returns, we can analyze everything slowly." At the Huayang Marquis' estate on Qingliang Mountain, Yun-yi received the letter and returned to the guest house. She told Lin Mama everything. She planned to secretly leave for the capital in a few days. There's no need to prepare many things to avoid suspicion. As for Gupeng, he would only learn the news after returning from the academy. Yun-yi told him to go to the academy normally tomorrow. She also needed to ask for leave, claiming she found a master for Gupeng. But she would personally go to assess the master. Only if he approved would Gupeng be accepted. So, the day after tomorrow, Yun-yi planned to take Gupeng to meet the master. Whether they would be back soon was another matter. Yun-yi specifically asked Lin Mama to take good care of Gun-yen and not let her overthink again. Gun-yen was obedient this time, only saying to be careful on the road and to return early. The next day, Gupeng went to the academy as usual and asked for leave, with no definite return date. Yun-yi also prepared a few things just for show. Thus, the brother and sister said goodbye to Lin Mama and set out for the capital. Only Jean Di and Jean-yi accompanied them. To travel faster, Yun-yi dressed as a man. The four hurried on horseback toward the capital. Because they wanted to take care of Gupeng and Yun-yi, they arrived in Longting City on the 8th day, just before the city gates closed. They arrived at the back gate of the Wu Kingdom Marquis' residence. Over the past few days, The Marquis had already ordered that old friends would visit, so everyone was on alert. When Yun-yi and the others entered the back area, someone opened the gate and peeked out to see if they were visitors to the Marquis's house. Soon, Yun-yi and her group were invited inside. It was about time to return home, and in the past few days, everyone stayed inside, waiting for the brother and sister to come back. When Yun-yi and her group reached the backyard to see the old lady, the people from each household also received the news and hurried over. They saw their grandfather, grandmother, uncles, aunts, cousins, and younger relatives. Cloudy said, "My maternal grandfather and grandmother are back." The old lady, with tears in her eyes, said, "Oh, it's good they're back. It's good they're back." Then she looked at Gopung, who was beside Cloud-yi. Cloud-yi pulled Gopung and asked, "Punga, do you remember your maternal grandfather and grandmother?" Gopung, who is also known as Jean Yunpung, felt a little shy and said, "I have a faint impression, but I can't quite remember their faces." Cloud-yi smiled softly and said, "That's okay. Your older sister will introduce them to you, and you'll remember." She then introduced the old duke and the old lady, saying, "This is our maternal grandfather and grandmother." Following Cloud-yi's lead, Gopung also called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, Punger is back. Sorry to have worried you." Then he knelt down. He had already learned from his older sister about the situation in the capital and knew that the Duke Wu's family had never given up over the years and had been searching for him. The old duke's eyes turned red, and he trembled slightly as he said, "Good child, you've suffered." The old lady, already crying tears of sorrow, held Gopung in her arms and sobbed loudly, mumbling, "Finally found you. Your mother can now rest in peace. If only you had come back sooner. My poor child Exiner, I feel so sad for her. I love you so much, my son." Everyone in the room, both men and women, had tears in their eyes, and the atmosphere was filled with sadness. After a while, Cloud-yi, worried about her grandmother's health, forcibly pulled her and the others apart, saying, "Grandmother, don't you want to know where I found your brother? You can't cry anymore. Your body can't handle it. Punger is back now. Don't you want to take care of yourself? Watch him grow up, get married, and build a life? All right, let's stop crying.
Today, we should be happy."
If my mother knew Punger was back, she would smile too. If we keep crying, we won't be the graceful little old ladies anymore. The sad atmosphere was broken by Cloud-yi's words, and the old lady, embarrassed, patted her and said, "You little rascal, you're getting more and more unruly. Always trying to amuse me." The younger ones nearby tried to hold back their laughter, almost hurting themselves from laughing too hard. Their shoulders kept shaking. Then Cloudy looked up and saw their awkward expressions and casually asked, "What's wrong with you all?" Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, and soon everyone was laughing. Cloudy felt a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Then the old lady angrily said, "Have you finished laughing? She has no manners, and what about you all?" Everyone finally managed to hold back their laughter, and Yun-yi quickly introduced her uncle, aunt, cousin, and younger cousin. Gopung also recognized each person as his sister introduced them, and then everything was settled. Yun-yi said, "Grandfather, grandmother, uncles, aunts, cousins, and younger cousins, because the situation is special. Punger can't recognize everyone now. So, he will still go by his adoptive father's surname for the time being. Just call him Gopung. When we officially return to Beijing, we will change it. That's safer. I don't want Punger to be exposed to others too early." Everyone understood, and then began to show concern about what had happened. Yun-yi carefully explained the general story of what happened, with Gopung occasionally adding details. During this half-hour of talking, everyone was both crying and laughing. After understanding the full story, they all felt deeply moved and said that this must be the bond of blood relations. Otherwise, why would Yun-yi find Punger just after going out? The old lady said, "This is truly a fate that had to happen. I hope my Punger will grow up safe and healthy." Gopung sincerely replied, "Yes, grandmother. I am now learning martial arts with my older sister, and I will definitely grow up safe and sound." They talked for a while longer. It was clear that the grandmother was feeling unwell, So Yun-yi asked her aunts to help her back to her inner chamber to rest. The eldest aunt, the wife of the heir, said, Yun-yi and Peng'er have traveled for several days. Let them go wash up first, and later we'll have a family dinner. Yun-yi and Gupeng both bowed and said, yes. After they finished washing up and the meal was served, everyone exchanged greetings and started eating. That evening, the old lady was so happy she ate half a bowl more than usual. As it got late, she held Gupeng's hand tightly, afraid that this was just a dream and he would disappear when she woke. After much persuasion, they finally went to rest, promising to come early the next morning to pay their respects. Reluctantly, they went to sleep. The next morning, the old lady got up early and urged maid Su to help her dress. She waited in the main hall, and Yun-yi and Gupeng came to pay their respects together. After entering the main hall, they bowed and said, Grandmother. The old lady quickly said, Get up, get up. Come here to grandmother. She was so excited she could hardly speak. Then she softly muttered, It's true. It's really true. I'm not dreaming. My Peng has come back. Everyone present felt a twinge of sadness. Yun-yi quickly stepped forward and said, Don't worry, it's true. Your Peng has returned, so you must take better care of your health from now on. Only then can you help your mother watch Peng grow up, marry, and have children. Isn't that right? The old lady was a bit emotional and said, Yes, he is right. I want to see you get married happily, see Peng marry and have children, and see you all doing well. One day, when I pass away, I can meet your mother and tell her you are all doing well. That will be a comfort to her. Both Gupeng and Yun-yi called out at the same time, Grandmother. I won't say more. Now that Peng is back, I have no more worries. I won't think about her anymore. It's all fate, the old lady said, though her eyes were reddening. Yun-yi held her hand and said, Grandmother, today I want to take Peng to burn incense and bow to my mother, to tell her that Peng is back and she can rest in peace. The old lady agreed, saying, Yes, you should tell her. Let her be at ease. Soon, uncles, aunts, cousins, and younger relatives arrived, and everyone ate breakfast together with the grandparents. Second and third uncles accompanied the siblings in a simple carriage to visit their ancestral grave outside the city. Today, Yun-yi wore men's clothes on purpose because the graveyard of the Zhan family had guards. She didn't want any trouble. When they arrived, the gravekeeper recognized the two uncles from the Duke Wu's family and let them pass. He thought to himself that the second wife was also an unfortunate person, gone so early. But her family never forgot her. They visited her during festivals, more often than the main family from the Marquis of Huayang. They weren't strange or suspicious, so they left after paying their respects. The four of them reached the grave of Lin Jiaqin, wife of Zhan Lin, and Yun-yi pulled her brother to kneel before the grave. The two uncles helped place offerings and stood to the side. Yun-yi, perhaps overwhelmed by her feelings, couldn't hold back her tears and spoke to the tombstone mother, My brother, and I came to see you. I found Peng. Mother, I have fulfilled your wish. Now you can rest peacefully in the afterlife. We will all be fine. From now on, we will support and love each other. Please rest assured. By this time, Zhan Yunpeng was already crying heavily, sniffling as he said, Mother, I'm back to see you. Why didn't you wait for your son to come home? It's all Peng's fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have left so early. Mother, I miss you so much. I really miss you. Yun-yi didn't stop him. She thought it was good to let him vent. Maybe he needed this to fully let go. After he cried enough, Yun-yi burned the paper money until it was almost gone. Zhan Yunpeng carefully bowed 3 times at his mother's tombstone and said, Mother, don't worry. I will grow up just as you hoped, to be a strong man who can stand tall. I will take good care of myself and my elder sister. I will also be filial to your parents and support my sister in the future. You can rest assured. Inside, he silently promised himself, I will definitely make you proud. Second uncle Lin Junchen said, Everyone get up. Your mother is lucky to have 2 good children like you. Seeing you both doing well should make her very happy. I think your mother can now rest peacefully. Little sister, Your ear is very impressive. She has done things even we adults haven't managed. Now you see that Peng is being well cared for by her. You should also feel at ease. Rest assured, they will always be supported by the Duke Wu's family, just like Zixuan and the others. The brothers will take good care of them. Little sister, you can relax. After speaking, his eyes turned red. She was their most beloved little sister. Even after so long, the pain of missing her was still strong. Third Uncle Lin Junyi whispered nearby, little sister, third brother misses you very much. Ear looks a lot like you, but she is a bit more strong-willed, which makes me very happy. Don't worry, they will be fine. As second brother said, the Duke Wu's family will always be their support. Third brother hopes you can feel at ease. They stayed silently at the grave for a while. Yun-yi recounted everything that had happened recently. Seeing that it was getting late, she stood up and said, Mother, we're leaving now. When we return to the capital, we'll come to pay our respects again. When the four of them returned to the Duke Wu's residence, it was almost lunchtime. The siblings immediately urged their grandmother to wash up, change clothes, and come to eat. After a warm lunch, except for the old lady who was too weak and went back to rest, everyone else moved to the study. Yun-yi again explained everything to them in detail. After everyone analyzed for a long time, Yun-yi said, on the day in question, only a few people in the household knew my father's schedule. Yet, at that exact time, such an incident happened. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? My father's personality is well known to those close to him. Everything suggests that someone planned this carefully. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to target the direct grandson of the Marquis of Huayong in such a short time, especially since you've searched all over Longting country for Peng'er over the years. Peng'er himself said that after he was taken away, he was immediately taken out of the city and left Longting and Longjing City that very night. All signs point to a clever person behind this. I also suspect there is an inside helper in the Marquis of Huayong's house. Otherwise, they wouldn't know my father's schedule and preferences so precisely. Moreover, nothing else has happened in the Marquis of Huayong's house or the Duke of Wu's house in recent years. I believe the person behind this has some grudge against one of my parents. Everyone in the room lowered their heads, thinking about Yun-yi's words. They found her reasoning reasonable, but who this person was, male or female, and what kind of grudge could make them risk attacking a 7-year-old child was unclear. At this moment, the youngest in the room, Lin Zili, said, could it be the woman who likes Uncle? Maybe she wants to hurt Aunt, make her sad, and cause trouble between Uncle and Aunt. Then she would have a chance. It shows she loves him deeply. It's like a scene from a play. This family's youngest, the 9th young master, was quite impulsive and often didn't follow the rules. Second uncle patted his little son's head and said, kids shouldn't talk nonsense. Do you think this is a playhouse? Second aunt's eyes kept moving as if she had an idea and said, I think Zili's words aren't without reason. Isn't it common for love to turn into hatred? When someone loves but cannot have that person, they might do something terrible. Think about it. When my sister was in her room, she rarely went out. Even when she did, she was always accompanied. The people she interacted with most were just a few noble young ladies from good families, so where would her enemies come from? The only possibility is what Zili said, that love turned into hatred, and because she couldn't have him, she hurt the child. Everyone in the room fell silent again. At this moment, the third madam, who had been silent all along, said, from what I see, the person behind this is probably a woman. Maybe, like Zili said, she hated after loving and wanted to ruin someone's happiness. My instinct tells me that if it were a man, he wouldn't use such methods. But if it's a woman, it's hard to say. Everyone seems to agree with this view now. Yun-yi also thinks the same. Men usually wouldn't harm children, and that person also said that the list provided at the time included more than just her younger brother. It seems some matters still need to be discussed privately with her grandfather and uncles, as they are very important. After dinner, Guprum went to discuss homework with his cousins, and the old lady and Yun-yi talked for a while. Feeling tired, Yun-yi sent her back to her inner room. Yun-yi asked grandmother, didn't you bring back honey? Please don't stop drinking it. A small cup every day is good for your health. The old lady smiled and said, "Your honey really is a good thing. I believe, as you said, that this health-boosting honey must contain many precious ingredients. I feel that my health has improved a lot over these past 6 months. In winter before, I was always freezing and couldn't get warm no matter what. But last winter, I felt much better. Although I still get tired after a long time, I sleep much more soundly at night. Before, I'd wake up at the slightest noise, but now I sleep through the night. Have you noticed? My skin has become tighter, and your 3 aunts look much fairer than before, with smoother skin too." Many ladies at the banquet asked your aunt if she had some secret recipe, but they wouldn't admit it. They just said it was because they ate a lot of supplements. Yuni thought for a moment. Skincare is also a big project, so she could start in Beijing first. That way, her noble status would be more evident. Beijing is a place where the powerful gather, with many wealthy people. Good brands can be promoted easily there. After all, a few of her aunts act as public figures, and in social circles, every lady loves to look her best. Yuni smiled and said, "As long as it works well, I plan to open a skincare shop in Beijing. What do you think, grandmother?" The old lady looked at her clever granddaughter and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" She could tell that her little granddaughter was very determined now and wouldn't say these things without reason. Yuni thought about how experience counts and smiled as she said, "Grandmother, although I don't want to return to the Marquis of Huayang's estate, I have to go back eventually. Right now, the main family probably doesn't want me to return, but when I come of age, even if it's just for the family's reputation, they will likely bring me back. Currently, outsiders probably don't know much about the Ho family situation. I understand it very well. Besides what previous generations left behind, the family's current assets can barely cover a year's expenses for the whole household. There is no extra silver in the family fund. If my brother and I return to the family in the future, we can't rely on the monthly allowance alone to handle any matters, or the eldest branch would control everything. That's not what I want to see. We can't keep spending the old savings left by our mother forever. Besides, those things are meant for my brother and me to use when we marry and have children. I have to think long-term. I know what you're trying to say, but we're still descendants of the Marquis of Huayang. It's not right to depend on outsiders to support us forever." Seeing that my grandmother didn't interrupt, I continued, "I have to think long-term. I understand what you mean, but we're still descendants of the Marquis of Huayang. It's not proper to rely on outsiders for support forever. Besides, in a few years, my cousins will be grown up and will marry their wives. You can spoil us, and uncle and aunt can spoil us too. But the future sisters-in-law are not obliged to support me and Punger. As for me, your granddaughter, I am capable of standing on my own. In the future, I hope you will see that Punger and I will take good care of you." I finished and laughed happily. Old Madam felt a bit bitter inside. My granddaughter was only 14, still a delicate-looking girl, but she was already thinking about so many things. Originally, I wanted to say everything with the help of my grandparents, but it was clear that the child didn't want to keep relying on the long-term support from the outside family. She was ambitious. Oh well. Although the 3 daughters-in-law seem good now, who knows what will happen over time. Air is right. To avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, it's better to let her do as she wishes. Then I thought about how I and the Duke would leave sooner or later. When that time comes, what will they do? Relying on themselves is better than relying on anyone else. After thinking it through, the old lady said, just think carefully and don't push yourself too hard." Yuni smiled and replied, "Thank you, grandmother." After leaving my grandmother, I saw my grandfather and several uncles sitting in the pavilion ahead, drinking tea and chatting leisurely. I thought it was best to clarify everything early so they wouldn't be misled or waste time investigating later. So I walked over and said, "Grandfather and uncles, I humbly pay my respects." The old Duke smiled and said, "Is your grandmother feeling unwell again? But I've seen her much better over the past few months." Yun-yi also smiled and replied, "Just now, my grandmother said that since she started drinking the health-boosting honey, she has felt much better. Please don't stop, and remember to drink a cup every day." The old Duke nodded happily. All right, I won't forget. I really think that honey works. My leg problem used to leave lingering issues, but since I started drinking your honey, it's not as bad as before. Yuni said if it works, then keep drinking it. I'll find some herbs to make more for you. She then said to her uncles, last time, I prepared some for you and your wife. When you're feeling better, you can also have a cup as a way to take care of your health. The uncles all smiled and said affectionately, thank you. Yun-yi softly added, grandfather, let's go to the study. I have something important to discuss with you and the uncles. Seeing her serious expression, everyone understood it was something important, so no one said anything more. After the maid brought in the prepared tea and left, Yuni looked around carefully with her spiritual sense. The closest people were two young servants about 3 meters away, and there were also hidden guards in the trees farther away. The old Duke noticed Yunyi's cautious attitude and realized it was probably a serious matter, so he asked, is what Yunyi is about to say a major secret? Yun-yi then spoke, during my trip to Dongjun, I discovered a big secret. Someone in Lungting's capital is colluding with the second prince of Dongjun. Everyone looked at Yun-yi in disbelief. The old Duke asked, is this information reliable? Yuni replied, I found a letter from them when I was there. It mentioned some plans, but it doesn't say who wrote it. There is no signature. The old Duke frowned deeply and asked, how did Yun-yi investigate the second prince of Dongjun? Yun-yi organized her words and said, the group that took Peng'er was a merchant caravan from Dongjun called Shaoing. When I entered Dongjun, I accidentally rescued some children, and from them, I found Peng'er's jade pendant. They told me that a merchant caravan had stayed in their village for a while. The children were young and a bit playful at the time. Yun-yi paused briefly before continuing. When the caravan's people found Peng'er and the others trapped in the carts, they gave them some water and food. Although Peng was young at the time, he was a kind boy who knew how to repay kindness. He had nothing else with him, so he gave away his only keepsake, a jade pendant. According to those children, Peng said he might as well return the favor with the jade pendant, since keeping it was useless. If their mothers hadn't been sick, they probably wouldn't have sold the pendant easily. It just so happened that I encountered this situation. After taking a sip of tea, I continued, I had thought that over these years, since you've almost turned Dragon Tengu upside down, you would have found Peng. It's very likely that Peng has long since left the Dragon Tengu territory. The only place he could leave quickly was Jade Green Mountain. At first, I didn't think of Jade Green Mountain. I just assumed Peng was no longer in the Dragon Tengu kingdom. But then I met those children in Dongjun, and from them I learned that the merchant caravan avoided the town near the village, stayed in the village, and also showed me Peng's jade pendant from back then. Based on when they got the pendant, it was on the day Peng had an accident. He left Beijing directly through Jade Green Mountain heading east. At first, I didn't think much of it. When we reached Liaoqing in Dongjun, we stayed at a farmstead, but the people there often robbed travelers. I didn't expect to get caught that time. From those children, I learned that the Shang merchant caravan traveled between Dongjun and Dragon Tengu along Jade Green Mountain. Everything suddenly made sense. Later, I traced the trail and found someone who knew about the merchant's journey that year. From him, I learned a huge secret. Yun-yi spoke until her throat was dry, then poured herself another cup of tea before continuing. From what he told me, I learned that someone in Dragon Tengu was colluding with Chu Tianling, the second prince of Dongjun, now known as Prince Ling. At that time, not only Peng was taken away from Dragon Tengu. Along with him, 4 other children were also taken. Peng escaped halfway and unfortunately fell off a cliff, but his adoptive father rescued him. His adoptive father had been in a wealthy family and noticed Peng's fine clothes. Afraid of causing trouble, he changed Peng into rough cloth clothes, then took him to Ling Mountain Village at the foot of Snow Spirit Mountain to hide. My third uncle is quite impatient. Seeing Yuni pause again, he quickly poured a cup of tea and asked, what about the other children who were taken with Peng? Yuni finished her tea and said, this isn't simple. At that time, including Peng, there were 5 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Did you hear of any other children missing from the capital back then? After a few people pondered for a long time, the heir said, "It seems that the grandson of the Grand Tutor's family was called something back then. I remember he disappeared even earlier than Punger from our family. It was said he was lost when going to a wedding banquet." "Oh, yes, I remember now. His name was Chung Zaheo." "Yes, Chung Zaheo." At that time, the Grand Tutor's family was also in chaos because of this matter, since the boy was with the Grand Tutor's family going to the wedding. Because of this, the daughter and son-in-law almost had a falling out with the Grand Tutor. Later, it was the son's family who came and settled the matter, probably hoping to use the Grand Tutor's influence to find the child. Over the years, because the child was never found, the Grand Tutor had to support that greedy family. Back then, the Chung family probably prepared two options. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suppressed the issue, exchanging a grandson for the future career of the Chung family. Third Uncle Lin Junyi asked, "Do the other children, know whose family they belong to?" Yuni asked, "Besides Chung Zaheo, has anyone in the capital lost a child?" The four of them thought hard for a while and shook their heads. Yun-yi said, "According to an insider, there was also a noble granddaughter from the palace, named Long Hui. Do you know about her?" All four shook their heads again, but it was clear they understood that this matter was more complicated than it seemed. Yun-yi continued, "There was also Jingqing's magistrate son, Zheng Yan, and the last was Song Ling, the legitimate daughter of a third-rank official's family." Yun-yi looked at her grandfather and uncles, who all looked incredulous, and then said, "According to the insider, those children were all sent to secret training places. In the future, they are supposed to be sent back to their own country. It's obvious they want to find a reason to send them home. Isn't that the main goal?" Everyone present frowned, thinking about what to do. Such a serious matter must be reported to the emperor, but if they did, Punger's situation might be exposed. Might also be revealed, but this was a major issue. They couldn't pretend it never happened, especially since they were responsible for the well-being of the ruler and the safety of the country. Yuni knew that once this was revealed, it would definitely be reported to the emperor. She was mentally prepared, but she was worried about her brother and how it might affect him. Also, she hadn't found all the children, which meant that the secret base from last time was just one of several. There must be other places. According to my younger brother, those children from back then are about the same age as him. That means they are probably around 11 or 12 now. It's very likely they will return to Longting soon. Yuni thought for a moment and said, "Grandfather, I know this matter is very important. You can't ignore it. Please consider and report it to the higher authorities. But I have one request. This information must not be known to anyone outside the emperor, at least not before I return to the capital, including the Marquis of Huayang's family." The Duke and several uncles looked at each other seriously and nodded in agreement. Yun-yi also handed over a few letters she found in Chu Tianling's place before leaving the academy. She knew her grandfather and uncles still needed to discuss the matter. The next morning, the Duke and the heir dressed in official robes and went to the palace, returning only in the afternoon. At night, the emperor secretly summoned the siblings for an audience. Yun-yi had prepared herself mentally for this. The meeting place was outside the palace to avoid being seen. Yun-yi and her brother were taken to a courtyard by their grandfather and eldest uncle. Their grandfather and uncle led them to a room, but did not go inside with them. After giving a few instructions, they let the siblings enter. Inside, they saw the current emperor Yonghe Long Mufeng. Though already in his 50s, he exuded a scholarly and wise aura. The siblings respectfully bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am Yun-yi, Yun-prung. I humbly greet you." The emperor looked at the siblings kneeling before him. He was surprised that such a young girl was so resilient and brave, having accidentally uncovered such a big secret while searching for her brother. Despite being small, she was sensible, patriotic, and knew how to report the secret to the military duke's family. She was loyal to the country and had a careful mind and great courage. If she were a boy, she could have achieved great things. It's a pity she's a girl. His voice was commanding as he said, "Rise." The siblings responded together, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After expressing their gratitude, they stood up. Yunpeng only shared his experience with the emperor and then left. Yun-yi talked with the emperor for about half an hour. After the conversation, the emperor asked, "Young lady of the Yun family, when you received the news, how did you think of secretly returning to the capital to report it?" Yun-yi didn't hesitate and replied simply, "A country is the foundation of a home." Today, His Majesty Emperor Yonghe Longmufeng did not expect that this young girl's simple words would carry such weight, like a mountain. Even at a young age, she understands the feelings of the family and the country. Truly impressive. He asked with a gentle smile, having achieved such great merit, what would the young lady of the Zhan family like me to reward you with? Yuni thought for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, I would like to request a piece of your calligraphy as a gift, if that's possible." Emperor Yonghe was surprised that Yun-yi would say this. He nodded and ordered the servants outside to prepare brushes and ink. Curious, he asked, "Young lady of the Zhan family, what do you plan to do with my calligraphy?" Yun-yi smiled shyly and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry with me for asking." Emperor Yonghe chuckled, finding Yun-yi quite interesting. He said, "It's fine to ask. I forgive you." Yun-yi explained, "I usually enjoy studying skincare products like rouge and powders. So, I plan to open a skincare shop when I return to the capital someday. I want to hang Your Majesty's calligraphy in my shop to attract customers. Business will be prosperous, and wealth will flow in. No one will dare to trouble me." She smiled as she finished. The emperor tapped her forehead with his brush and said, "You're the first to use my calligraphy for business. Since I've allowed you to ask for a reward, as you wish, so be it." He then took his brush and wrote words for prosperity and wealth, stamped his personal seal, and handed the sealed scroll to the attendants who came in to serve. After the ink dried, he carefully placed it in a delicate box and handed it to Yun-yi. Bidding farewell to the emperor, Yun-yi thought to herself that with this connection, she might be favored when facing difficulties in the future. As for today's report, it was not something she could control. She believed that after knowing everything, Emperor Yonghe would handle it well. The next day, Yun-yi said she needed to leave the estate for some errands. The old lady was initially worried, but when she saw Yun-yi quickly change into men's clothing and even show her strength, she couldn't say anything more. Yun-yi said, "Grandmother, I have a lot to do these days, so I might return late. I hope you understand." Because time was tight, Yun-yi wanted to settle affairs in the capital before returning to Mount Qingliang. The old lady felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be happy or worried, her heart feeling both sour and heavy. She could only wave her hand and let her go about her business. Before leaving, Yun-yi specially visited her younger brother to remind him that he could only play at the estate and was not allowed to leave the Wu State Duke's residence. It wasn't that Yun-yi was too lenient, but her younger brother looked so much like their cheap father that she was worried. She didn't fear small problems, but she was afraid of bigger ones happening unexpectedly. She didn't want anything to go wrong halfway through. Yun-yi took Jean-Di and Johnny out, and they went to find the farm that Johnny's family had bought. It was already midsummer, and the farm was quite large and lush now. It wasn't too far from the capital city. The land wasn't very good, but the location was quite convenient, especially for transportation. Jean-yi told her that this farm used to belong to a wealthy family in the capital and had been passed down for several generations. Unfortunately, the family had a spoiled son who liked to hang out and have fun. Recently, he got into trouble while drinking and partying. He ran into his brother-in-law, who was visiting from a distant place, at a horse farm outside the city. It started with a small argument, but suddenly, the brother-in-law's horse got spooked. The brother-in-law wasn't very skilled at riding, and in his panic, he tried to jump off the horse. The horse reared and kicked him, and he was seriously injured, nearly unable to walk properly again. What began as a minor quarrel quickly escalated. To protect the family's reputation, they decided to pay money to settle the matter. They didn't want to hurt the other person, but they needed to save their son's reputation. The family had many friends, but once the incident happened, those friends disappeared. To gather money to help their son, they didn't want to sell their shops, so they decided to sell some of their farms. Johnny learned about this and asked Longjingrue's people to help buy the farms quickly. If they had waited longer, they might have missed out. Yun-yi followed John-yi as they looked over the farms. The farms were quite good, with large areas, though the land wasn't very fertile. But that wasn't a problem for them. They quickly made arrangements for the farms, leaving some spiritual pills they brought today. Jean-yi crushed the pills and mixed them with fertilizer so the farmers could spread the nutrients quickly. Then he arranged for workers to buy what they needed and prepare everything. In the afternoon, they went to look at some shops. One shop was quite large, but its location wasn't very good. Still, that wasn't a big problem. Good products can sell anywhere. The other shops were smaller, but still usable. Two of the shops were right next to each other. Yun-yi asked John-yi to send people to see if the owners of the shops nearby were willing to swap locations, offering some extra money to make the exchange. These two shops opening together are quite a big event. After inspecting the storefront, Yun-yi made the final decision. The day after tomorrow, she plans to open the summer cooling shop. It's simple, just put up a sign and start business. She left a day to prepare enough. The location isn't ideal, but the shop is large enough. Yun-yi turned it into a restaurant. The two shops combined were converted into a snack shop. Another small shop nearby, not far from the restaurant, will be used to open a summer ice shop. In the busiest part of the East Market, Yun-yi opened a quick-service store selling cold drinks and fried chicken. In the past few days, Yun-yi has been very busy. The summer cooling shop opened the day after she finished, and the other shops quickly got their renovation plans the next day. As soon as she received the plans, workers and materials moved in. Yun-yi also kept busy training the workers needed for her workshops. Sean-yi and the others were even busier. Luckily, many people were assigned to different tasks by Yun-yi, with supervisors in each place. After nearly a month of hard work, everything was on track. The managers of the big households smiled happily about the summer cooling shop, and the quick-service cold drink and fried chicken store became very popular among young people in the city. The snack shop also thrived, delighting food lovers in the city and making everyone very satisfied. As for the leisure pavilion, business remained very busy. Because many wealthy families in the city have more members, the number of gold, silver, and bronze cards increased, and the amount prepaid for cards also went up. Within half a day, all the cards were sold out. If so many nobles hadn't come to support the opening day, some competitors might have caused trouble. Yun-yi stayed in the city for 5 or 6 days to see the exhibitions. Sean-yi and the others were ready to take over everything, so she prepared to return to the Qingliang mountain villa. Yun-yi has a rule for hiring. Everyone must be her own people, all signed with a binding contract. She hates trouble. She also gave loyal pills to key staff to ensure their loyalty. The benefits and pay she offers are much better than elsewhere, like modern times, with a base salary plus commission, so no one would slack off. On the last 2 days, Yun-yi didn't go anywhere. She stayed at Duke Wu's residence, accompanying her grandmother and aunts. Before leaving, she asked John to send some of the shop's food to Duke Wu's house. After packing her things, Yun-yi and her brother said goodbye to her relatives at Duke Wu's residence. She took Jean-di and Johnny with her, visited Ling Shui and the others in the city, then headed to Qingliang Mountain. A few people went back without rushing, as last time they visited some places they didn't have time to explore properly. This time, they brought along the younger brother, turning the trip into a small holiday. The 4 of them strolled back toward the courtyard. By the time they arrived, it was already late September. Mammy Lin had been sitting at the gate every day, waiting for the young lady and young master. Thinking it had been nearly 2 months since they left, she was eager to see them again. Yun-yi saw Mammy Lin from afar, her eyes filling with tears. She quickly dismounted and ran over, hugging Mammy Lin tightly. Softly, she whispered, "Mammy, I am back." Mammy Lin was so excited she said, "It's good to be back, it's good to be back. I thought you'd return soon." Yu Zhu, who was bringing tea, overheard and teased with a smile, "Mammy, you've been waiting at the gate for over half a month." Mammy Lin felt a little shy and said, "It's nice sitting at the gate. It's lively with so many people coming and going." After returning home and freshening up, Yuni sorted out the gifts and handed them out to everyone. This made everyone in the courtyard very happy. The servants in the courtyard didn't expect the young lady to bring gifts from her trip. She brought back a beautiful, popular dress from the capital for Gunyan. After thanking her, Gunyan happily accepted the gift, her eyes shining with joy, clearly liking the dress very much. She excitedly said, "Elder sister, a senior girl at the academy, wore a dress like this recently. It's the latest style in the capital. Many students at the academy are jealous." Yuni smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. How are your studies lately? Are you keeping up?" Gunyan replied, "It's okay. I ask Mr. Qing Yan about anything I don't understand at the academy, so I haven't fallen behind." Seeing how confident the girl had become, Yuni thought Qing Yan had taught her a lot recently, and she smiled, saying, "That's good.
Keep it up."
After resting for a day at the courtyard, Gupeng and Gunyan went back to the academy to continue their studies. During the 2 months Yun-Yi was away, Long Jingrui had been paying close attention to her situation. He knew she had returned to the capital and secretly met with the emperor. However, the reason for her meeting with the emperor was still unknown. Knowing she liked to eat fruit, he brought a variety of fresh southern fruits for her. Yun-Yi had once considered telling Long Jingrui about this, but she hadn't yet. "But I still think it's better to leave such great achievements to my own family, so." When Long Jingrui saw Yun-Yi, his first thought was she looks thinner. It seems she has been working very hard these past 2 months. I heard her shops in Beijing are doing very well. Yun-Yi saw Long Jingrui come in and reluctantly stood up. She gave a perfunctory bow and said, "Greetings, Prince." Long Jingrui looked at her and said irritably, "If you're not willing, why make things difficult for yourself?" Yuni rolled her eyes and thought to herself, "I don't want to, but there's a difference between respect and disrespect." Long Jingrui saw her roll her eyes again and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, "In the future, when no outsiders are around, there's no need for formalities." Yun-Yi didn't say anything, only smiled, thinking he's being reasonable. Now that only the two of them are left in the pavilion, Long Jingrui asked, "Why didn't you tell me in advance when you returned to Beijing?" Yuni picked up her tea and said, "You already know I didn't mention it, so why bother?" Long Jingrui's handsome face darkened as he asked, "I heard you didn't bring your brother back to the Marquis of Huayang's residence." Yuni didn't hide anything and nodded, saying that's right. After setting down her tea, she thought for a moment. Since she might need Long Jingrui's help in the future, and since he would eventually find out about this, she decided to tell him everything directly, including what she reported to the emperor. Yuni knew his subordinates probably knew everything about him, so there was no need to hide it. Plus, if anything happened, he could inform her in advance. She also didn't hide her reasons for returning to Beijing and reporting to the Duke of Wu's residence. First, she genuinely wanted her family to get credit. Second, she didn't want others to know they knew each other. Long Jingrui liked her straightforward personality, always honest and direct, unlike the pretentious women in Beijing. But he was a bit upset that she didn't want others to know they knew each other, and his handsome face darkened with displeasure. Yun-Yi currently lacked the ability to investigate the mastermind behind everything, so she told Long Jingrui, "You understand the situation now. If possible, please help me investigate. Use these clues to see if you can find out who is behind this. I believe the person behind it must know my parents and might have once admired my father. You can start from this angle." She didn't mention her suspicion that the person had contact with the Marquis of Huayang's residence, and she also warned the people from the Duke of Wu's residence not to report this to the emperor. That is still the family of the original owner. She cannot push the entire family into such danger. Moreover, if something happens to the Marquis's residence, she and her brother will also be involved. However, she knows that the mastermind behind the home mansion will eventually be exposed by her personally. When that time comes, she won't hold back and will avenge the original owner and her mother. Long Jingrui twitched his mouth when he heard Yun-Yi's words. This girl dares to say anything, even about his father. Yun-Yi doesn't care how Long Jingrui feels. She's grateful for his subordinates' help in the capital. She said, "Your people in the capital caused quite a bit of trouble this time. I've ordered some watermelons, 2,000 jin, to be sent to them as a thank you. Then she added, later, I'll also ask Xiao Yi to send some to your courtyard. Long Jingrui looked at her sideways and coldly said, So I've benefited from their help? Hearing his tone, Yuni thought he was being overly sensitive and replied, If you don't want to benefit, I won't send anything. Those things are quite expensive anyway, and you've already tasted them before. Long Jingrui snorted and stopped talking. Seeing that he was annoyed, Yun-yi said, I might need to go out again soon. Remember to help me watch over the courtyard. Long Jingrui's handsome eyebrows furrowed as he coldly said, Are you still a noble lady? Just came back, and now you want to go out again? He realized his words sounded a bit harsh. Yuni ignored him and said, The world is so big. I want to see it. I don't want my whole life to revolve around my husband, children, and the estate. Long Jingrui was surprised to hear this. The girl was becoming more and more bold. She could say such rebellious words. He replied somewhat harshly, Where did your womanly virtue go? Yuni sighed and said, Women are supposed to stay at home under their father's care, marry under their husbands, and after the husband's death, follow the son. Haha, it's so ridiculous, so sad and lamentable. I will never be that kind of woman. I can create wealth with my own hands and support myself. Why should I be controlled by others? I think it's better to aim to govern than to be controlled. She turned and walked away without looking back. Left alone, Long Jingrui muttered to himself, It's better to aim to govern than to be controlled. This girl always speaks startling words. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, he probably thought she was angry. The hidden guards in the shadows were so scared they didn't dare to come out. This is Miss Jean-san. If someone else tried, they would be asking for trouble. Long Jingrui was also a bit angry. When had he ever been treated like this? Someone was asking him for help and then giving him a cold look. How unreasonable. The proud person also flew off in anger and left. Yun-yi returned to the backyard, then went into her space and soaked in the hot spring bath. Only then did she feel her frustration melt away. Yes, this is ancient times. What she said just now sounded rebellious to Long Jingrui. But so what? The world is so big, I want to see it. Great. Then I'll go on a spontaneous trip. Maybe I can find a handsome young husband along the way and start training him early. Once she thought it through, she stopped being angry. She got out of the bath, tidied herself up, and changed into her usual martial arts outfit. She headed directly from the back mountain to Xiaorao village. When she arrived, she saw the village busy with activity. The watermelons and melons they picked were all ordered by others. There was no need to send them to Lingyan city shops. They could be delivered directly to wealthy households. Xiao Yi saw her master arriving and hurried over to say, Master, you're back. Yuni nodded and asked, How much yield per acre? Xiao Yi replied, We don't have an exact number yet. The first harvest is nearly 6,000 jin per acre, but there are second and third harvests too. Honestly, the yield is a bit shocking. Look at these second harvests, they're almost as good as the first. But, Master, our melons are selling very well. Starting at 500 coins per jin, some still think it's expensive. After you suggested a tasting day, it became so popular that we couldn't stop. The big households are placing orders directly at the village. Yuni looked around and said, Schedule time to build another workshop, same for Yao Yi's side. Then she handed over the plans. Their area was well divided. One part from Lingyan City north to the capital, and another south. Very good. Yuni looked at the lively scene around her and said, I need to go out for a few days. I don't know when I'll return. Handle things as you see fit. Just approve the decisions. Xiao Yi heard that his master was leaving again. Although curious, he replied, Understood. Yun-yi suddenly felt she had forgotten something. She thought carefully, then slapped her forehead and said, Recall one shop. I'll give you the renovation plans before I leave. Also, send 2 people tomorrow to the guest courtyard to learn how to make cold drinks and fried chicken from Anjing. After giving instructions, Yun-yi left gracefully. When Yun-yi returned to the other courtyard, she was carrying 2 rabbits and a wild chicken. After entering, she handed them to Qin, who to deliver to Aunt Zheng for a meal. Back in her own yard, She told the maids she was tired and wanted to rest, asking them not to disturb her. She closed the doors and windows, entered her space, and prepared face masks in the villa. Then she picked a lot of fruits with a basket, washed and sliced them, and marinated them in honey. When the time was right, she put everything into the dehydrator to make dried fruit. She made buns with various fillings, siumai, steamed buns, and scallion pancakes. She also cooked pork ribs, pickled cucumbers, made small salted radish and cucumber dishes, and boiled red bean porridge and lotus leaf porridge. She also prepared many types of beef jerky, original, 5-spice, and spicy, along with meat sauce, mushroom sauce, and chili sauce, all stored in her space. The space kept everything fresh, so they wouldn't spoil no matter how long they stayed inside. Yun-yi made a large amount at once for easy future use. After finishing these tasks, Yun-yi moved to the hot spring pool, poured half a glass of red wine, brought over a plate of beef jerky and a big piece of cream cake, then soaked herself in the white hot spring for a relaxing beauty bath. When she left the room, Gupeng and Gonyen had already returned from the academy. After dinner, Yuni said, "I need to go out for a while. You two must take good care of yourselves at home. Don't slack off on your studies. I will check on you when I return. The return date is uncertain, so listen to Grandma Lin and take good care of her." Gupeng looked a bit worried but knew his sister was resourceful, so he replied, "Yes, sister. When you're out, please take care of yourself and come back safely and early." Gunyan was thinking a lot. With her sister gone and her brother not very responsible, she was now the only mistress of the courtyard. During her sister's absence, she would be the one in charge. As for Grandma Lin, she was old, and not letting her do anything was respectful enough. She was just a servant. There was no need to spoil her too much. The daughters of the academy were known to have strong personalities, and in the future, she wanted to learn how to stand firm and command respect in the courtyard. She wanted everyone to obey her. Thinking happily, she said with a smile, "Sister, you must take good care of yourself. Don't worry, with me and brother here, everything will be fine." Yun-yi glanced at Gunyan. The girl seemed to have something to say, but Yun-yi only smiled and said nothing. Then she called her 4 maids, Zhang Yuan and Qin, who together repeated her instructions and told them to take good care of Grandma Lin. I also called Zhang-yi over separately and told him that he must always prioritize the young master, stay close to him, and ensure his safety. After tidying up, I went to Lin Mama's courtyard, holding a jar of honey I had prepared and a set of skincare products. Now, Yun-yi had also specially arranged for 2 young maids to serve Lin Mama. Since she was older, she was a bit worried. To Yun-yi, Lin Mama was like family. When Lin Mama saw Yun-yi come in, she asked, "Miss, why are you here?" Yun-yi no longer greeted her formally, treating her like family. At that moment, Lin Mama's eyes reddened as she said, "All right." Yun-yi said, "I'm here to bring you honey and skincare products." Lin Mama slightly reproached her, "You already gave me some last time, and I haven't finished using it. That's a waste. I'm just an old lady now. Why do I need skincare?" Yun-yi smiled and replied, "Mama, you're not old at all. If you drink honey for a few years, your health will improve a lot. You must use these skincare products. I put a lot of thought into making them just for you." The honey Yun-yi made now was infused with small-aged ginseng from the space, which was good for gradual health improvement. If she used honey with older ginseng from the space, the effects would be too obvious and might cause trouble for herself. Lin Mama smiled and said, all right, miss. I appreciate your kindness. I'll use it properly." Yun-yi arranged the items for Lin Mama and then sat on the bed, saying, "Mama, I need to go out for a few days. It might take a while." When Lin Mama heard that Yun-yi, just back, was planning to leave again, she seemed about to say something. Yun-yi quickly added, "But don't worry, I'll definitely be back before the new year. I just want to take advantage of this time when I'm still young and not in the capital's estate, to go out and see more. In a few years, even if the heir's wife doesn't want me to return, my grandfather and grandmother probably won't agree. Once I go back, it will be harder to travel freely. I know what you're thinking, Mama. Don't worry, I have martial skills to protect myself, as you know. I promise I'll come back safe and sound."
Okay, Nana.
I just really want to go out and see the beautiful scenery of the world. It wouldn't be a waste of my journey to this continent. Mama, please agree with me, all right? She looked at Lin Mama with hopeful eyes. Seeing her like that, Lin Mama's heart softened. She thought, isn't it hard enough for a woman to leave her home in her lifetime? Miss, with her personality, just wants to go out and see the world. Sigh, well, fine. If she wants to go, let her go. The young lady is right. Before her coming of age, someone from Beijing will likely come to pick her up. Even if the young master's wife doesn't want her to go back, Lord Ho and the old madam definitely won't allow the main daughter of the Zhan family to have her coming-of-age ceremony outside. Wouldn't that make the powerful families in Beijing look down on them? Moreover, the Duke of Wu's residence is not to be underestimated. Somewhat annoyed, she said, when does the young lady plan to leave? You must take good care of yourself while you're away. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain to the young lady. Yuni chuckled and said, Madam, I'm already this old.
I can take care of myself.
One day, when you see my mother, she will be so grateful and say you took good care of her two children and they grew up well and independent. Haha. Madam Lin knew that the young lady didn't like her bringing her up every time, but she was truly worried about her and couldn't bear to see her have an accident. They had finally found the young master, and her heart was finally at ease. Now, the young lady wanted to see the beautiful world. This old woman really couldn't stop her from causing trouble. Yuni smiled and said, I'll leave tomorrow.
Don't worry about me.
When I have time, I'll have someone send news back to you. Just stay peacefully at the other courtyard and take good care of Pinger. When I return, I'll bring you gifts, okay? Madam Lin nodded reluctantly. The young lady was becoming more determined. What could she say? Yun-yi said, all right. Let's smile and stay young at heart. Madam Lin also chuckled and said, the young lady always knows how to make me happy. Yun-yi stopped smiling and seriously said, Madam, during the time I am away, pay more attention to Gunyan and care for her. She's a good-hearted girl, but maybe she was spoiled at home before. Sometimes she might go astray. Please watch her more, so she doesn't feel neglected by us and cause trouble. Madam Lin nodded and said, don't worry.
I won't treat her badly.
After all, her father saved my young master. Now that her father is gone, this kindness falls on her. I will treat her well. The young master will also look after her. You can rest assured, young lady. Yuni nodded as well and said, you must also take care of yourself. If anything happens, just tell them. Madam Lin's eyes reddened as she nodded to Yun-yi and said, I understand. Don't worry about this old servant, young lady. Inside, I was thinking about how I, with my limited virtue, could make the young lady treat me this way. It was worth it in this life. After saying goodbye to Madam Lin, Yuni didn't go straight back to her own courtyard. She stepped forward toward the front yard. When she saw the light in her brother's study was on, she entered the yard. Zhan-yi was sitting by a stone table, drinking tea. When he saw her come in, he stood up and bowed. Why is the lady here? He asked. Yuni said, I will leave early tomorrow morning. I have some things to tell your master. Zhan-yi walked a few steps and knocked on the study door. Inside, a voice asked, what is it? Zhan-yi replied, young master, the young lady is here. Guoprung came out to greet her and asked, my sister is here. Is there something you want me to know? Yun-yi walked toward the study and smiled softly. Did you already know I was coming? Guoprung clasped his hands and said, my sister always treats me like a child. I think you must be worried, so you came to remind me again before you leave. He smiled faintly after speaking. Yun-yi looked up at the sky, thinking that her brother was very smart, like what modern people call high intelligence. If he hadn't been taken away, if he had stayed in the Marquis of Huayang's estate, he might have already achieved fame. Because the teachers at Lingyun Academy think very highly of Guoprung. They say he's the most talented student they've seen in recent years. Every senior teacher is eager to treat him with great enthusiasm. But Guoprung is also very hardworking. The teacher said he might try out next year, so recently, he's been working even harder than usual. Yuni knew a little about why he was working so hard, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt sad for him. She said, I hope that when I come back, my handsome brother won't have lost weight just because he missed me. Guopeng, a bit annoyed, said, Sister, can you act a little more like a proper young lady? Yun-yi burst out laughing and said, Look at me, so pitiful.
No one even cares about me.
Sigh.
She shook her head playfully. Guopeng thought his sister was really quite dramatic. He said impatiently, coming so late, just get to the point. Yun-yi, seeing her brother wasn't falling for her, felt it was boring and finally said, I'm leaving early tomorrow. You, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I know what you're thinking, but those things aren't really important. I just want you to stay healthy and safe. Do you understand what I mean? Guopeng said, I know, I'm not stupid. I will do my best within my ability. When sister goes out, she should take good care of herself, so I won't worry, okay? Yuni nodded seriously. Her younger brother was wise, but she had been too sure of herself, treating him like a child. All right, I'll change that. Yuni added, also, keep an eye on Gunyen's movements. If there's any sign of trouble, warn her early to prevent any problems. After I leave tomorrow, you should eat alone in your yard to avoid trouble. It's better to prevent issues before they happen. Don't blame your sister for being overly cautious. People often change when they are in a new environment, influenced by those around them and the surroundings. So I'm not just talking nonsense. Guopeng understood his sister's meaning and didn't want her to worry, so he said, Sister, I understand. I will remember your advice and keep it in mind. Yuni felt she might be too nagging, so she shrugged and said, All right, I admit I'm a bit too concerned. Don't stay up too late and rest early. After finishing her tasks, Yuni turned and headed out of the yard. When she reached the gate, she heard Guopeng say behind her, Sister, thank you. She paused for a moment, but didn't look back. She simply raised her hand in a wave and walked away gracefully. Unbeknownst to her, Guopeng was crying with red eyes. Without his sister, he didn't know when he could truly move on. Without her, he wouldn't have the peace he now enjoyed. In the future, he would support his sister and build a bright future for her. His fists clenched, veins bulging from the effort. Before returning to the mansion, he planned to study diligently with the scholars at the academy, aiming to pass the county and prefectural exams next year so his sister could return home proudly and others in the mansion wouldn't look down on them anymore. Yuni left the yard and saw Jean-Yi standing outside the gate. She said, Watch over him for me. Without stopping, she headed straight along the corridor toward the second courtyard. Jean-Yi clasped his fists behind his back and replied, Understood. I will obey. Back in the yard, she dismissed the maids, closed the doors and windows, and entered her space. First, she practiced martial arts for a while, then circulated her mental energy techniques through her body several times. Finally, she finished her training, soaked in the hot spring, and thought about when she would leave tomorrow. She had already said her goodbyes and didn't want to do it again. She tidied herself up, completed the design for Xiao Yi's cold drink and fried chicken shop, and then wrote down the process for making sweet potato noodles to give to them all at once. All the necessary things were prepared, and she suddenly remembered the little snow fox that had been sleeping deeply. Previously, she took some blood from the little fox. The little creature was only a bit weak, but after Yun-Yi fed it many nourishing medicines, it fell into a deep coma. She checked on it several times. Everything seemed normal, but it just kept sleeping. She didn't know what to do. She could only feed it some stream water every day, worried that its small body might not handle the long wait. Yun-Yi thought maybe the spiritual energy in the medicinal field inside the space was too strong, causing an overdose. That's why the little fox was still unconscious. Once again, Yun-Yi poured stream water into a small bowl and carefully fed it to the little snow fox with a tiny spoon. Surprisingly, even while unconscious, it still knew how to swallow. Yun-Yi was also a bit mischievous. She knew the little fox was still asleep but still wanted to see if she could wake it up by teasing it a little. A few days ago, she forcibly bathed the little fox twice while it was in a coma, but there was no response. She gave up after that. After feeding a small bowl of stream water, Yun-Yi gently placed the little snow fox back into its small nest, ready to leave. She took a few steps away, then turned back to look again. To her surprise, she saw the little fox's eyes half opened, then closed again, just like in the TV dramas where a patient wakes up from a coma. Excited, Yun-E quickly set the bowl aside and returned, asking, "Little snow fox, are you awake? Have you woken up? You really can sleep deeply, huh?" But after waiting a while, there was no response from the little creature. It made her both angry and anxious. She waited even longer, but still saw no sign of waking. Yun-E believed she hadn't mistaken what she saw just now. Her little fox had indeed opened its eyes, maybe just not strong enough yet to stay awake fully. At least it had opened its eyes, which was a good sign. It wouldn't be long before it fully woke up. Yun-E stood up, sighed, and returned to the villa. She wasn't very sleepy, so she picked up a medical book and started reading on the sofa. The next morning, before dawn, Yun-E left a note in her room. She arrived at the front yard and stopped in front of the Xiao and others' house. Inside, everyone suddenly opened their eyes. Within half a minute, they all came out and said, "Greetings, young lady." Yun-E said, "This time, you don't need to follow me. Stay here and help take care of the people in the other courtyard. When there's nothing to do, you can go to the Shaorao village to take a look." Everyone was stunned. The young lady was going far away, and the return date was uncertain, but she wasn't taking them along. Master asked, "Will you all stay here? I think it would be better to bring 2 people along. Leaving 2 to watch this place is enough." He is indeed thinking of the master, especially since he will be traveling far. Yun-E said, "No need this time. I want to go out alone and take a look. There's nothing urgent to handle. You don't need to worry. I'll leave young master and Grandma Lin in your care. If Miss Nyener throws a tantrum, please watch her closely so she doesn't affect young master's studies." Although the 4 of them were puzzled, they replied together, "Yes, mistress." Yun-E took a deep breath and left the courtyard quickly, disappearing near the other courtyard. When she arrived at Shaorao village, the subordinates there were practicing morning exercises, their shouts echoing non-stop. Seeing the mistress standing high up, Xiao quickly rushed over and asked, "Greetings, mistress. Are you about to leave?" Yun-E looked down at the practicing team and said, "Yes, that's right." Then she handed over some prepared blueprints and the process for making sweet flower strips, saying, "During the experiment, also call Yao Yi's people to make things easier." She pointed at the many spiritual pills on the ground and said, "Keep these safe. You all discuss how to arrange things at the village this winter." Xiao replied, "Yes, mistress." Yun-E glanced at her subordinates busy practicing in the distance and said to Xiao, "I'm leaving now. The return date is uncertain. I trust everything to you." After speaking, she disappeared into the morning light at a speed that surprised Xiao. It seemed she had advanced again. Xiao thought, the mistress has probably leveled up again. Indeed, Yun-Yi's Xiaoyao Wuhan had reached the 6th level, and even Yu Xiao Manyan was at the 5th level. So now, she chose to wander the world alone. Yes, she wanted to travel solo, haha. Yun-E found a safe spot and released the horses she had prepared earlier from her space farm. She strolled southward. The southern part of Lungting Kingdom was quite warm. Along the way, Yun-E saw scenery different from that of Qingshuang Mountain. Qingshuang Mountain wasn't truly in the south. Lingyan City was just on the border between north and south. However, Qingshuang Mountain was special because it had hot springs underground, though few had been developed, mostly natural pools. Yun-E kept heading south. She had already decided that, if nothing unexpected happened, she would pass through the south to visit Yunli Kingdom and take a look at Jintai Manor, where Lu Qinbin's family was. Since returning, this person sent a letter of safety, but has not written again. No one knows how they are now. What Yun-E doesn't know is that right after she left, Lu Qinbin's letter arrived. Throughout the journey, Yun-E walked and stopped often. When she saw beautiful scenery, she couldn't help but pause. Sometimes, when she was in a good mood, she would take out her sketch pad and casually draw a few strokes. She was having a lot of fun. One day, Yun-E arrived at a small village with very beautiful scenery. She initially didn't plan to enter the village, just wanted to quietly enjoy the view. But as soon as she found a comfortable spot to sit, she heard people running and shouting. The noise was too loud to ignore. She also heard crying sounds. Curious, Yun-E followed the crowd toward the noise. When she reached a bend ahead, she saw from afar that 2 or 3 heads were floating in the lake. Clearly, someone had fallen into the water. Nearby, there was a broken wooden boat. From the anxious conversations around her, she learned that the village only had 3 boats in total. Today was market day, so 2 boats had gone to town. Now, what should they do? Even with good swimming skills, the distance from the shore was too far. The 3 people were sinking deeper and deeper. The villagers on the shore were about to panic. Suddenly, an old woman rushed out from behind the crowd, beating her chest and crying out, "Oh my God, my heavens! My dear grandson, this is going to take my life. Oh, divine being, please come and save the children. Heavens, my heavens! Oh, take my life if you must. Please bring the children back. I beg you, save my dear grandson." She then started pleading for help from the villagers on the shore. The villagers wanted to help, but the boat was drifting farther away, and the people in the water were almost out of sight. From their conversation, Yun-E learned that the 3 children, about 7 or 8 years old, had been playing and secretly rowed out alone to catch fish, sneaking away from the adults. They probably knew how to swim a little, so they didn't think it was dangerous. This proved the saying that those who drown are usually good swimmers. Seeing that the 3 children wouldn't survive without help, Yun-E thought, "You're lucky to meet me." She took a deep breath, pushed off, and stepped into the water, heading toward the children. The people on the shore were stunned, forgetting to speak, all staring wide-eyed at the shadow in the lake. Suddenly, one child shouted out, clapping his hands, "There's a fairy! A fairy! Flying, flying!" Yun-E first grabbed the closest child, lifted him up, and flew toward a broken boat nearby. She placed the rescued child on the boat, then quickly pulled the other 2 onto the boat as well. She gave them first aid, but she couldn't do artificial respiration. After CPR, they vomited out the water from their stomachs. Yun-E helped them breathe more easily with effort. One person secretly fed them a sip of diluted spiritual spring water. She didn't want to waste time if they couldn't be saved in the end. If that happened, she would have to see it through. Once the children's breathing stabilized, Yun-E rowed the small boat toward the shore. At first, the boat was uncooperative, but after some time, she figured out how to control it. From a distance on the shore, she could hear everyone's exclamations. When the boat reached land, people hurried to help carry the children off. Yun-E knew they were safe now and planned to leave quietly. But a mischievous child interrupted her. The child loudly asked, "Flying fairy brother, where are you going?" This made the villagers realize what was happening. They quickly gathered around Yun-E to thank her in many ways. An elderly man said, "Young sir, today we are very grateful to you. Without your help, these children might not have survived. You are a hero in our song village." Hearing this, Yun-E quickly replied, "Old sir, please don't say that. It was just a small act of kindness." An older woman who had been crying also came over and said, "Thank you so much, kind person. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive today. It's almost noon. Why don't you come to my house for a meal?" Yun-E declined, saying, "No need, you should focus on the children. Go home quickly and change their clothes." But the villagers insisted she come into the village as a guest to show their gratitude for her bravery today. Yun-E was overwhelmed by their kindness and had no choice but to follow them into the village. From the villagers, she learned that the 3 children who fell into the water were the grandson of the village chief, the great-grandson of the clan leader, and the son of the village butcher. Yun-E finally understood. They were the children of officials and wealthy families. No wonder they dared to row out onto the lake alone. Now they had learned their lesson. Anyway, she felt her actions today were meaningful. Saving 3 lives was no small thing. The villagers were very friendly to her. The village chief's wife returned home to settle her grandson and then ordered her household to prepare food. Soon, the clan leader also arrived, carrying a rabbit, saying it was to add a dish for Yun-E, the benefactor. Yun-E politely declined, saying everyone was too kind. It was just a small act of kindness, and anyone else would have done the same. When lunch was ready, the village chief returned and, upon hearing what had happened that morning, expressed his deep gratitude to Yun-yi once again. Soon, the village butcher also came over carrying a large piece of pork belly. The women from the village head's family quickly started cooking, frying the meat and adding another dish. During the meal, the village leader, the village head, and the butcher sat with Yun-yi, eating together and drinking a little wine. Yun-yi just nodded and said she couldn't drink much because she had to travel again in the afternoon. The village head said, "Then eat more vegetables." Yun-yi turned her head and saw a few children standing at the door, all staring at her. She felt a bit embarrassed about eating so loudly. She said, "Village head, invite those children to come and eat with us." The village head looked at the children at the door, then took an empty bowl, scooped some food, and handed it to them, saying, "Go inside and eat." After a few drinks, they finally told her that although there are mountains and water here, transportation is difficult. It's not easy to go out. The nearest town is 50 miles away on mountain roads that are hard to walk. It's very inconvenient. They could go by water, which is less tiring, but they had to stay outside overnight and come back the next day. Traveling at night on water is unsafe, and there have been many accidents before. The village has little land, so they can barely survive. Luckily, there are many mountains, and people often go into the mountains to hunt wild animals to exchange for silver money. Yun-yi didn't expect the scenery here to be so beautiful, but life to be so hard. She had ridden a horse all the way here, so she knew the roads were very difficult. Fortunately, she was on horseback. If she had traveled by cart, she wouldn't have been able to get through. Seeing the food on the table, Yun-yi quickly took a few bites but then stopped eating. It seemed that her hosts had eaten several days' worth of food to entertain her, which made Yun-yi feel a bit guilty. After finishing her meal, Yun-yi said goodbye to the village leader and the others from Songjia village and headed south. The village had also told her to follow that small path. After crossing the 2 mountains ahead, she would reach Ruiqing. Thinking about what the village had said at the table, Yun-yi wanted to help the villagers. She still had some grain and silver money left from previous robberies in her space, as well as supplies from her past life. They could be useful now, at least to let the villagers have a few good meals. So Yun-yi didn't go far and wandered around the mountain area. To her surprise, she discovered quartz sand, but only on this mountain. This caught her interest because quartz sand is a main material for making glass. After spending the whole afternoon wandering, Yun-yi was a bit tired and decided to rest in her space. At night, she finally came out, and the distant village was completely dark. Yun-yi quickly reached the village. It wasn't very big. During the day, she learned there were only about 30 households. She finished her tasks quickly. In the end, she left some high-quality rice seeds at the ancestral hall of Songjia village. After all, food will eventually run out, so she left a note inside. Then she left the village to find a safe place and re-enter her space. The food stored in her space over the past days was almost finished. She made a new batch of food in her space, preparing to go to the snowy mountain to see the little snow fox. Half a month had passed, and this little creature still didn't act normally. When Yun-yi arrived, she saw the little snow fox lazily lying in its small nest with its eyes half open. Her eyes lit up immediately. She hurried over, picked up the little snow fox, and said, "Finally, you've woken up, little one." Then she whispered, "Did I give you a small bowl of blood, or did you eat too many supplements after the blood?" She muttered to herself, asking you is pointless. As long as you're awake, that's good enough." Yun-yi didn't know what the little snow fox could eat right after waking up, but it should be similar to humans. Its stomach hadn't worked for so long, so she carried it back to her villa and prepared a fish porridge. She waited until it cooled down before placing it in front of the little fox. The little fox, human-like, rubbed against Yun-yi's body, then started eating the fish porridge happily. Seeing it eat so joyfully, Yun-yi finally felt at ease. What Yun-yi didn't know was that the little snow fox was too small. The small bowl of blood she gave was almost half of its total blood volume. It was quite reckless of her, but luckily she quickly remedied the situation afterward. After eating so many good things, the little fox entered a self-protection sleep state. Yun-yi was considerate. She even fed the little fox some stream water every day. Otherwise, even if the little fox woke up, it wouldn't recover its energy so quickly. After eating and drinking well, the little fox happily jumped onto Yun-yi's body, but Yun-yi was a bit annoyed and said, "Go digest your food. I'll give you a bath later." So, the two of them, person and fox, spent a long time in her space before finally taking good care of the little fox. They cuddled up and fell asleep on the big bed in the villa. When dawn was just breaking outside, Yun-yi left her space to continue her journey. What she didn't know was that in Songjia village, there was a wave of gratitude. Because there are no outsiders in the village, everyone has the surname Song. When something happens, they don't hide it from each other. Soon, the village chief and the elder knew that the entire village had been helped with food and silver by a mysterious person. They prepared to open the ancestral hall, but at the door, they found a large amount of high-quality rice seeds with a note inside. After reading the note, the village chief said, "This must not be shared outside. It's not easy for us to come into the village. Everyone knows what happened yesterday. That young master saved the children. I think he learned yesterday at noon that life here was hard, so he helped us. Our Song village will remember this kindness. We can't do much else. Yesterday, I asked about the benefactor's surname and found out it was Jean. Let's set up a longevity memorial for him and pray for his good health and happiness." Yun-yi didn't know she had also received a blessing. She had already arrived in Ruiqing, which is over 100 miles away. This place is in the south of Longting Kingdom, much warmer than Lingyan City's Qingliang Mountain. But Yun-yi didn't expect Xiao-yi to act so quickly. The cool summer weather had already started here, and the Xiaoyao Pavilion and snack shops were almost ready to open. Since dividing the areas for them, she hadn't paid much attention. It seemed she would soon become a little wealthy lady. Although she had space with her, she never thought of living off it forever. Earning without effort wasn't her style. Besides, this space was a gift from heaven, and who knew when it might be taken back. She preferred to create her own future, feeling more secure that way. At this moment, Yun-yi was dressed in a light blue silk robe, sitting comfortably on the second floor of a tea house in Ruiqing, watching the busy street below. The air was humid and hot, and she was still adjusting after arriving, so she stayed inside during the hot daytime. She found this tea house with a good environment, listening to stories and watching the lively street scene from afar. Soon, a delicate carriage appeared in her view. As it turned, the driver made a sharp turn and accidentally knocked down a father and daughter walking on the street. The surrounding people screamed in fear. The driver stopped the carriage, and upon seeing the situation, he broke out in a cold sweat. Then, someone inside the carriage asked, "Why did you stop?" The driver tremblingly replied, "Miss, someone was knocked down by the carriage." As soon as she finished speaking, a girl dressed in red stepped out of the carriage, holding a whip in her hand. She said in a sweet voice, "Who do you think you are, coming here and pretending to be someone you're not? Don't you have any sense?" She then swung the whip at a father and daughter on the ground. They had just fallen and were about to get up when she struck them again, showing how strong she was. The whip hit their backs hard, leaving blood marks on their clothes. The people nearby gasped in shock. From a distance, Yun-yi could only see the girl's actions. She wondered whose daughter she was, daring to bully others in broad daylight. But no one else dared to step forward to stop her. The girl sneered and said, "Get away, or you'll dirty my car." The father and daughter crawled and rolled to the corner of the wall. The arrogant girl said, "You're lucky," and then got back into the carriage. The driver started the vehicle again, preparing to leave. Yun-yi looked with her spiritual sense and saw no one else on the carriage. She noticed they were heading outside the city and narrowed her eyes. She called the little servant and gave some instructions. Soon, the servant ran to the father and daughter, said something, and they followed him away. After a while, Yun-yi calculated the time, then vanished into the private room, leaving only the fragrant tea in the air. When the servant returned with the father and daughter from the clinic, Yun-yi was leisurely enjoying a cup of fragrant tea, feeling very relaxed. Seeing them approach, the father and daughter knelt and thanked her, saying, "Thank you for your kindness today." Yoon-ili helped them up and asked, "Are you badly hurt?" The servant explained their backs were whipped and they're cut, with some scratches on their legs and hands. "The rest is fine." Yoon-ili then realized they were also storytellers. They lived on the street ahead, but their family had an accident a few years ago and all had gone. Now only the father and daughter remained. When business was good, they could get by, but most of the time they couldn't even eat enough. Yoon-ili thought the girl was quite pretty, so she smiled and asked, "Can you read?" The girl didn't hesitate and replied, "My mother taught me a little before she passed." Yoon-ili nodded and then said to the servant, "Go and pack some snacks for me." The servant received the order and left. Inside the private room, only 3 people remained. Yoon-ili took out a small purse, opened it, and poured out silver notes and broken silver coins. The broken silver roughly weighed about 15 or 16 taels, and there were 3 silver notes inside. Yoon opened them and counted a total of 500 taels. Then she placed the 500 tael silver notes and the 10 tael silver ingot into the young girl's hand, saying, "Keep these. Consider it compensation from the young lady earlier." The young girl dared not accept and hurried to return the items, but Yoon stopped her and said, "Take them. With this money, you and your father won't have to go out begging every day. This is what she owes you. Don't refuse. Keep it well, and don't let others see." The young girl wanted to say more, but she heard the footsteps of the second shop assistant. Yoon immediately threw the purse out of the window. It looked like she tossed it gently, but the purse flew far away. Yoon thought to herself that if this were modern times, she'd be wearing silver bracelets in no time. When the second shop assistant came in, he said, "Sir, your snacks are packed." Yoon replied, "Let them take it home." The shop assistant handed the snacks to the young girl's father and looked at Yoon. The father and daughter felt both scared and excited, enduring their pain as they repeatedly thanked her. Yoon then asked the shop assistant, "How much did the clinic charge earlier?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Sir, it was a total of 300 coins." Yoon pointed to the small silver pieces on the table and said, "Take these. The extra is your reward." The shop assistant happily replied, "Thank you for your reward, sir." Yoon waved her hand, signaling the shop assistant to leave with the father and daughter. Before leaving, the young girl again sincerely thanked her and looked at Yoon deeply, remembering her face. An hour later, a message came from the tea house. The second young lady of the Rue City Lien family had an accident. She fell out of the carriage and was seriously injured. Hearing the news, Yoon lazily stretched and paid the bill before leaving the tea house. With the sun already setting, she wandered around Rue City. Meanwhile, in the capital at the Marquis of Hwyang's residence, the eldest daughter of the Jean family, Jean Yun-hui, finally celebrated her wedding day. Of course, no one in the household would inform Yoon about it. Gung Jun finished his errands and returned to the capital. Madame Gung set the wedding date for 3 days later. Although the future wife of the Marquis of Hwyang's heir was a bit reluctant upon hearing the news, she could only accept it. They were worried that something might go wrong midway and become a joke in the city, so they began to prepare everything actively. On the day of the wedding, the Hwyang Marquis residence was filled with guests. Many noble ladies and young misses came to celebrate. The lively scene was interrupted when someone asked, "Madam, your second sister hasn't returned to attend your eldest sister's wedding? That's quite rude. She's been resting at Qingliang Mountain for so long, and she's still not well. She might not live long." Many people looked displeased at this remark. The 3 ladies from the Duke Wu's residence, who were about to enter, also changed their expressions. If it hadn't been at the Jean family and during the wedding banquet, they might have gone to confront her. The wife of the Duke Wu's heir said, "We should ask whether the heir of the Hwyang Marquis has sent someone to pick up my sister from Qingliang Mountain." The woman who asked earlier was trying to flatter the Hwyang Marquis, but the 3 ladies from Duke Wu's residence overheard her and were furious. The situation became tense. Jean Yunyu saw the issue was being thrown to her mother, so she helped explain, "Third sister is not well." Qingliang Mountain is far from the capital, and mother feels sorry for her. She doesn't want her to travel such a long way again, especially since her health is fragile. It's not that third sister doesn't want to attend her sister's wedding, her body simply can't handle it. Her words were carefully chosen, implying that Yuni's health was very poor and she couldn't even handle a journey. Zhang Yunyu's statement was meant for the ladies from the Jingning Marquis residence nearby, clearly trying to tarnish Yuni's reputation. Her heart was truly malicious. The Duke Wu's residence couldn't swallow this insult. The heir's wife asked, "May I ask, second Miss Zhang, when did you visit your third sister at Qingliang Mountain?" At first, Zhang Yunyu didn't understand and replied, "My aunt, I haven't been to Qingliang Mountain. The journey is too far." The wife of the Duke Wu's heir continued, "Did the Huayang Marquis send someone to visit her?" Now, Zhang Yunyu sensed something was wrong. But since elders were asking questions in this setting, she couldn't refuse to answer. She smiled and said, "Our family has been busy preparing for my eldest sister's wedding, so no one has gone to visit third sister." The wife of the Duke Wu's heir then asked, "Your heir has been at Qingliang Mountain for over a year. Did the Huayang Marquis send someone to visit her once?" Zhang Yunyu was stunned. How was she supposed to answer? The wife of Duke Wu's heir continued, "Since no one has visited her, how do you know that your third sister can't even handle a long journey? Today, insulting her reputation in such a setting shows how your mother taught you." It truly opened my eyes. After speaking, she ignored Zhang Yunyu's blushing face. Then she turned to the lady who had just said Yuni's life was short and said, "You look unfamiliar. How do you know my niece has a short life? Is this day of celebration meant for you to cause trouble for the Marquis of Huayang's house?" The lady was frightened and trembling as she replied, "Please forgive me, madam. I just returned to the capital with my husband and don't know much about the city." This made the three ladies of the Duke Wu's household even angrier. But since today was a special day and not suitable for conflict, the second lady of the Duke Wu's family said, "You dared to criticize the legitimate daughter of the Marquis in the capital so soon after returning. You have quite a bold spirit." The lady became even more scared. She had heard this from the sister-in-law of the Marquis of Huayang's wife, who was from her husband's family. She had originally wanted to flatter the lady of the Marquis's house, but ended up causing herself big trouble. The third lady of the Duke Wu's family smiled and asked, "You just said you recently returned to the capital with your husband. Who told you those things?" The lady, not foolish but not clever either, knew she couldn't openly say who had spoken. But her inner fear betrayed her. She instinctively looked at the family of the Marquis of Huayang's wife, and this action made the other ladies present understand what was happening. At this point, the Feng family members' faces changed, and the Marquis of Huayang's wife looked upset, glaring resentfully at the lady who had spoken earlier. Everyone there was sharp and perceptive, so there was no need for many words. The hall was filled with disdain, whispers, and people watching the joke. Today was clearly a day to embarrass the Marquis of Huayang's family. The second lady of the Duke Wu's household was quick-tempered. She looked at the Feng family and calmly said, "Madam Feng, my niece may have lost her mother, but she still has us, the Duke Wu's family. She doesn't need anyone's pity, but we will not allow anyone to bully her. Please watch your words in the future." Then she continued, "The ceremony has been completed, and the blessings have been given. Our family has other matters, so we will take our leave now. Ladies, we bid you farewell." After today's incident, no one was in the mood for the celebration. Many of those who had good relations with the Duke Wu's family left quickly. The remaining guests ate briefly and then also took their leave. The next day, everyone in the capital knew about what happened at the Marquis of Huayang's residence. Many people regretted that the young master, Zhang Qingye, married such a proper wife. People often say there are no walls that don't have holes, so Yun Yi was sent away under the pretense of illness. The young mistress of the Marquis of Huayang took over the dowry left by the second wife. This news spread quickly, but luckily, the theft of the dowry was kept secret by an order from the household. A happy event turned the Marquis of Huayang's house into a joke in the city. When Zhang Qingye heard the news, he deeply regretted his past choices. The young master, Zhang Qingye, returned to the backyard, furious and unable to hold back his anger. He slapped Feng Shi and said, "You good for nothing. You've brought shame to the Zhan family." The young mistress was shocked that her husband had slapped her. She covered her face and said in disbelief, "You actually hit me?" Zhan Qingye shouted, "If it weren't for Chang'er, I'd have divorced you long ago and told you to go back to the Feng family." The young mistress didn't expect her husband to be so ruthless and to say the word divorce. She knew arguing was useless now. When Zhan Yunyu and Zhan Yunchang heard the news, they rushed over and ran into the conflict. Seeing their children, Zhan Qingye felt relieved that his son had been properly taught and hadn't gone astray. But his two daughters, especially the youngest, were truly clueless. Yesterday's incident was enough to blacken the family's reputation. They even caused people to question the education of the Marquis of Huayang's household. It was truly embarrassing in front of colleagues. Zhan Yunyu still didn't realize his mistake. After entering, he went to his mother and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" Seeing the slap mark on Feng Shi's face, he looked at his father in shock. He asked, "Did father hit her?" Then he said, "Why did father have to be so harsh?" Hearing his daughter's words, Zhan Qingye was furious. He turned to his son and said, "Cheng'er, go back to your courtyard and study." Seeing his son leave, he then shouted at his youngest daughter, "How dare you ask why I was so harsh? Look at what you and your mother have done." The Marquis of Huayang's house has become a joke in the entire city. You are pleased and satisfied. If in the future you share family matters outside the household or spread rumors about the second branch, I will make you regret it. After enduring the looks from colleagues all day, I was called into my father's study and scolded for a long time. Without saying a word, I turned and left quickly, not looking back at the door. I coldly said, "Rehire a proper nurse for Yunyu. Only when she learns well will she be allowed to leave the house." Then I strode out, eager to leave immediately. When Yunyu heard this, tears welled up in her eyes. She said, "Father, are you trying to restrict my freedom?" The future wife of the heir is busy with her own affairs and had no mood to comfort her younger sister. She only said, "It will get better after some time. Just be patient." Yunyu clenched her teeth and said bitterly, "It's all because of Zhan Yuni. Whenever she's involved, nothing good happens." Then she thought of something and added, "Mother, what kind of people are my aunt and aunt-in-law? Aren't they here to harm us?" The future wife of the heir was also very angry now. She happened to bring up this matter again and hated the woman who caused trouble yesterday. The mother and daughter didn't reflect on their own faults but instead blamed others, which was truly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Zhan Yuni didn't know that the Hofu of Huayang in Jingcheng was now lively because of her. She was sitting at a small stall eating fresh rice noodles made by local farmers. Delicious. She had been in Ruiqing for 3 days and planned to leave early the next morning to go to the next place. At that moment, she overheard a woman whispering about the Lien family. The woman said, "I heard that the second young lady of the Lien family left the city the day before yesterday, and her carriage broke down. She was thrown out of the carriage and injured quite badly. That's karma." Another woman replied, "Be quiet. Don't be reckless." Yuni thought, it seems the second young lady of the Lien family has done a lot of evil in Ruiqing. Everyone is calling for her. It looks like her actions were correct. I'll just give her a little punishment to help the people of Ruiqing. After settling the bill and buying some essentials on the street, she wandered around Xiaorao Pavilion and a snack shop, pointing out a few places that needed improvement. Seeing it was getting late, she returned to the inn to prepare for departure the next day. The next morning, Yuni bid farewell to Ruiqing and headed south to the border city of Kuanqing and Longting. She planned to go from Kuanqing to the kingdom of Yunli. When she arrived on this continent, after the space merge and upgrade, a tiny sea appeared. Yun-Yi planned to go to Yunli's country to gather some seafood, so that it would be convenient for future meals. She also decided to visit Yun-Yi to check on the situation. One day, Yun-Yi unexpectedly met Xiao Yunyao in a small town not far from Likuan City. Seeing that he was surrounded by many people, Yuni did not intend to approach and greet him. However, Xiao Yunyao saw Yun-Yi from afar. At first, he was momentarily surprised and unable to believe it Then, after confirming, he was so happy he almost lost control. He quickly walked over to Yun-yi and said, "Yun-yi's sister. How come Brother Jean is here?" From his appearance, it was clear he didn't want to be recognized. Yun-yi smiled lightly and replied, "Just out for a walk." "Big Brother Xiao, what are you doing here?" Xiao Yunyao didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Yun-yi. He hurriedly said, "Brother Jean, I have a patient. Can you help take a look?" Yun-yi replied calmly, "With someone from the Medicine King Valley here, is there a disease you can't treat?" Xiao Yunyao ignored her words and said, "If Brother Jean is free, could we go together to see him?" Yuni thought that if she went, she would need to bring her medical kit. She was considering how to tell Xiao Yunyao, but suddenly a girl nearby interrupted. "Big Brother Xiao, it's your honor to help." No need to hesitate. Both Yun-yi and Xiao Yunyao looked at the girl who spoke. Xiao Yunyao introduced her. "This person is the daughter of the governor of Kuan City, named Guokai." Yun-yi immediately noticed that the girl's eyes were not right. She thought that either the girl was trying to attract attention or she liked Xiao Yunyao and wanted to stand up for him. It was obvious she was foolish. Yun-yi only glanced at her and then looked away, ignoring her. She told Xiao Yunyao, "I need to get my medical box. You rest here for a moment. I'll be back soon." Xiao Yunyao nodded and replied, "Good." His only request was that Yun-yi could go with him. As Yun-yi left, the girl asked, "Big Brother Xiao, who was that person just now?" Xiao Yunyao paid no attention and instructed the people behind him to go to the pharmacy with the prescription he wrote to get the medicine. Soon, Yun-yi returned, carrying a medical box and said to Xiao Yunyao, "Let's go." On the way, Xiao Yunyao briefly explained the situation, saying, "Since yesterday, he's been complaining about stomach pain. I examined him and suspect it might be intestinal abscess recorded in grandfather's medical records. But it's not confirmed yet. This is the first time I've encountered this illness, so I can only prescribe some pain relief medicine for now." Based on his continuous narration, Yun-yi thought it might be appendicitis, but only after seeing the patient could she be sure. The group arrived at a government residence, and Xiao Yunyao led them directly into a room where a noble lady was anxiously crying. The patient on the bed kept shouting that her stomach hurt, and sweat was pouring down her forehead. Two maids were helping her wipe the sweat. Xiao Yunyao asked them to step back and make space. The noble lady, with tears in her voice, asked, "Master Xiao, have you found a way to cure my son?" Xiao Yunyao said, "Madame Gua, let me introduce you. This is my friend Jean Yuni. You can call her Miss Jean. Today, I happened to meet Brother Jean on the street. His medical skills are as good as mine. I asked her to come and examine your son." Hearing Xiao Yunyao's words, Madame Guo quickly told the maids to step aside and said to Yuni, "Miss Jean, please help us. Quickly see what is wrong with my son." Yuni approached the bed, checked Guo Gongzi's pulse, and confirmed that he had qi stagnation and blood stasis. She then used her mental energy to look inside and diagnosed appendicitis, which was called intestinal abscess in ancient times. By pressing on the patient's lower abdomen, Yuni noted tense abdominal muscles, tenderness, rebound pain, weakened sounds, and obvious pain in the upper abdomen. She explained her diagnosis to Xiao Yunyao. After discussing, they told Madame Guo that the illness required surgery. Madame Guo was so frightened at the thought of surgery she nearly fainted. She couldn't decide herself and quickly sent someone to call her husband back. This small town was not far from Kuan City. Madame Guo loved peace and enjoyed the town's environment, so she mostly lived here. Her husband, Lord Guo, lived at the Kuan City estate. The sick person was her youngest son, Guoyu, who had been studying elsewhere with a master and had just returned to Kuan City a few days ago. Yesterday morning, he came with his father to visit his mother. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, he developed stomach pain. Lord Guo had the town's famous doctors examine him, but none could find the cause. Coincidentally, Lord Guo had a friend who knew Xiao Yunyao was in Kuan City recently and had some connections with him. This friend took the initiative to invite Xiao Yunyao. Xiao Yunyao had just arrived in the town this morning. Yuni thought that the Guo family's concubine only met Xiao Yunyao today, yet she kept calling him Big Brother Xiao, which made Yuni want to laugh. Waiting for Magistrate Gua to arrive in a hurry, he learned that his wife was frightened and nearly fainted. He was anxious to check on her in the back room. When a maid said she was fine, his expression improved slightly. Yun-yi thought Magistrate Gua was quite kind. It was clear he was genuinely worried about his wife, not just acting. When he learned that his younger son had an intestinal abscess that required surgery, and the sooner the better, he asked, "Two great doctors, is there no other way?" Xiao Yunyao didn't speak but nodded, then picked up his tea to drink. Yun-yi understood that in ancient times, people were often wary of Western medicine, which was understandable, and she could see their concerns. She picked up her tea and waited for Magistrate Gua's decision. Magistrate Gua asked, "If surgery is needed, which doctor will operate on my son?" Xiao Yunyao looked at Yun-yi. Seeing she had no special expression, he said, "Brother Jean will do the surgery and I will assist." Magistrate Gua asked again, "Dr. Jean, how confident are you? I don't doubt your skills, but this is the first time I've heard of this treatment. I'm a bit worried, please understand." Yun-yi replied calmly, "This illness needs early treatment because it gets worse if delayed. Simply put, part of the intestines is damaged, and if caught early, only the damaged part needs to be cut out. But if it's late, it could cause fever or more serious problems like adhesions from the damaged intestines, which would be more complicated." She explained simply. Even if he didn't understand about removing the appendix from the cecum, she would need to clarify further. Magistrate Gua's face turned pale as he said, "If that's the case, please proceed with the treatment. I entrust everything to you too." Yuni asked someone to prepare white wine, candles, a basin of boiling water, a basin of warm water, and a large bowl that had been boiled. After everything was ready, they disinfected their hands with white wine. Yun-yi then laid out her surgical tools, which surprised Xiao Yunyao. She first anesthetized Guayu, then quickly performed the surgery, removing the damaged intestines and sutured everything up smoothly. Afterward, Xiao Yunyao took over the cleaning, while Yun-yi began sterilizing her instruments. By the time they finished cleaning, it was already late morning. They left the room, and Madame Gua hurried over and asked anxiously, "Great doctor, how is my son?" Xiao Yunyao replied, "It's no longer serious. He will wake up in about half an hour. When he wakes up, the anesthesia may cause some pain. Please take good care of him. He might have a fever, so do not leave his side." Yuni added, "Before he can breathe on his own, do not give him water or food. Remember that breathing tube is for releasing gas, which is..." Xiao Yunyao took the conversation and said, "Until he can pass gas, do not feed him water or food. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening." Madame Gu nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, divine doctor. We will remember that." Governor Gu invited the two to sit in the main hall. Each paid 500 taels for the consultation. Yun-yi didn't refuse to accept it. It was deserved, and he also benefited from Xiao Yunyao's help. Governor Gu was a bit worried and said, "Two divine doctors, I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can agree. I am a little worried about the child's condition. Could you stay in the small courtyard for a day? Once Ewer is fine tomorrow morning, you can leave." Gu was genuinely afraid and asked for their understanding. Xiao Yunyao looked at Yun-yi, wanting to see what she thought. Yun-yi believed in saving people to the end. It would be fine to stay in this beautiful southern town for a bit longer. She nodded in agreement. Xiao Yunyao replied, "Governor Gu, we will leave tomorrow morning. Brother Jean and I want to take a walk around the town. If there's an emergency, someone can come find us." Governor Gu clasped his hands and said, "Thank you very much, divine doctors. Do you need me to send someone as a guide?" Yun-yi was a bit annoyed by Governor Gu calling them divine doctors all the time, but she understood it was out of respect. She didn't want to argue, so she felt awkward. Xiao Yunyao said, "Thank you for your kindness, but no guide is needed. Brother Jean and I will just walk around." Xiao Yunyao and Yun-yi left Gu's residence together and headed to the old street of the town. The place looked a bit like a modern Jiangnan town, but more ancient and simple. The town was called Qixia Town, a beautiful name. Yun-yi wondered if the name Qixia was inspired by the rainbow in the sky. Neither of them spoke, walking quietly. Yun-yi loved the scenery here. In her past life, She had always wanted to find a beautiful place to live peacefully, but oh well, better not to mention it. The weather at this time was no longer as sunny as in the morning. It seemed like it might rain, with a thin fog rising, making the small town look even more graceful. The clear river gently pushed the small boat made of black willow bark. Standing on the arch bridge, everything was quiet and peaceful. The only sound was the flowing water beneath. The houses here are built along the water, facing the river and crossing over it. The street runs along the river, narrow and paved with smooth stones, giving a feeling of a quaint, picturesque town with small bridges and flowing water. Soon, raindrops began to fall. The two hurried to take shelter at the door of a nearby house, watching the raindrops land on the river, creating ripples. They could vaguely see groups of transparent little fish playing in the water. The willow trees on the bank swayed in the wind, with thin branches gently touching the river surface. In-e quietly looked at the scene before her, lost in her thoughts. Standing beside her, Xiao Yunyao watched her quietly, looking at her side profile. Suddenly, he felt a flutter in his heart. In-e gazed at the rainy street, the quiet corridor, and the smoke rising from the evening cooking. The poetic and beautiful Xia ancient town made her feel very peaceful at this moment. After the rain stopped, there were some puddles on the road, and they couldn't continue wandering. The two headed straight to the Gua residence. On the way back, they first went to Guayu's courtyard. They asked the maid at the door, "Has the young master woken up?" The maid replied, "He just woke up for a little while. Maybe he didn't rest well last night because of the pain, so he fell asleep again." In-e gently opened the door and checked that he didn't have a fever. She told the maid serving him, he shouldn't drink water before breathing is normal. If his lips are dry, just find a little cotton with water to moisten them. The young maid responded, "Yes, divine doctor." In-e felt a bit helpless but thought she would leave tomorrow, so she didn't correct her. After giving instructions on how to care for him, they left. Outside the door, the housekeeper of the Gua residence was waiting. Seeing Xiao Yunyao and In-e come out, he said kindly, "Two esteemed doctors, my master asked me to take you to the guest room to rest first." In-e couldn't hold back anymore and said, "I'm not a divine doctor. Just call me young Master Zhan." The housekeeper smiled gently and said, "Please, young masters." In-e nodded and followed the housekeeper out of Guayu's courtyard with Xiao Yunyao. After dinner, In-e and Xiao Yunyao strolled around the small garden in the courtyard and talked about medical skills. Actually, Xiao Yunyao wanted to chat more with In-e, but she said she was tired and needed to rest early. After returning home, Yun-e confirmed it was safe and entered the space to prepare food for little Snow Fox. After practicing martial arts and taking a bath, she hurried out, worried that young Master Gua from the Gua family might cause trouble again tonight. Although Xiao Yunyao was there, if someone called for help, she couldn't just ignore it. As soon as she left the room, she smelled the scent of sleeping powder.
What's going on?
Yun-e quickly held her breath, gently opened the window behind her, and boredly sat on the bed, waiting for someone to come. 15 minutes later, she heard rustling sounds outside. She heard a maid say, "Second miss, it's this room." Huh. Just hearing second miss means she doesn't need to use her spiritual awareness to identify the person. Yesterday, there was only one lady in this house, Gua Kai. She heard Gua Kai say, "Are you sure? This is Brother Zhao's room, right?" Haha, I am just protecting Xiao Yunyao. No wonder she had to change rooms. Does this person know something in advance? She sighed. How does the saying go? Friends are meant to be used, and to help with trouble.
Haha.
Soon, she heard the door being pried open with a knife, and Gua Kai sneaked inside, closing the door behind her. She said, "Brother Xiao, let's see how you explain yourself this time." Yuni thought, she must really like Xiao Yunyao, or she wouldn't be so bold. In ancient times, noble ladies were very concerned about reputation. Yun-e wondered why she hadn't heard the maid call for help yet. Isn't this a typical costume drama scene? Should she jump out the window or fully take the blame to protect Xiao Yunyao? After some thought, she decided it was better not to show herself, to avoid trouble and unnecessary explanations. She made up her mind and acted. To avoid more trouble later, she took a small bag from her space, filled with her belongings, especially her fake identity document. She used the fake identity Xiao Yi arranged for her. The name was real, but everything else was false. She had to be cautious outside, mainly to avoid trouble. That's why she used it now. After packing her things, she saw Guokai was almost at the middle of the room. Yun Yi suddenly disappeared inside the room. She jumped to the window of the next room and said, "Aren't you going to check on Guiyu? If you stay here, you'll be caught sneaking around." Inside, she heard a chuckle. Yun Yi rolled her eyes and vanished. Xiao Yunyao followed her. They arrived outside Guiyu's courtyard gate and then entered together. The maids at the entrance were still dutifully guarding the door, while a small stove nearby was simmering the ingredients Yun Yi had prepared in advance. When the two divine doctors arrived, the maids quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Greetings, divine doctors. Greetings, young masters." They almost forgot to follow the butler's instructions. The two entered Guiyu's room and saw signs that he was indeed running a fever. They ordered, "Prepare wine and warm water. If you have ice, get some too. If the fever rises, we need to cool him down physically." Xiao Yunyao asked confusedly, "Physical cooling?" "Yes. Since he's like this, and we don't know if he's already expelled the heat, we can't give him herbal medicine right now. If he gets worse, warm water can help lower his temperature. White alcohol can be used, but carefully because some people are allergic to alcohol and it's not suitable for physical cooling." After giving the instructions, a young maid went out to find the butler and prepare these items. At that moment, Yun Yi heard a maid crying and talking to the butler outside, heading toward the guest courtyard, followed by a group of people. Yun Yi, with sharp hearing, looked at Xiao Yunyao sitting leisurely and drinking tea, with a half-smile. Seeing that it was about time, Yun Yi said, "Let's go. Shall we go see the fun?" The entire guest courtyard was brightly lit. The crying maid at the door was acting very dramatically, as if she had just lost her parents. Inside, the second young lady was restless, because she had been searching for someone for a long time and couldn't find them. It was too late to retreat now. As the situation became tense, Yun Yi teasingly said, "Oh, what's going on? Did someone break in?" Hearing the voices, the butler turned around and saw the two divine doctors. He immediately realized that today's matter might be embarrassing. Yun Yi was also disgusted by Miss Gua and, ignoring the butler and everyone's gazes, went straight over, grabbing the maid who had just been crying her heart out and threw her aside. She kicked the door open. Outside, lanterns and torches lit up the place, illuminating the room brightly. They saw Miss Gua climbing through the window. The butler was furious, his face darkened, and the frightened maid who had been thrown down turned pale. Inside, Miss Gua was hanging halfway out the window, blushing with embarrassment. Yun Yi said, "Hurry up and catch the thief. This is really bold, breaking into the magistrate's house. How daring." The butler didn't know how to end the situation, so he said, "I'm sorry for the trouble today. I disturbed both of you gentlemen's rest. Perhaps I can have someone move you to another courtyard." Xiao Yunyao wasn't a good person either. He interrupted the butler and said, "No, let's handle this first. This room belongs to Brother Jean, and inside, there are hundreds of thousands of silver notes. Let's catch the thief first, then see if anything is really missing before we rest. Or do you, Your Excellency, promise to compensate for anything lost, no matter what Brother Jean says?" Yun Yi looked at Xiao Yunyao's commanding attitude, thinking that he must be really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't make things difficult for the butler. Anyway, she was just here to watch the show, so she stepped aside, almost ready with a small stool and sunflower seeds. At this moment, Madame Gua, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Seeing her own daughter's maid sitting on the ground, she understood everything clearly. She was so angry that her chest hurt. Without bothering the butler anymore, she ordered, "Take her away." Several guards went up and pulled the second young lady out of the room. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the second young lady decided to gamble everything. She said, "Brother Xiao, please save me. It was you who told me to come to your room late at night." Xiao Yunyao was amused and thought, "I've never seen such a shameless girl." He ignored her and said to Madame Gua, "Your Miss Gua from the Gua family is quite open." He originally wanted to say shameless, but considering that Madame Gua still had other daughters, he didn't want to offend too much. The second Miss Gua, still trying to fight back, said, "Brother Xiao, I've even lied on your bed. You have to take responsibility for me, or I'll die in front of you." Yuni chuckled softly. Seeing everyone in the yard look at her, she said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it. Please, Miss Gua, continue your performance." She then noticed that everyone except Madame Gua, the butler, and the maid on the ground was shrugging their shoulders. She felt a bit embarrassed herself. She was being too straightforward, speaking so bluntly. Yuni took a few steps back and stood behind Xiao Yunyao, continuing to watch the scene like a bystander. Suddenly, Miss Gua, Guat Saihuan, boldly shouted, "Brother Xiao, I like you. Is that wrong? Can't you just accept me? I don't have to be your official wife. I just want to stay by your side. Brother Xiao, please, considering I fell in love with you at first sight, help me. I beg you." Xiao Yunyao's face grew cold as he said, "This is utterly shameless. Why should I help you? You really dare to think of everything." Yun Yi also thought that the second young lady of the Gua family was probably done for in this life. No matter her reasons for liking Xiao Yunyao, her methods were too extreme and made people dislike her. At that moment, they heard a worried young maid say from behind, "Madam, butler, you're both here." Madame Gua's face suddenly turned pale. She hurriedly asked, "Is you in trouble?" The maid replied, "Madam, don't worry. The young master is fine. The two young gentlemen just checked on him and said he has a fever. Since the young master is still sleeping and they're unsure if his stomach has expelled gas, they didn't give him any medicine. They asked me to prepare some cooling items just in case." She looked around but couldn't find the butler and finally came here. "Oh, why are the two young gentlemen also here?" Madame Gua asked the butler to take the second young lady downstairs. She cried, shouted, and begged, but to no avail. Seeing her being taken away, she apologized sincerely. "I'm really sorry for today's trouble. It's because Madame Gua, didn't discipline properly and caused inconvenience to the two young gentlemen. Tomorrow, my husband will come and I will report the full situation. I've asked the servants to prepare new rooms. Please rest early, gentlemen." Yuni didn't think she had done anything wrong. She figured she couldn't be unreasonable, so she tidied up the room she was in and then followed the maid to another guest room. The next morning, Yun-yi woke up early and finished her preparations. As she opened the door, she ran into Xiao Yunyao. They greeted each other and headed to Guiyu's courtyard. From the maid, they learned that the young master had a fever last night. Luckily, arrangements had been made in advance. When they entered, Guiyu was already awake, and the maids were helping him wash up. Guiyu looked much better and said to Xiao Yunyao and Yuni, "Thank you, two divine doctors, for saving my life." Xiao Yunyao replied calmly, "It's what I should do." Soon, Lord Gua and his wife arrived. Xiao Yunyao checked Guiyu's pulse again and said, "Young master is fine now. With a few more days of rest, he will be completely recovered. During these days, don't stay in bed all the time. Try to get up and move around a little. It will help the wound heal faster. But avoid any strenuous activity." After explaining everything, everyone moved to the main hall. Lord Gu stood up feeling a bit ashamed and said, "Last night, my wife told you the truth. I am truly embarrassed and regret not raising my daughter properly. I apologize for making you two gentlemen laugh at us. I hope you can forgive us." Xiao Yunyao looked cold and said, "Lord Gu should discipline his daughter better, to avoid damaging your reputation in the future. As for us, we don't expect you to forgive us. We are not very important people." Governor Gu looked very unhappy and said, "Thank you, young gentlemen. I have arranged for breakfast." The butler nearby quickly said, "Please follow me, young gentleman." Governor Gu never thought his good reputation would be ruined by his daughter and her mother. In the past, he and his wife loved each other, and they had 2 sons and a daughter. Their life was happy. But then his wife pretended to be sick and tricked her own son, which caused his relationship with his wife to fall apart. They could never go back to how things were. Years passed, and he thought he had almost forgotten those painful days. But now, his daughter was about to follow the same path as her mother. It was hard for him to bear. He loudly called, "Come here." The butler outside quickly entered and said, "Sir." Governor Gu said, "Take that disobedient girl back to the main house and tell the old lady everything that happened yesterday. Say, if she can't discipline her, she should be sent to a nunnery." As for what would happen to Miss Gu, Yun-yi didn't care and didn't want to interfere. After breakfast, they said goodbye to Lord Gu and his wife and left the Gu mansion. Xiao Yunyao asked, "Yun-yi, are you interested in coming with me to visit the Medicine King Valley?" Yuni thought about her purpose for coming out and said no. Maybe next time. I just wanted to go for a walk and see things today. Xiao Yunyao still wasn't willing to give up and said, "Yun-yi, aren't you curious about my Medicine King Valley? The scenery there is beautiful everywhere." Seeing Yun-yi's eyes light up at the mention of beautiful scenery, Xiao Yunyao continued, "The valley is full of various herbs. Don't you want to see them? There's also a fairy lake in the valley. It's not very big, but the view is really worth seeing. How about it? Are you interested?" Although Yun-yi was indeed a little tempted, she firmly refused. She wanted to go to Yunli country first. If she took a detour to follow Xiao Yunyao, her plan would be completely ruined. She said, "Brother Xiao, I already have a plan this time, so I think I'll pass. I want to go to the South Sea of Yunli to take a look." Xiao Yunyao saw that Yun-yi was tempted, but did not change his plans. He smiled and said, "All right, since Sister Yun-yi has her own plan, I won't insist. But if you pass by the Medicine King Valley, be sure to visit. The scenery there will definitely not disappoint you." Yun-yi smiled and replied, "Okay, if I pass by, I will visit." The two parted ways outside Kuan City. Yun-yi stayed in Kuan City for 2 days, experiencing the prosperity of the largest city in the southernmost part of Longting Country, which was different from Lingyan City. Everywhere there were all kinds of flowers, many Yun-yi had never seen before. She bought many seeds, and since she ordered a large amount, the price was quite cheap. In Kuan City, Yun-yi only experienced the coolness of summer. It seemed that the people Xiao-yi sent hadn't found suitable shops yet. After finishing her affairs, Yun-yi was about to leave when she saw someone unexpectedly standing not far away, her biological father. Although she had never seen him in person before, with her memories of the original owner, she could not mistake him. To her surprise, he was actually shopping with a woman who seemed to be his companion. Yun-yi couldn't help but feel sorry for her mother. She followed them to a courtyard and stopped. She used her spiritual sense to check inside. There were 4 brick houses. Besides the 2 people she saw earlier, there was an old woman and a young maid. As a modern person, Yun-yi didn't pay much attention to her cheap father, but she felt uncomfortable. That girl was also uncomfortable, and she thought, "You're uncomfortable, but don't expect to feel comfortable either." She turned and walked out to the street. Within an hour, she learned everything about the owner of that house. The young woman had already held a banquet and registered a marriage with her cheap father, and it was officially recorded. Moreover, some trivial matters about the young woman also reached Yun-yi, revealing she was a troublemaker pretending to be innocent. Yun-yi thought, "Since it's come to this, I'll go with the flow. But since you're after his wealth, I'll let you enjoy it. This is what it's like to go from heaven to." Yun-yi was completely disappointed in her biological father. His personality seemed to have been influenced by the Zhang family. He was always useless and only wanted to be a good person in name only. He was such a bad person that his wife and children had left him, yet he still didn't learn his lesson. Oh well, she decided her only responsibility was to take care of her original master's younger brother. Since she had the chance, she wouldn't let that woman go without a lesson. She found a guest house to rest for a while. When night fell, a figure slipped out of the guest house and stood on the roof of the small courtyard. She thought everyone would be asleep by now. But surprisingly, the 2 inside the house were still awake. As for why they hadn't slept, everyone could guess for themselves. They heard the woman say, "Husband, when will you take her back to the capital to meet your parents? Don't worry, I will be a good daughter-in-law and won't embarrass you or the family. And the child you have with me is your child too." I will treat them as my own. Hearing this, Yuni thought to herself, yeah, right. She listened as her cheap father, Zhang Qingqing, said, here, let's wait a bit longer. I already checked with my mother when I went back to the capital last time. Going back now would be like walking into a trap. And we still haven't heard anything about Pringer. I want to look around some more. I don't believe Pringer can just disappear into thin air. Inside the house, Liang Shi said, husband, I know you want to find Pringer, but it's been 4 years without any news. I don't want to dampen your hope, but you have to face reality. Besides, I might be able to have children too. Maybe I already have your son inside me. Zhang Qingqing replied, you don't understand. Pringer is irreplaceable in my heart. He's not only my legitimate son but also the one who looks most like me. Liang Shi was a bit angry and said, maybe our son will look even more like you than Pringer does. Husband, do you really want our son to be born outside? What if he's looked down upon or despised in the future? What then, husband? That term husband gave Yun-yi goosebumps. This was her original master's scumbag father. She didn't want to listen to him anymore, so she quietly lifted a tile and added a small amount of sleeping powder. The world fell silent. Just like when she captured Chu Tianling at his residence last time, she left only a few sets of clothes, their bed, and blankets untouched. Everything else was taken away completely. There was nothing left behind. If they could still love each other after this, she would wish them well. You asked why I took my cheap father's belongings. Isn't that a bit unfilial? I feel no guilt because, in my memory, this father was once a man of honor. However, he never held an official position and our family didn't split up, so he spent his own monthly allowance. A grown man shouldn't need more than that. My mother often used her money to support this cheap father, especially after my younger brother was lost. Although this caused a rift between my parents, they became strangers. All the money used to find my brother was taken from my mother. The last time, she directly gave my father 30,000 silver notes while I was present. So, the money my father spent was actually my mother's. If it had come from the family treasury, the main household would have already objected. Although my methods now are not very honorable, I do not regret them. If you truly love each other, then love openly and honestly. After finishing my work, I carefully closed the door so no outsiders could see and laugh. I left the courtyard and went straight to the poor district. Using my inner strength, I divided the silver into small pieces and distributed it. I also left some grain at each household for my space. After walking around, I felt a bit better. I silently wished in my heart, may these blessings go to my mother and sister. I hope they have good luck in their next life. As for my cheap father and that woman, it depends on whether they love each other deeply enough. If they want to use my mother's money to flirt and love, then they shouldn't even think about it once they meet her. Whether they will get along when they return to the capital is not important. I pushed these thoughts aside, returned to the inn, entered my space, and soaked in a hot bath. Even though the original person is no longer in this body, sometimes I still feel their emotions acting up. Like now, I inexplicably feel like crying. Maybe it's for my mother, or maybe for this ancient woman, it's hard to say, but I just feel sad. So, I keep thinking about what to do after I return to the capital. Once I handle that marriage arrangement, I wonder where I should go next. But one thing I must insist on, the man I marry can be poor, not very handsome, but he must truly love me and care for me sincerely, staying faithful forever. That's why someone has never been in my options list. In my heart, the noble families of this ancient time all have many wives and concubines. They look good, but I don't think they are suitable for me. Since there will be no outcome, there's no need to hold on to hope. Meanwhile, someone far away in Qingshuang Mountain shivered slightly. Song Hong, standing nearby, hurriedly asked, Master, what's wrong? Long Jingrui inquired. Where is she now? Song Hong quickly replied, she should still be in Kuan City. The news from 2 days ago is that she has already left outside Kuan City. He sighed deeply, wondering whether he should tell the master about Miss Zhang meeting Master Xiao, along with other matters. Just then, Long Jingrui said, let's tell everything together. Song Hong responded, Miss Zhan met Master Xiao in Qixia Town, Kun City, and helped the prefect of Kun City, Guoqingshan's young son, treat his intestinal abscess. Master Xiao initially wanted to invite Miss Zhan to Yao Valley, but she refused. They parted ways before entering Kun City. The cold aura around Long Jingrui made Song Hong afraid to make a sound, wishing he could stay even farther away from his master, almost pressed against the wall. Since the poison of jade fire in his master's body was removed, his aura had grown even stronger. Recently, he had been busy with arrangements. If he weren't worried about Miss Zhan staying here, his master would have already returned to the capital. What his master didn't expect was that Miss Zhan was quite daring. That day, after abandoning him, his master was furious. When he returned, his anger had mostly subsided, and he wanted to find a chance to mend their relationship. But Miss Zhan was quick and simply walked away. Yes, she wanted to see the world, and that reason was so compelling. When his master received the news, he nearly fainted from anger, but he still ordered that her safety be ensured. Ah, poor master. Yi Mama was right. In matters of love, whoever moves first loses. His master had fallen for her, but Miss Zhan didn't even realize it. That day, Miss Zhan said something so shocking that the hidden guards listening were stunned. Even someone as high and mighty as his master. Unexpectedly, his master soon came to understand, but it was too late. Miss Zhan had gone out to see the world. Song Hong was overjoyed internally. His master had taken a hit, and it seemed he would need to cling tightly to Miss Zhan as a support. His shoulders had trembled several times, but he still maintained a serious face. Long Jingrui shot him a cold glance, making Song Hong quickly say, "Master, I will arrange everything right away." Long Jingrui felt a bit annoyed. Things in the capital had finally settled. He had wanted to spend more time with the young girl to build a closer bond. I didn't expect to upset the young girl so much, and I hadn't figured out how to make amends yet, but the kind person had already left. I don't know how Dragon Jingrui feels, but Yun Yi is now inside the Yunli Kingdom, eating local snacks in the border town of Maiqing. Since it's a coastal country, maybe the negative ions in the air are helping, because the air here feels especially fresh. Although it's still some distance from the actual sea, you can clearly smell the sea breeze, which is different from Dragon Ting's. October is a time of clear skies and cool air, perfect for harvest. People who live by the sea usually have tan skin because of the strong UV rays there. Yun Yi doesn't plan to stay in Yunli for long, so after resting for a day in Maiqing, she headed straight to a small fishing village by the sea and rented a small house. She plans to stay a few days, collecting seafood to store in her mini sea space, so she can be self-sufficient in the future. She feels very happy about it. In ancient times, this seaside fishing village was untouched and natural. When she had free time, Yun-Yi would take her sketchbook to find quiet spots facing the sea breeze. She would sit on a flat rock, with the sea gently whispering at her feet. The green sea looked soft like silk, and she quickly sketched the scene on her drawing board, feeling very relaxed. Every morning, Yun-Yi would go to the fisherman to buy fresh seafood, anything lively and fresh. She paid more than others, so the fisherman liked her a lot. She enjoyed living peacefully in the small fishing village for half a month. At night, she would take her mini boat from her space to go out to sea a few times, but only on good weather days. Now, her mini sea space has many kinds of seafood and quite a lot of it. When Yun-Yi felt she had enough, she prepared to leave and head to Jintai Manor. Yun-Yi liked the honest fisherman here. Before leaving, she also prepared some simple candies from her space to give to the children in the village. Everyone knew Yun-Yi was leaving and even gave her dried fish as a gift, which made her a little embarrassed. So, after nightfall, Yun-Yi went out again to deliver some supplies. The village only has about 20 households, so she wanted to thank the villagers for taking care of her as an outsider. The next morning, without disturbing anyone, Yun-Yi quietly left the village. When the early risers found the food in the kitchen, Yun-Yi was already on the official road dozens of miles away. Yun-Yi traveled happily for 5 days and arrived at Jintai Manor, not far from the capital of Yunli Kingdom. When she arrived, Many carriages were parked in front of the main gate of Jean Tai Manor. After asking around, Yun-yi learned that today was the birthday of the young lady of Jean Tai Manor. So many who had good relations with the Liu family came to offer their congratulations. Yun-yi thought for a moment and prepared a small gift, a modern glass jar filled with paper cranes and stars, very delicate. She also placed many pre-folded paper stars and cranes inside, and used a wooden box previously used for skincare products, surrounded by cotton to hold everything. Once everything was ready, Yun-yi went to the main gate, but was stopped by the guards. She was not angry and said, "Tell your master that Yun-yi has come to visit." The guard looked at Yun-yi's unusual clothing, about to report, but just then, a woman came out from inside. Seeing Yun-yi standing outside, she asked, "Who are you?" The guard replied, "Miss Mulan, this person is here to see our master." The woman named Mulan said, "Today is a special day. No invitation, no entry." The guard hesitated, but Mulan kept calling herself the fiancée of the master, so they didn't dare offend her easily. Seeing the guard's dilemma, Yun-yi asked, "How many masters are there in Jean Tai Manor?" "This young lady is also one of the masters here." The guard answered, "We only have the master and the young lady." Yun-yi said, "That's enough. Do you think a guest can be the master of Jean Tai Manor? I've never heard of such a thing." Mulan, annoyed and embarrassed, said, "I am the future wife of Jean Tai Manor, so of course I can be the master." Yun-yi ignored her, clearly seeing she was a self-important woman. She directly told the guard, "Go inside and report. Ask your master to come out and receive me." The guard hurried away, clearly overwhelmed by Yun-yi's strong presence. Just then Mulan said, "Don't you see where this is? You think Brother Chin-bin will come out to see you? That's really shameless." Yun-yi looked at her with a half-smile and said, "Whether I have a big face or not, you'll find out soon." She then ignored her. Soon, hurried footsteps could be heard approaching from inside, and it was more than one person, definitely quite a few. Yun-yi looked at the approaching people and smiled, saying, full of spirit, "It seems everyone is doing well." Liu Chinbin and others came over intending to pay their respects, but Yun-yi stopped them and said, "What a coincidence. I heard today is your sister's birthday, so I came to join in the celebration." Liu Chinbin quickly said, "Please come inside." "Did you come because you received my letter?" Yun-yi replied, "Letters are easy to send. I've been out for a while now." Liu Chinbin took Yun-yi into the hall, arranged him at the main seat, and everyone in the hall began guessing about his identity. Yun-yi didn't want to be so showy, but Liu Chinbin insisted, and since Yun-yi knew he wouldn't stay long, he didn't argue further. Just as he sat down, the woman from earlier started causing trouble again, saying, "How can you be so rude? Is that really your seat?" The moment she spoke, the hall fell silent. Liu Chinbin coldly said, "How dare you?" Yun-yi thought this girl was eager to become the lady of Jean Tai Manor. Even before entering the door, she was already trying to take charge. The girl, with red eyes, said, "Brother Chinbin, you're scolding me. Why are you angry at me just because of an outsider?" Yun-yi looked at her with amusement and asked, "May I ask, who are you, miss?" Mulan complained, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Brother Chinbin wouldn't be angry with me." Liu Chinbin couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Someone, please ask Miss Mulan to leave." Mulan looked at Liu Chinbin in disbelief and said, "Brother Chinbin, you want to drive me away? I am your future wife." Yun-yi looked at Liu Chinbin with a frown and said, "This girl is not quite right in the head." Liu Chinbin's face darkened and said, "Miss Mulan, be careful with your words. I don't even know when I was engaged to her, yet she dares to claim herself as my future wife." He continued, "Your Mu family is really too much. Do they think I, Liu Chenbin, can't handle Jean Tai Manor, or do they believe I can't take charge?" Liu Chenbin was already annoyed with the Mu family. Since he returned, they had been cold and distant, talking about recognizing reality and waiting for him to settle the estate. After he took over everything, the Mu family suddenly appeared, talking about a marriage alliance between Mu Lu and Lu Lu. Did they think he didn't know what they were planning? Mulan's mother quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Liu Chinbin, nephew, Mulan is still young and naive. She overheard your previous discussion about the marriage alliance between Mu Lu and Lulu, and she took it seriously. Lu Chenbin did not want to let the guests present misunderstand her. So he said, Madame Mu seems to have misunderstood something. Our two families never discussed a marriage alliance. It was Uncle Mu from the Mu family who came to me about marriage, but I refused. Therefore, I need to clarify this in front of everyone today. I kindly ask Miss Mu not to interfere casually at Jin Taizhuang. This is the Lu family, not the Mu residence. Mulan's tears fell steadily as she cried, Brother Chenbin, why don't you like me? If my father hadn't said you were having a hard time, I wouldn't like you. My father kindly wanted to help you manage Jin Taizhuang because he respected you. But you don't appreciate his kindness. Humph. My father said you're too young to run Jin Taizhuang. He said if I marry into your family, we will be one family. Then he can help you manage Jin Taizhuang. Before she finished, her mother interrupted her. Lady Mu's face turned pale as she quietly scolded, What nonsense are you talking? Quickly apologized to Brother Chenbin. Some of Mulan's aunts and elder women at the table felt ashamed. It was obvious they were trying to use their daughter to take advantage of the situation. It was shameless. Today, everyone attending Lu Chenla's birthday banquet were old friends and acquaintances of old Master Lu. They looked at the Mu family with disdain. Lu Chenbin saw that everything was clear and patted his sister's head. Today is Chenla's birthday banquet. Most of the guests are my elders, who have watched me and Chenla grow up. The reason for this banquet is to tell everyone that Jin Taizhuang will always belong to the Lu family. Although my grandfather has passed away, I, Lu Chenbin, am here. I will continue to develop Jin Taizhuang and take good care of my brother Chenla. The elders nodded and said, Good, you have ambition. Lu Chenbin continued, I also want to take this opportunity to introduce the person beside me. Her name is Zhang Yuni. She is my lifesaver. Without her, I wouldn't be here today. So I solemnly promise that Jin Taizhuang will follow her arrangements in the future. Ask all the elders present to bear witness. Lu Chenbin just wanted to make everything clear in public, so no one would later attack him with words. After everyone finished discussing and accepting, he said, Sorry if there was any inconvenience today. I hope everyone eats well and enjoys themselves. Let's begin the feast. The Mu family members saw that Lu Chenbin did not mention sending Mulan away, so they quickly made Mulan sit down to avoid being asked to leave and embarrassed. Mulan glared viciously at Yuni, finding her more and more unpleasant. If it weren't for this young man, she wouldn't have suffered so much humiliation today. She secretly thought angrily, Just wait, you young man. Yun-yi was talking happily with Lu Chenla. When she noticed Mulan, who was sitting opposite and acting self-important, staring at her, she paid no mind and continued chatting with Lu Chenla. Mulan was furious because the young man across the table ignored her completely. But her mother had already warned her not to cause trouble, so she could only hold back her anger. Yun-yi and Lu Chenla got along very well. The girl was kind and good-natured, speaking softly but not in a delicate or fragile way. Yun-yi took out the birthday gift she prepared and smiled as she handed it over.
Chenla, happy birthday.
Lu Chenla looked at the delicate box, wanting to open it right away, but Yuni stopped him and whispered, Open it when you get home. I think you'll like it. This scene was just right for Mulan to see. She immediately had an idea. This wasn't her doing. Humph. Today, I will make you understand that some people should not be provoked, and I will make you feel ashamed in front of everyone. She smiled and said, Today is Chenla's birthday. I wonder what gift this young Mr. Zhang has prepared for Chenla. Could we have the honor to see it? Yuni ignored her and continued talking with Lu Chenla about their experiences during the journey. Apart from the main table, the other tables in the hall were separated by gender, men and women. Mulan saw that Yun-yi didn't respond to her and thought she was afraid of losing face. Because just now at the gate, she overheard Yun-yi mention that she didn't know today was Chenla's birthday, and given how hurried everything was, she wondered what good gift could be prepared. She raised her voice and asked, Could it be that young Mr. Zhang's gift is too precious for us to see? Are you all too embarrassed to show it? Yuni stood up slowly and said, "The Mu family is really well-mannered. They behave so aggressively at someone else's birthday party. I want to ask, have I ever met Miss Mu before?" Mulan replied, "How could I know you? Please don't talk nonsense." Yuni asked again, "What does Miss Mu mean? Since I came in, you've been targeting me. Everyone here is attending a birthday celebration. Why do you insist on opening the birthday gift I brought?" Mulan was at a loss for words but still forced herself to say, "Others have already given their gifts earlier. Isn't yours just handed over to the musician now? Besides, aren't you just curious about what kind of gift it is? Are you hesitating because the gift is too cheap and you're worried about being laughed at?" Lu Qinbin thought to himself, the Mu family really knows how to raise a good daughter. He then said, "Madam Mu, is this how you teach your daughter to behave at someone else's party? The Mu family is truly well-mannered. Luckily, I am currently busy taking over Jintai Manor and don't want to deal with personal issues, so I declined Uncle Mu. If I had agreed foolishly back then, wouldn't that have made Jintai Manor lose its peace?" Yuni thought to herself, Lu Qinbin is quite sharp-tongued, making the Mu family angry. In modern times, there's a saying, "Spoil your daughter to the heavens and anyone you dislike, just marry her to him." The Mu family is quite interesting. The head of the Mu family, sitting with the male guests, felt embarrassed and said, "Nephew Qinbin, don't be angry. Mulan is spoiled by her family and doesn't know her limits. But she's still a child at heart. She just wants to see the gift from the distant Mr. Zhan that was sent to Qinla. It's not a big deal. I believe Mr. Zhan isn't stingy either, right?" Seeing this, one could tell that experience makes a difference. Yun-yi smiled lightly and said, "This elder's words are wise, knowing when to avoid the main point and plan carefully. Truly, the head of the Mu family. Since you and Miss Mu both want to see the birthday gift I prepared for Qinla, I shall oblige." She took the gift box from Qinla's hand and handed it to Lu Qinbin. Looking at everyone's expressions, she smiled softly and said, "I originally thought Qinla would like it. It seems many here want to see the gift I brought for him. So, let Qinbin open it for everyone to admire. I hope everyone is satisfied." The word "satisfied" was spoken with great weight. When Lu Qinbin opened the gift box and revealed its contents, everyone was amazed. It was something transparent and shiny, even clearer than glass. The box was filled with pure white cotton, and inside the glass jar, Yun-yi had placed neatly folded colorful stars and small paper cranes. It was very beautiful, making everyone present feel a bit jealous or envious, while some genuinely felt happy for her. Lu Qinbin carried the gift box around the banquet hall, then returned to the main table and handed it to Lu Qinla, saying, "Do you like it?" Lu Qinla happily nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhan, for the birthday gift. I really like it." Yuni smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it." Then, seeing Mulan's expression, she added, "This gift is very precious. If anyone dares to break it, remember to ask her for compensation. It's a rare treasure, priceless really." She then gave Mulan a teasing look. After the banquet, Lu Qinbin saw off the guests and let Lu Qinla go rest. The group then went to the study room. They all knelt on one knee and bowed to Yun-yi, saying, "Subordinate, we greet the lady." Yun-yi replied calmly, "Stand up, all of you." They responded, "Thank you, madam." Actually, Yun-yi had told all her subordinates that there was no need to kneel or bow. Lu Chuan first spoke, "Madam, how did you happen to arrive just in time? Today is Qinla's birthday." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. It seems I and Qinla are quite fated." Yuni asked, "Have all the matters been settled?" Lu Qinbin replied, "Yes, everything has been taken over now, and the business at Jintai Manor is gradually returning to normal." It turned out that Lu Qinbin and his group went to Longting in the capital to find two old friends of old Master Lu, who were close companions from the past. They returned together and also involved the elders of the Lu family from Liangua. Most importantly, Lu Qinbin found evidence and witnesses that his father had colluded with outsiders to kill his grandfather. Using this, he forced the family to leave Jintai Manor. In front of many people, Old Master Lu's two old friends pressured Xingrong to have them and Lu Chunbin and Lu Chunla sign a separation agreement, which was then filed with the authorities. From then on, Jintai Manor had no connection with the family. His half-brother Ruyan, still in front of him, cried and begged for mercy, asking for leniency because they were all descendants of the family. Lu Chunbin immediately threw the person out. The family of four finally realized that the situation was hopeless. Although they still felt unwilling, they understood that Lu Chunbin was no longer the same as before. He had evidence of their crimes, so Xingrong, Lu Chunbin's father, dared not shout anymore, fearing that his son might forget old feelings and personally send him to the executioner. Lu Chunbin didn't want to send him to the official authorities for investigation, but the elders of the Lu family said, it's better to resolve conflicts than to escalate them. They believed that even his grandfather didn't want him to be a bad person in the future. He knew in his heart that this was the generous nature of the Lu family members and also a way of protecting him. They didn't want him to be seen as unfilial by others, so they spoke words like it's better to resolve conflicts than to hold grudges. After the four were driven out, he fully took over the affairs of Jintai Manor and arranged for people to inquire about his sister's news. It was only 2 months ago that he received news of her. Fortunately, Chunla was lucky and didn't suffer much. Because she was cute and literate, a young lady from a wealthy family chose her as a companion to read and write. She was brought back just over a month ago, coinciding with her birthday. The affairs of Jintai Manor were also on track, so he thought to make some noise and revive the prestige of the Lu family's Jintai Manor. After talking about Jintai Manor, Lu Chunbin then asked, Master, what is this trip for? Yuni smiled and said, I don't have any big plans. The world is so big, I just want to come out and see. I don't want to waste this beautiful time in the courtyard. Haha. The master's ideas are always beyond ordinary people's understanding. They already knew her personality, so they didn't find it strange. Then Yuni said, I've sent people to Yunli. Tomorrow, if you have no plans, come with me for a walk. Lu Chunbin replied, okay. Lu Chuan asked, Master, what about us? He also glanced at Zheng Xian and Zheng Yan standing nearby. Yuni smiled lightly and said, aren't you all free tomorrow? I don't want to affect your normal routines. Lu Chuan said, Master, let's follow you. It's not easy for you to come to Yunli. According to your schedule, you probably won't stay long.
Who knows when we'll meet again?
Yuni thought for a moment and said, all right, just 2 of you each day to accompany me. Jintai Manor is just getting on track, so it's better to have someone in charge. They nodded and replied yes. After chatting about their separate plans, they heard the butler report that dinner was ready. After dinner, Yun-Yi was arranged to stay in a quiet, beautiful small courtyard in the mansion. After washing up, she quickly dismissed the servants. She closed the doors and windows to ensure safety before entering her space. Xiao Xiuhu immediately jumped into Yun-Yi's arms. The little creature was probably very hungry, so Yun-Yi hurried to serve the chicken porridge she had prepared earlier. Originally, Yun-Yi thought that since there was a pasture nearby with all kinds of small animals, she could just take care of her own food. But that little fox had developed a habit of eating cooked food and refused to eat live chickens or ducks. Now, Yun-Yi's kitchen often stocked various porridges and cooked meats for emergencies. The little fox was very picky and insisted on different ways of eating, or it would protest. This little creature was very intelligent and adorable. Yun-Yi was growing to like it more and more. On the pasture side, there were also various breeds of dogs that Yun-Yi had brought from the modern world. She used to visit them sometimes, but now that she had this little snow fox, it had taken over the pet's favor. After practicing martial arts, Yuni took a bath and then practiced calligraphy in the villa. She also read medical books she had inherited from her predecessors. She started experimenting with alchemy in the small building's medicine room, failing countless times. But she didn't throw away the failed products. She stored them in her space, which was much more effective than the herbal decoctions from pharmacies. Yun-Yi was peacefully continuing her alchemy in her space. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, chaos had erupted after dinner. The household was noisy and lively. The trouble started because of the incident involving Mulan at Jintai Manor. The women of the household had always had some complaints about Mulan's behavior, but her performance at Jintai Manor had completely embarrassed the Mu family. After the argument, everyone dispersed. Mulan cried and said, "Mother, didn't you say I would marry into Jintai Manor to become a lady? Why doesn't Brother Chinbin like me? He's even helping that little white-face bully me." Perhaps because of a woman's sixth sense, Mulan inexplicably disliked Yun-yi and saw her as a rival. "My daughter really has no sense at all. She is spoiled by herself and her husband."
Sigh.
Mulan doesn't care what her mother says and still says, "Mother, I don't care. Anyway, I won't let this go easily. He humiliated my daughter in front of so many people. Humiliating the Mu family, can you really accept that?" I thought to myself, I definitely won't let him get away with it. Just wait and see. Mrs. Mu looked at her daughter, saying such things with some helplessness. To be fair, the young master today didn't do anything wrong. It was our unworthy daughter who kept provoking him. But on the other hand, Lu Chinbin and Lord John indeed showed no respect to the Mu family today. It seems I need to discuss with my husband to give the Lu family a lesson. The next day, Yun-yi and Lu Chinbin had breakfast together. Afterward, they parted ways with Chen Lo, taking Lu Chinbin and Lu Chuan to the capital of Yunli Kingdom. Jintai Manor is built on the outskirts of the city. Of course, the Lu family also has a residence in the city, but Chen Lo didn't like to go back, so Lu Chinbin stayed with his sister at Jintai Manor outside the city. Yun-yi found Yun-yi and the others by the address. The Xiaorao Pavilion had already opened. Their shop was not far from the office. Yun-yi went to Xiaorao Pavilion first. The young clerk was well-trained. His attitude and service language were very appropriate. Yun-yi was very satisfied with this. Yun-yi entered the shop and asked, "Is your master here?" The young clerk, smiling, asked, "The guest has something to discuss. I can go and report." Yun-yi nodded and said, "Is it okay to take us there?" The young clerk still smiled and said, "Please have a seat first, and I will go and report. Is that all right?" Yun-yi wondered where this young clerk came from. His tone sounded like someone educated. Before Yun-yi could reply, someone came downstairs. The young clerk turned around and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Master, a guest is looking for you." Yun-yi looked over and hurriedly stepped forward to bow, saying, "Young master, when did you arrive?" The young clerk behind him was surprised by this and said, "Master, this young master is the true owner of Xiaorao Pavilion." Yun-yi raised his hand and said, "No need for courtesy. Are you about to go out?" Yun-yi said, "Master, please go upstairs. It's not urgent. We can handle it this afternoon." Yun-yi led the way upstairs first, followed closely by Yun-yi. Lu Chinbin and Lu Chuan also went to the fourth floor together. After entering a room on the fourth floor, Yun-yi asked the master to sit and said, "Master, when did you arrive at Yunli?" Yun-yi replied, "I arrived yesterday, but I also came by to see you all. How is everything progressing here?" Yun-yi said, "Master, we searched 5 estates in the capital, and all the paperwork is done. The local government has already arranged for our people to go there. We have confirmed that 4 estates have completed their procedures, but Yunli has limited land, so there probably won't be many more. Unless there's a big issue at home, no one is willing to sell their estate. There are quite a few shops, and all the city offices have finished renovations. Our progress is quite fast. During the summer, the master enjoys the cool weather, and business in Yunli is quite good. Sometimes there are troublemakers, but recently, I think we need to find a reliable backer to avoid many problems." Yun-yi thought for a moment and said, "Yes, that's a good idea. It can save us a lot of trouble. But we need to carefully choose this person. Don't hire someone who might be ungrateful."
Yun-yi replied, "Understood."
He accompanied Yun-yi to visit several shops in the capital. Overall, he was satisfied but pointed out a few issues for Yun-yi to fix later. Soon it was time for lunch. The group returned together to the Carefree Pavilion. Just as they approached the gate, they saw Mulan and several noble ladies coming to eat. Mulan also saw Yun-yi and Lu Chinbin walking from afar. She hated them intensely and showed it openly, saying, "Sister Yue, that is the person who embarrassed me at Jin Tai Manor yesterday." Jiang Yue looked in the direction Mulan was pointing and saw Lu Qinbin, the current head of Jin Tai Manor, walking with a few others. The person behind was the owner of the Carefree Pavilion. Among the four, only the man in the middle was unfamiliar, probably the young Master Zhan that Mulan mentioned. Surprisingly, he didn't look like how Mulan described. In the brief pause, Yun-Yi and her group had already approached. Yun-Yi saw Mulan and her companions standing at the gate, but didn't stop and simply walked inside. Mulan was so angry she stomped her foot and suddenly, for no clear reason, said, "Brother Qinbin, didn't you see me and Sister Yue?" Lu Qinbin only paused slightly and nodded at Jiang Yue as a greeting. Then she left immediately. Mulan saw that Lu Qinbin ignored her and felt very wronged. She said, "Brother Qinbin, you are so unfair. Our families are about to unite through marriage, and yet you treat me like this. Yesterday, at Qinla's birthday party, you insulted me over that young man, and now you ignore me in front of everyone. It's just not right. Sister Yue, you have to help me. It's all because of that unknown young man, Humph." Jiang Yue looked at Mulan and shook her head. She thought Mulan was a naive fool. It was just a wish of the Mu family, but the owner of Jintai Manor didn't agree. Yet, Mulan was still loudly talking about it without feeling embarrassed, which was really foolish. Yun-Yi and the others went straight to the only luxury private room on the 4th floor. Soon, the waiter from Xiaoyao Pavilion brought the dishes. Yun-Yi poured fruit wine for the host and asked, "Master, you've looked around. Is there anything that needs to be improved?" Yun-Yi smiled and said, "No, you did very well." Just as everyone picked up their chopsticks, they heard noise outside. Yun-Yi frowned and said, "Master, you all eat first. I'll go see what's happening." It turned out that Mulan and Jiang Yue wanted a private room, but all the rooms were booked. When the waiter was about to arrange a small section on the 2nd floor for them, they saw Zheng Yuanyu, a merchant, coming in and having a private room. This caused a fuss. Yun-Yi went out to find out what was going on. He asked, "May I ask, do any of you young ladies have a reservation for a private room?" The steward Yun-Yi chose was very handsome. When Yun-Yi asked this, Mulan and the others shook their heads. Yun-Yi asked again, "Do any of you have a membership card for Xiaorao Pavilion?" They shook their heads again and replied no. Yun-Yi then asked, "Are you trying to cause trouble here?" The 2nd floor was separated into sections, and anything happening here would be seen by everyone. Mulan and Jiang Yue blushed. Jiang Yue felt a bit embarrassed and said, "We just came for dinner. It's our first time here, and we don't know the rules of your shop. Please forgive us. Since the private rooms are full, we'll take a section on the 2nd floor. The environment is quite nice, and we're sorry to cause trouble." Jiang Yue had thought about sneaking away, but she noticed that the people dining around were important people. If she left now, it would cause more trouble. From now on, no one can enter the Pavilion of Leisure, and rumors will spread quickly. This is not what she wants. Originally, she wanted Mulan, this fool, to step forward. If things had gone well, they could have shared the benefits, but now the situation has changed. She cannot risk damaging her reputation over this matter. Moreover, Mulan, this fool, just happens to highlight her own understanding nature, so she endured and spoke these words. Zhang signaled the young waiter to come forward and serve. The waiter thoughtfully handed over the pavilion's rules, which explained in detail about reserving private rooms and the discounts available with various membership cards. Unfortunately, all the membership cards had already been sold out. To get one, they would have to wait for the next promotional event. She obediently ordered food. Mulan muttered, "The food at the Pavilion of Leisure is really expensive." The other young ladies, who had been silent until now, looked somewhat disdainful of Mulan, feeling that bringing her along today was a mistake and embarrassing. However, once the dishes arrived, everyone silently thought that although the prices at the pavilion were a bit higher than elsewhere, the place was still very busy every day because they truly had skill. They weren't afraid of no-shows. They even ordered a small pot of fruit wine, which tasted quite good. After finishing their meal, Mulan and the other young ladies got up and headed to the staircase on the second floor. Just then, they ran into Zheng Yuanyuan and her group coming down from upstairs. Behind Zheng Yuanyuan was a noble young lady who had always disliked Mulan. She said sarcastically, "Miss Mulan, after all this fuss, didn't you manage to get into a private room? Today, we are lucky to have Yuanyuan with us. She has a membership card here, so she can reserve a private room in advance and get discounts when paying." Mulan, already feeling resentful, was further annoyed by this remark. She said, "The membership card belongs to Zheng Yuanyuan. You just happen to benefit from it. What's there to show off? You, a noble daughter, always hanging around a business girl for small favors. Aren't you ashamed? And you even bring it up. It's really embarrassing for the Xiao family." Hearing this, the Xiao family young lady was also upset and said, "Mulan, everyone knows your father wanted you to marry the owner of Jintai Manor, but you refused. Now you have the nerve to mock me? That's really laughable. What right do you have to criticize me? Your whole family is just after Jintai Manor's money."
Ha ha ha.
She burst into tears from laughter. Suddenly, no one expected Mulan to rush forward and directly push the young lady out. The railing on the second floor was not very high, and Mulan used all her strength. The young lady did not try to prevent herself, and was simply thrown out. The people on the second floor, who were watching the scene, were frightened and thought, "This is terrible. If she falls, she will be either seriously injured or die." At this moment, a silver whip suddenly appeared and wrapped around the young lady from the Xiao family who was flying out. With a quick pull, she was pulled back to the staircase on the second floor. This scene made everyone present breathe a sigh of relief. The rescued young lady from the Xiao family looked terrified and collapsed onto the ground. The other young ladies who came with her were upset and said, "Mulan, are you trying to harm Xiaoling? We will report this to the government for attempted murder. You're a murderer." Mulan was also very frightened. If no one had pulled Xiaoling back, she didn't know what would have happened. Her face was pale from fear, but she still insisted, "Isn't she okay now?" Who asked her to speak so rudely? The shopkeeper quickly arrived to handle the situation. He first arranged for the frightened young lady on the ground to sit in a nearby empty seat to calm down. He also asked the waiter to bring her warm water to soothe her nerves. Meanwhile, he sent people to notify the relevant families involved and to come and pick up the person. One of the young ladies who was with Xiaoling stepped forward and said to Yunyi, who was about to leave, "Thank you, young master, for saving her. Please tell us your names so we can thank you properly in the future." Yunyi replied calmly, "There's no need to thank me. I just don't want anything bad to happen at Xiaorao Pavilion." Zhang Yi also spoke up in time, saying, "Manager Gua, please prepare a calming tea from our shop for the frightened young lady and bring it to her. Since she is a guest at Xiaorao Pavilion and was scared here, it's a small gesture from us. As for the damage to the shop, I believe Miss Mu wouldn't refuse to pay for it. We can settle the bill later. No more excuses. If it happens again, we will simply refuse to serve that customer at Xiaorao Pavilion." He then loudly addressed all the guests in the shop. "Today, all guests will receive a 50% discount on their meals. This is our way of apologizing and comforting everyone." Someone led the chorus by shouting, "Good." Many guests followed, saying, "Thank you, sir." Soon, the lively atmosphere in Xiaorao Pavilion returned. Everyone continued eating and drinking happily. When the families from the Xiao and Mu residences arrived and learned what had happened, the shopkeeper must have spoken to them. Each family then took their people and left. Of course, Miss Xiao, who was frightened, did not forget her master's instructions. She prepared a calming tea for the shop, which couldn't be bought outside, and was truly priceless. The miss from the Mu family, who almost became a murderer, was taken away by her family only after settling the damages caused to the Xiaorao Pavilion. Within half a day, the Mu family became the topic of gossip among the city's wealthy circles, though this is a later story. At the time of the incident, Mu Heng, standing on the third floor, saw everything clearly. What interested him most was that Yunli had actually seen Zhang Yuni. In fact, Yuni noticed Mu Heng the moment her gaze fell on him, but she didn't go over to greet him. She wasn't there for business. You guessed right, Yun-yi had already seen some information about the powerful figures from Yunli. Mu Heng, a man she only knew briefly, was quite influential and respected in Yunli. So, Yun-yi decided to cooperate with the Mu family. Sure enough, early the next morning, news came that Mu Heng had invited her. They agreed to meet at the Xiaorao Pavilion, which was a safer place. When Yun-yi arrived, Mu Heng was already there, smiling as he said, "Long time no see. When did you come to Yunli?" He spoke very naturally, like an old friend, probably because they had gone through such an experience together before, so there was no need for much small talk. Yun-yi also smiled faintly and replied, "Long time no see. I just arrived a few days ago." They chatted for a while about their recent happenings. Then Yun-yi learned from Mu Heng that the heir of the Mu family was not in good health. Mu Heng's last trip to Shuling Mountain was also for his older brother. His brother needed Shuling crystals for medicine, and Mu Heng went with him because of an appointment, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the crystals, and that incident happened. Later, they discussed some business matters. The Mu family owned many industries, and as they talked more, they found they had good chemistry. Naturally, they started talking about cooperation. They agreed that, besides the current industries of Xiaorao Pavilion, any new projects could also be done in partnership with the Mu family. Details would be discussed later. Yuni thought it was best to start the cooperation early, so she could leave with peace of mind. If anything happened to Xiaorao Pavilion in the future, the Mu family wouldn't stand by and watch. She said, "Actually, I have a business idea right now. I want to involve Jin Tai Zhuang in it. If this business succeeds, I believe the profits will be quite substantial." Mu Heng became interested and said, "Brother Zhan, tell me more." Yuni asked Mu brother, "Do you know about Liuli?" Mu Heng said, "That's not something from overseas. It's very rare." Yuni replied, "I have a formula here. It may differ slightly from the one used for colored glass, but it has a wider range of uses and could bring enormous future profits." Soon, Mu Heng and Yun-yi reached an agreement. Each of the two main families would hold 40%, and the remaining 20% would go to Jin Tai Manor. Yun-yi asked Mu Heng to start preparing the materials, and once successful, they could sign the contract. Mu Heng was eager to leave immediately. Yun-yi also informed Lu Qinbin and Zhan-yi about the situation. Lu Qinbin didn't expect his master to think so much of him. He had only recently taken over Jin Tai Manor and still had limited connections with the powerful families. After being away from the capital for many years and then experiencing misfortune and disappearing from people's sight, he truly needed to form alliances to stabilize himself. He had considered these issues before. Mu Heng was already on the list of personnel, so his master's decision effectively eased his worries. This also tied Jin Tai Manor and the Mu Palace together in a way that made future matters easier for him. The Xiaorao Pavilion now had protection across Yunli. Mu Heng quickly found the materials Yun-yi specified. After countless experiments at Jin Tai Manor, he finally successfully produced the first piece of finished glass. Even Mu Heng, Lu Qinbin, and others from ancient times, as well as Yun-yi, who came from the modern era, were so excited they cheered like children. Given the simple conditions now, achieving success was truly remarkable. Next, the three families signed a contract, a 40 hours, 40 minutes, and 20 seconds split. Yun-yi's side invested with a formula, while the rest was handled jointly by the Mu Palace and Jin Tai Manor. In the future, Mu Heng would oversee some of the industries under Xiaorao Pavilion, easing Zhan-yi's troubles. Once these matters were settled, Yun-yi was ready to move on to her next destination. The night before her departure, everyone shared a meal together.
Luchen'le sat beside Yun-yi.
Recently, she had learned that Zhang Gij was not a man but a woman, and she should be called Zhang Jia. She only dressed as a man to make going out easier. Now, she was reluctant to say goodbye and kept asking Yun-yi when she would visit Yunli again. Yun-yi smiled and said, "You can also come to Longting to see me." Lu Qinla immediately looked at her brother sitting nearby and asked, "Can I?"
Brother?
Lu Qinbin looked at his sister's hopeful eyes and could only nod in agreement. Excited, Lu Qinla said, "Sister Zhan, wait for me. When my brother has free time, I'll ask him to take me to Longting to visit you." Yun-yi smiled as she gently touched Lu Qinla's hair and replied, Okay, I'll wait for you in Longting. When the time comes, I'll show you around and let you see what makes Longting special. Recently, Yun-yi had been staying at her own estate near Beijing, preparing enough spiritual pills for a year for Zhang-yi. She warned that these items must be kept dry and stored carefully. The next day, Mu Heng, Lu Qinbin, and Zhang-yi saw Yun-yi off at a busy road leading away from Beijing. Yun-yi prepared a gift for Mu Heng and told him to visit her at the mansion later. Without much formal talk, Yun-yi simply said, "Take care," then rode away. Leaving Beijing, Yun-yi traveled through many places. Her destination was Xuanqing in Wanqiao country, where there was a famous mountain called Songshan. In the past, people in Songshan were experts at training eagles, but over time, few still knew this skill. Songshan was not a place for everyone. It was said to be very dangerous. The eagles lived on cliffs deep inside the mountain, and catching young eagles was very difficult. Yun-yi's goal was to find a few young eagles there, raise them in her space, and train them slowly. This was much better than using carrier pigeons, but whether she could succeed was uncertain. After 10 days of travel, Yun-yi arrived at a small town at the foot of Songshan, rested for a day, then headed alone to a small mountain village called Ingzue Village. This village had been inhabited by eagle trainers for generations. Sadly, during a collective effort to find young eagles in the mountains, half the village's able-bodied men were lost, and many others were seriously injured or disabled. Since that event, most of the eagle trainers in Ingzue Village had lost their skills. Those who remained either couldn't train eagles anymore due to injuries or had psychological scars. Most villagers now farm and weave, living simple lives. Occasionally, they go into the mountains to hunt, and a few others serve as guides for visitors to Songshan. Yun-yi rode into Ingzue Village, found the village chief, and explained her purpose. The chief arranged for her to stay with a local family whose second son was a lifelong hunter in the mountains. He knew Songshan very well. They agreed to take her into the mountains in 2 days. Yun-yi also planned to rest and prepare supplies, knowing it would take 2 days of travel to reach the cliffs where the eagles gathered. At night, Yun-yi finished practicing martial arts in the space. Then she prepared enough food, soup, dried meat, and dried fruits in the villa's kitchen. After soaking in the hot spring, she finally rested. The next day, she had nothing urgent to do, so she chatted casually with the landlady in the yard. From her conversation, Yun-yi learned that no one in the village was breeding kanjiing eagles anymore. Not only is it dangerous to find young eagles, but raising them is also very troublesome. If not careful, the eagles raised by oneself could hurt them. Still, occasionally, teams come to look for young eagles. It was the first time she saw someone coming alone to look for young eagles like her. The landlady kept nagging her to be careful and stay safe tomorrow. The mountains are full of venomous snakes and fierce animals. The main reason to go up the mountain is that kanjiing eagles live on the cliff faces halfway up the mountain. As a thank you, Yun-yi took a bag of cane sugar from her temporary room and gave it to the landlady. Everyone was very happy, though the landlady felt a bit shy, but still accepted it. The landlady said, "Such a precious thing. I can't just take it for nothing. Tomorrow morning, I will cook some eggs for you." Seeing the honest landlady, Yun-yi smiled faintly. Before dinner, the second son of the family, Qin Erbio, was already preparing the tools needed for going up the mountain tomorrow. In the afternoon, Yun-yi bought a few baskets from an experienced craftsman in the village. She found a safe, uninhabited place, confirmed it was secure, and then stored everything except 2 baskets outside in the space. After dinner, she also made some preparations herself. It was always necessary to be ready. Now it was already November. In the north, it would be quite cold by now. But Xuanqing is in the south of the Wanqiao Kingdom, with a subtropical monsoon climate, so even in winter, it doesn't get very cold. Early the next morning, Yun-yi and Qin Erbio finished breakfast and headed into the mountains. Although the landlady had told her a lot about the mountain yesterday afternoon, she only truly understood today how serious it was. No wonder the villagers now forbid their descendants from coming to Kanjiing Cliff. Without courage and skill, it's impossible to go. Not to mention, as soon as you enter the inner forest, You can see traces of large animals everywhere. Because of the abundant rain, there are no proper roads, only paths based on experience. The thorns in the forest grow densely, and without a sense of direction, it's easy to get lost in this mountain forest. Chin Urbio has already said that if everything goes smoothly, they might reach Kanjian Cliff by tonight. However, the weather here is unpredictable. It might rain at any moment. Around midday, the two of them arrived at a narrow stream. Chin Urbio decided to rest and eat a little here, while Yun-yi wandered around the woods. When she returned, she was carrying a rabbit and a wild chicken, which she handed directly to Chin Urbio. Since he is experienced in the mountains and forests, he quickly processed them. Yun-yi also found many dry branches and brought them over. Chin Urbio found a mountain spring to fetch water, washed the rabbit and chicken thoroughly, and after draining the water, handed them to Yun-yi. Surprisingly, Chin Urbio knew quite a lot, and Yun-yi was worried he might wash the meat with water from the creek, which was full of floating leaves. After applying the seasoning she brought, Yun-yi roasted the rabbit and chicken on a makeshift rack. Seeing that everything was fine, she took out her water bag and drank some. Yun-yi asked Chin Urbio how he navigates in the forest. He said he relies on the sun, the growth patterns of plants, and his own feelings. Soon, the smell of roasted meat from the rabbit and chicken became very tempting. Yun-yi kept 1/3 for herself, and the rest she gave to Chin Urbio. He said it was delicious. After eating and resting briefly, they continued their journey. The path became increasingly difficult. Near Kanjian Cliff, they encountered a group of people. At first, Yun-yi thought they were resting. As they got closer, she realized someone had been bitten by a snake. A healer was present, tending to the wound, but Yun-yi overheard that the healer was not very skilled with snake bites. From the look on the bitten person's face, Yun-yi could tell they had been poisoned by a snake, and the wound hadn't been thoroughly cleaned. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. If not cleaned properly, it could cause lasting problems, especially affecting the nervous system. Seeing that the others nearby looked cold and unfriendly, Yun-yi hesitated to step forward. But this was a matter that could affect the person's entire life. She tried to speak up. The poison on him hasn't been fully cleaned. The healer turned to look at Yun-yi and asked, "Young master, do you have any good methods?" Yun-yi put down her basket, approached, and felt the pulse. She then said, "The residual poison is not yet cleared." The healer replied, "Conditions are limited, and there is really no other way." Yun-yi stood up and walked to her basket. After searching for a while, she took out a porcelain jar, which was actually created from her space. She had collected it earlier when she was wandering in the market because she thought it looked nice. When she returned, she asked, "Do any of you have wine?" Someone nearby immediately handed over a wine pouch. Yun-yi used a little to remove the poison from the small porcelain jar, then drew her dagger. She made a cross-shaped cut on the wound caused by the bite, inserted silver needles into several places on the injured person, and then took out a piece of oil paper used for wrapping roast duck, lit it, and quickly threw it into the jar. She pressed the jar against the wound, and everyone understood her intention immediately. About 15 minutes later, Yun-yi removed the jar. The white porcelain was filled with dark blood, while the wound was bleeding fresh red blood, indicating that the injury was no longer serious. She asked the doctor to check the injured person's pulse again. The doctor smiled and said, "It's fine now." "Thank you, young master, for your help." Yun-yi replied, "No need to thank me. It was just a small effort." She then took out a healing pill she had refined in her space and said, "This is a healing pill. If you trust me, you can give it to the injured person." Everyone was surprised. Not just anyone could casually produce a healing pill, and to be so generous. The doctor took the pill from Yun-yi and said shyly, "Young master, you've gone to some trouble. What should I do?" Yun-yi ignored their thoughts. Since she had decided to take it out, she wasn't worried about any bad intentions. This was deep in the mountains, where danger was always present. She simply felt that since she had already helped, she shouldn't let him die in these mountains. She calmly said, "Fate brought us together. No need to dwell on it." She didn't care whether they believed her or not, and simply packed up her things. Just as she was putting her basket back on her back, preparing to continue her journey with Chin Urbio, someone asked, "Young master, please wait. May I ask where you are from?" Yun-yi didn't stop and replied calmly, Longting. At that moment, the two people behind her looked at each other with bright eyes. It was truly fate that they met so far from home. They noticed a change in their master's expression, clearly recognizing that the young master Yun-yi had just mentioned was the hero who saved her life in Longting. However, today's girl was dressed differently. She was disguised as a man and almost unrecognizable. If it weren't for the tools in her hand and the healing pill she now carried, they might have missed her entirely. But now, how could she speak openly? The master gently shook his head. Yun-yi walked ahead, feeling that something was wrong but unable to remember what it was. Before it got dark, Yun-yi and Chin Urbio reached Kanjian Cliff. The group behind them was neither too close nor too far, always following. Yun-yi chose a relatively safe place to set up camp. She had given Chin Urbio a small tent when they left in the morning. Since it was still light, they quickly put up the tents. After arranging their overnight stay, Yun-yi told Chin Urbio to gather dry branches and fallen leaves for the evening meal. She then went into the forest to find food. When she returned, Chin Urbio had collected most of the firewood. Yun-yi found many ingredients, including some plants not in her space, which she added to her collection. She found many mushrooms and fruits, and even a nest of wild eggs. Yun-yi used a small iron pot brought by Chin Urbio to make a vegetable and egg soup, roasting the mushrooms and eggs. She also took bread slices from her basket, spread her homemade sauce on them, and roasted them over the fire. The smell was very tempting, making another group nearby feel envious as they prepared their own dinner. They were roasting rabbits and wild chickens, but the flavors seemed to be worlds apart. Gu Chongqing kept an eye on Yun-yi's movements, surprised to meet her again under such circumstances. Yes, Gu Chongqing, the young master of Wan Chao Gui Yongmen Wangfu, is the same young man Yun-yi rescued at Huichun Hall shortly after arriving at Qingliang Mountain. At that time, Yun-yi helped him and left quickly. Coincidentally, the people from Yongmen Wangfu found them and took them away. All his accompanying guards received punishments. By the time the young master woke up, it was impossible to find the life-saving benefactor, as they were already on their way back to Wan Chao. He had kept this in his heart, often thinking of her, the woman as radiant as spring flowers and as bright as the autumn moon. He never expected to meet her again, especially not knowing her now, dressed in a way that clearly concealed her identity. Yun-yi didn't look back, but felt the gaze on her. Since it seemed harmless, she paid it no mind. After dinner, it was completely dark, and Kanjian Cliff fell silent. Only the chatter of the dark-clad people around the campfire could be heard in the night. Yun-yi didn't stay outside much longer. She felt the dampness in the forest at night was too heavy, so she quickly returned to her tent. The next morning, Yun-yi and Chin Urbio ate breakfast early and packed up their tents. Chin Urbio's task was to bring Yun-yi to Kanjian Cliff. After that, just returning with Yun-yi would complete the mission. He handed the basket to Chin Urbio. Yun-yi directly observed Kanjian Cliff, looking up and unable to see the top. It seemed covered in clouds and mist. Chin Urbio said that according to the elders, one had to climb to about 600 or 700 meters up the half-mountain cliff to reach the old nest of the eagles. However, often before anyone could reach it, the adult eagles would attack. So, without skill, it's impossible to get up there. Even if you manage to climb, you can't withstand the attack of the adult eagles. Successful attempts are very rare. Today the weather was good. Yun-yi released her spiritual awareness and could barely see the situation on the half-mountain cliff. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people to approach the young eagle's nest. Outside, adult eagles guarded the area. Eagles have a keen sense of smell, so to successfully take a young eagle, one must also work on this aspect. Eagles are called wings of fearlessness, symbolizing bravery, strength, struggle, and freedom. When mature, they can be 60 centimeters long with a wingspan of about 1.3 meters. Many people like them, but few can tame them as companions. Yuni looked at the towering eagle cliff that reached into the clouds and thought, since I've come this far, I must bring back a pair of young eagles, no matter how difficult. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. Gu Chongqing and his team also tried to climb a few times but failed each time. When they were close, they were discovered by the guarding adult eagles, which would fly over to interfere. To save their lives, they had to give up. After half a day of observation, Yun-yi found that adult eagles went out to hunt in groups in the morning. She judged the height of the cliff and thought that with her skills, climbing up shouldn't be a problem. However, she needed to change her scent to avoid attracting the eagle group's attention, which would make things difficult if they attacked en masse. That wouldn't be fun. But today was not the day for that. She decided to go back, organize her plans, and come back with a solid strategy later. As the sun was setting, Yun-yi and Qin Erbio began heading back. Unexpectedly, Gu Chongqing and his team also left the mountain afterward and safely returned to Yingzue village before dark. After dinner, Yun-yi was outside digesting when she heard footsteps approaching. A man in black came over and said, "Young master, my master requests your presence." Yun-yi recognized him from the team she saw during the day but asked, "What is it?" The man replied, "The master invites you for a chat. Please do not refuse." Yuni thought they probably wanted to discuss Kanjian Cliff, so she didn't think much and followed them to the place where they lived. After entering, the person directly took her to the main hall and said inside, "Master, young master has arrived." Gu Chongqing came out from inside and said, "Please sit wherever you like." Then he said to the outside, "Serve the tea." Yuni looked for a place to sit and asked, "Young master, what brings you here today?" Gu Chongqing didn't answer immediately, but picked up his teacup and took a sip. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "May I ask if you live near Ling'an City?" Gu Chongqing thought it was better to ask directly to avoid making things worse. Yun-yi was surprised by the question, unsure why he was asking, but she didn't avoid it and nodded. Gu Chongqing smiled and said openly, "Miss, do you not remember me?" Yun-yi wondered, "Should I remember you?" "No, he just called me miss. Who is this person?" "I don't remember who he is." She carefully recalled the memories of her original self and found no information about this person. She didn't recognize him. No, wait, she seemed to have seen him somewhere before. But she couldn't remember where. Yun-yi kept staring into Gu Chongqing's eyes, trying to recall where she had seen such eyes before, but she couldn't. Gu Chongqing smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about remembering. Last year, I was injured badly when I passed through Longting's Ling'an City. You saved my life. If you hadn't acted in time, I might have already been reborn elsewhere. Because of the special circumstances, I couldn't thank you in person at the time, which has been a regret of mine. Unexpectedly, we would meet here. Actually, I recognized you yesterday, but I thought you wouldn't want others to know your identity. So now, since you seem free, I hope you can come and chat. Please forgive me for the intrusion." Yuni thought to herself, so that's it. No wonder I felt something was off yesterday, but I just couldn't remember. Yes, it was those eyes. He had blood on his face at that time. Although someone wiped it off, Yuni didn't look closely then. She only remembered those eyes. Yun-yi smiled and said, "So the person you saved that day was you. The world is really small. I didn't expect to meet you here." Gu Chongqing solemnly said, "I am Gu Chongqing, the heir of the yeoman Wangfu in Wanchao Kingdom. I don't know the name of the benefactor."
Yun-yi replied, "Zhang Yun-yi."
Gu Chongqing asked again, "Will you go to Kanjian Cliff tomorrow? If you do, we can go together. It would be good to look out for each other." Yuni thought for a moment and said, "That's fine." Gu Chongqing felt a bit shy and said, "The restorative pill you gave me that day is quite valuable. The imperial doctor said that my lifelong deficiency has been mostly cured. I sincerely thank you for your generosity. In the future, if there are any difficulties in Wanchao, you can come to the Yeoman Prince's mansion to find me." Gu Chongqing knew he couldn't repay her with money now, so he made this promise. Yun-yi replied, "Saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda. I was just able to help because I happened to be there, so there's no need to worry about it." She then smiled and added, "Since the young master has said so, I will remember. If there's anything in the future, I will send someone to find you at the Yeoman Prince's mansion. Please don't refuse. Gu Chongqing also smiled and said, I won't refuse. They talked a bit more about Song and Cliff. Seeing that it was getting late, Yuni stood up to take her leave. Back in her own courtyard, she saw the landlady coming out of the kitchen, preparing to rest. She said, Madam, I will go into the mountains early tomorrow morning. No need to prepare breakfast for me. The landlady replied seriously, Understood, young master. Be sure to stay safe. Yuni nodded and said, Okay, then went into her room. After closing the doors and windows to ensure safety, she entered her space. She prepared some necessary medicines and food, then tidied up the space. She also made enough food for Xiaoxua Fox for 3 or 4 days. Only after practicing martial arts did she go to the hot spring to bathe, thinking about how to quietly take the young eagle from the eagle's nest. Especially the smell. The Songying sense of smell is extremely sharp. If they discover that the eagle chick has been taken, they could chase you from 1,000 miles away. So she took out 2 bottles of strongly scented perfume from her supplies, just in case. The next day before dawn, a few shadows flew out of Eagle Beak Village. By noon, they reached the valley below Song and Cliff. Today, Yun-Yi brought her usual gear from Shueling Mountain, which amazed Gu Chongqing's people. They also noticed that most of the Tsonging gathered to hunt at sunrise, and around 4 p.m., some scattered out to find food in the afternoon. If anyone wanted to reach the eagle's nest on the half-mountain cliff, it was best to do so during this time, as the success rate would be higher. Everyone took a short break and prepared to find food nearby for lunch. Gu Chongqing's team brought back a large wild boar, about 1.5 meters long. Since there were over 10 of them, they ate freely and probably nothing was left. While they were handling the wild boar, Yun-Yi went to find some fresh wild vegetables and mushrooms. She planned to cook a pot of vegetable and mushroom soup later to help digest the meal. During the barbecue, she added her special seasoning. Before the meat was fully cooked, it already looked very tempting, making everyone drool. Yun-Yi found some bamboo tubes to roast the meat and enjoy the soup, which was perfect. The wild boar, about 1.5 meters long, was completely eaten by the group. After eating, everyone rested a bit. In the afternoon, around the Shun hour, they started moving. Based on the timing, they could reach the eagle nest on the half-cliff just as Kanjiang went out to look for food. Kanjiang Cliff is about 400 or 500 meters wide. From the ground to the eagle nest is roughly 700 or 800 meters. To avoid being involved, they split up and moved separately. Yuni waited until everyone chose their spots, then she finally started climbing. She chose the edge, and luckily, when she arrived, the adult eagle had just flown out. Using her spiritual awareness, Yuni checked above her and saw 2 pairs of fledgling eagles. They should be about 5 months old now. She decided to bring a few back to raise for a few months and start taming them. She quickly took 1 pair of fledglings into her space. Then she continued along the cliff wall and found several more nests, taking 3 more pairs. After walking a few steps forward and preparing to look further, she heard the cry of an adult eagle. It seemed the remaining adult eagles that stayed behind had also noticed the disturbance. It turned out Gu Chongqing's team had arrived, startling the adult eagles guarding the nest. The eagles began to gather and attack the climbers on the cliff. Yun-Yi saw the flock of eagles flying back. The calls from the adult eagles were likely a form of distress signal. Since she hadn't been discovered yet, she quickly took the entire nest in front of her, 3 fledglings, without hesitation. After finishing, she swiftly returned along the same route to the cliff edge. Instead of descending directly, she flew to another connected mountain, confirmed it was safe, and then entered her space. She cleaned all her scent off, settled the 5 pairs of fledglings she had collected, and finally threw her dirty clothes into the washing machine. After climbing the cliff for a long time, I was very hungry, so I prepared some food for myself and set the meals for Little Snow Fox. Then I changed into the same clothes as today and left the space. To avoid trouble, I sprayed some perfume on myself, which should make everything safe. Before dark, I found Gu Chongqing's team and prepared 3 cleaned young eagles, spraying some perfume on them as well. When Gu Chongqing saw Yuni approaching, he asked anxiously, "Brother Jean, are you hurt?" Yuni smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I ran fast. Are you all okay?" Gu Chongqing saw that Yun-yi was indeed unharmed and not as exhausted as they were, so he said, "That's good. Still, 2 people haven't returned yet. They might need to stay here a bit longer." Yuni nodded and said, "Okay." Just as he was about to find a place to sit, he saw 2 attendants' clothes being pecked into ragged clothes by a grown eagle. He couldn't help but burst out laughing and awkwardly said, "I didn't do it on purpose. Your look is just too special." The 2 attendants were helpless. With so many adult eagles chasing them, escaping was already lucky. But by midnight, they still hadn't heard from those 2. Gu Chongqing and the others felt uneasy. The 2 missing men were skilled fighters, so it was unlikely they wouldn't return. Their meeting point was agreed upon in advance, so they couldn't have lost their way. There were only 2 possibilities. 1. They were chased far away by the eagles and ran in the wrong direction. 2. They encountered trouble. No wonder Eagle Mouth Village set rules that juniors could no longer tame eagles. It's truly harsh. After a silent night, everyone started searching at dawn, agreeing to return here by noon whether they found them or not. Unfortunately, when they returned at noon, they received the news that the 2 attendants had indeed died. They were found 20 miles away from here, not far from each other, but their faces were unrecognizable. If someone wasn't familiar with them, they probably wouldn't recognize them. Everyone returned to Eagle Mouth Village before dark. Gu Chongqing left early the next morning to return to the capital to bury the dead. Before leaving, Yun-yi handed Gu Chongqing a small basket containing a young eagle, which matched the one he caught perfectly. Gu Chongqing repeatedly asked Yun-yi to inform him once he reached Wanchao in the capital city, then led his team away. Yun-yi still plans to stay here for a few more days to learn from the village elders about the skills of training eagles. So, Yuni stayed in the village for 5 or 6 more days and finally learned some training techniques from the elders. Of course, she couldn't let them teach her for free. Yun-yi was polite and always brought gifts when visiting, and soon she got along well with the eagle trainers. She learned that the most important thing in training a golden eagle is patience, and she also learned how to train the eagle to perch, which was very helpful to her. After saying goodbye to Eagle Beak Village, Yun-yi set out for the capital of Wanchao. It was already late November, almost December. She traveled from the south to the north of Wanchao. Like Longting, the capital was in the north. Along the way, she saw many interesting things and bought some, then continued for more than half a month until she reached the capital of Wanchao. She passed through several large cities where she saw shops like Xiaorao Pavilion, snack shops, and fried chicken shops run by Zhuang Yi and others. The cold drinks in the shops had been replaced with hot drinks. Even in the cool summer, they used farm products and flowers in pots from the village. Everywhere she went, business was booming. On Qingliang Mountain, Long Jingrui had already returned to the capital to handle some matters. Yun-yi had not yet returned to Qingliang Mountain. The master was always frowning, almost freezing everyone in the house. Suddenly, Long Jingrui asked, "Song Hong, where is she now?" Song Hong thought to himself, "My master, you just asked this morning," and forced himself to reply, "The latest news is that Miss Zhang is almost at the Wanchao capital." Long Jingrui snorted coldly and said, "She's having fun out there, and she doesn't know when to come back." Then he added, "It's getting cold. Tomorrow, send someone to see what they need over there, and bring some supplies." Song Hong replied, "Yes, master." Clearly, he was worried about her but refused to admit it, acting as if everyone else was foolish.
Sigh.
At the home mansion in Huayang, this was not the first time. Not only did they punish the maids in their own courtyard, but they also wanted to punish Yunyi's maids. Granny Lin tried to persuade him. Gun Yen said directly, "You're just a maid. I know you're old and have served my sister for many years, but I don't want to argue with you. Still, you need to be aware of your position. My sister is away and cannot manage the affairs of the courtyard, and my brother is busy studying day and night. If I don't take care of the courtyard, who else can I rely on?" Aunt Lin felt helpless. If Miss Nyen only scolded her a few words, it wouldn't be a big deal. She was just a servant after all. But she kept stirring trouble in the side courtyard, making it chaotic every day. Every time she returned from the academy, she acted like a young lady, looking displeased with everything in the courtyard. Sometimes she punished others by not letting them eat, or made them kneel outside. Other times, she acted bossy, giving orders that made everyone busy and confused, just causing unnecessary fuss. This made everyone nervous daily. Today, Miss Nyen even scolded Aunt Lin herself. Yu Zhu couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for her. But then, a young maid was made to slap Yu Zhu, saying she disrespected her mistress, and that since her older sister wasn't here, she could do as she pleased. While they were arguing, Yu Mei went to the front yard to report everything to Gupeng. When Gupeng arrived, Gun Yen was scolding her maid, saying she didn't listen to her and threatening to sell her. Then she looked at another maid and said, "Yu Ji, go. Slap Yu Zhu 10 times for disrespecting the mistress." Suddenly, Gopeng's voice came from outside, saying, "What did Yu Zhu do wrong?" "Nyener, you shouldn't hit Yu Zhu." Gun Yen was startled. Her brother rarely came to the back courtyard, especially after her sister left. She felt a bit nervous and asked, "Brother, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Seeing her worried look, Gopeng didn't know what to say. Since her sister went far away, this younger sister stopped studying seriously at the academy. She also stopped learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from Qin Yan. She even started dressing like the young ladies at the academy. Her sister had left half a year's allowance, which was probably almost used up now. After school, she didn't come back with him, but preferred to wander around Lingyan City before heading to the side courtyard. If Yu Mei hadn't reported today, and if her sister had beaten Yu Zhu, how could he explain it when she returned? His face darkened as he asked, "Why did Nyener get so angry? Tell me what happened." Go Nyen smiled and said, "Brother, you've already studied enough. You shouldn't worry about these small matters in the courtyard. When sister returns, I will handle everything." Gopeng nodded and said, "Yes, I think sister will come back soon. Then, Nyener won't be so tired." But inside, Go Nyen muttered, "What am I tired of? It's just because these people don't do their work properly and keep making me angry." Humph. However, he still smiled and said, "Since sister is not here, I will take care of things. There's no need to worry about being tired. It's what I should do. Brother, you should go back to the front yard and study quickly." Gopeng felt that Gun Yen had changed. He couldn't help but remember what his sister had told him before leaving, so he said, "Yuezhu, you and the others should clean up sister's courtyard properly. Your master will probably return soon. Remember to air out the bedding every day. Don't forget. All right, everyone, go and get busy. I have something to talk to Nyener about." After everyone left, Gopeng looked at Gun Yen's pale face and asked, "Nyener, have you been feeling upset lately? If sister knew what you usually do, she would understand. And don't forget what she said before leaving. When she comes back, she will test your lessons. You need to prepare well." He then looked at Gun Yen's unhappy face and said, "From now on, don't worry about the affairs in the side yard. Focus on studying. Don't let sister down. If you have any questions, ask Qing Yen teacher." Gun Yen's face turned even whiter. Yes, she hadn't been attending her lessons properly these days. If sister returned, how could she explain herself? She weakly said, "Brother, you're right. Nyener knows she was wrong. I will study hard from now on. If sister comes back, brother, please help me." She then lifted her small face to look at Gopeng, tears filling her eyes. This made Gopeng suddenly remember what sister had said, people can change. He had lived with Gun Yen for over 3 years. Before sister came to take her back, they had been together day and night. He used to think she was just a spoiled girl, and her feelings showed on her face. But now, she had truly changed. She was playing tricks on him and knew how to retreat to advance. It seemed that when sister returned, he should have a serious talk with her. It would be better if sister handled this matter, since there are differences between men and women. He definitely couldn't watch her become lazy and unmotivated. Gopeng thought about this thoughtfully and said calmly, "It's getting late. Go tidy up quickly. Dinner will be ready soon." Gunyan saw that her brother's gaze was no longer as gentle as before, and she felt a little nervous. She couldn't afford to let her brother think badly of her now. So she whispered, "Yes, brother." Seeing that her problem was settled, Guping headed to the front yard and happened to see Li Mama waiting outside the second gate. He asked, "Mama, are you waiting for me?" Li Mama smiled and bowed, saying, "Greetings, young master." Guping quickly helped her up and said, "Mama, there's no need to be so polite. It's already very cold today. Would you like to come sit in my courtyard for a while?" Then Lin Mama and Guping walked together toward the front yard. As they walked, Lin Mama said, "It's almost mid-December. I wonder if Miss Xiao will be back this month." Guping replied, "Yes, sister should be coming back soon." Guping invited Lin Mama into the main hall, had a maid serve tea, and then asked, "Mama, did you call me for something?" Lin Mama looked at the young master and said, "Young master, when Miss Xiao left, she left a message. Please pay more attention to Miss Nian Er. Everything should be done carefully for her, as she is a sensitive girl. In the past few months, Miss Nian Er has been acting out more. I've asked the people in the other courtyard to avoid conflicts with her, but lately, I feel she has changed a lot. I'm afraid things can't go on like this. I think she learned some things at the academy. Young master, you should ask Zhang-yi to find out more about Miss Nian Er at the academy. This way, if something happens, we'll be prepared and won't cause trouble for Miss Xiao and young master." Guping thought about what Mama said and agreed she was right. Recently, Nian Er had indeed changed a lot. He said, "Mama, I understand." Lin Mama stood up and said, "Then I'll go back first. Young master, studying is important, but you also need to rest and take care of your health." Guping smiled gently and said, "Got it, Mama." Meanwhile, Guping also asked Zhang-yi to investigate Nian Er's situation at the academy. On the other side, Nian Er felt a bit scared. During this time, she had completely let herself go. She had fallen behind in her studies. If her brother hadn't reminded her, she probably wouldn't have remembered. When her sister left, she did say she would study hard when she returned. Looking at the time, she guessed her sister would be back soon. She knew she had to focus on her studies now, or she couldn't imagine what the outcome might be. In the capital of Wanchao Kingdom, the city was as bustling and prosperous as Longting. The main streets were neat and clean, with crowds of pedestrians and carriages coming and going. Shops on both sides were shouting and calling out loudly. Yun-yi was walking among the crowd, thinking about things. She wondered if she should entrust her business and people here to Gu Chongqing before she left, to find a reliable supporter. Maybe Zhuang-yi and the others could avoid a lot of trouble. Since I have already worked with Mu Heng, I am not afraid of having more partners. Some things cannot be completely monopolized, even if I have power. Also, the amount of money is enough. Letting others work hard while I take some shares is good. It can also help my business find a noble supporter, which is a perfect solution. When Yun-yi arrived, Gu Chongqing had not yet come. She intentionally arrived a little early. Yun-yi asked the shop assistant, "Please ask your master to come here. I have something to discuss with him." The assistant quietly asked, "Did you make an appointment with your master?" Yun-yi smiled and said, "Just tell him the Zhang family sent someone, he will understand." The assistant poured Yun-yi a pot of tea, then went to report the matter to the shop owner. Soon, Zhuang-yi hurried over. After confirming the private room, he went upstairs quickly. Zhuang-yi entered the private room and knelt on the ground, saying, "I have seen the master." Yun-yi softly said, "Get up." Zhuang-yi replied, "Thank you, master." As he stood up, he asked, "Master, how often do you visit Wanchao?" Yun-yi put down her teacup and said, "A few days ago, I came from Yunli. I visited several big cities." "You did very well." Zhuang-yi respectfully responded, "Thank you for your praise, master." Hearing this, Zhuang-yi was very happy. The things the master gave them were not something ordinary people could do. Despite her young age, the master's strength was no less than theirs. His brothers admired her very much, and they only wanted to do well with her instructions. Zhuang-yi sat to the side and roughly explained the situation. Through his information, Yun-yi believed that Gu Chongqing could indeed be a good partner. His character, family background, and strength all passed the test. Yuni shared her thoughts with Zhuang Yi and also told him that Gu Chongqing would come over for dinner later. After finishing their discussion, Gu Chongqing arrived. Seeing that Yun Yi was still dressed as a man, he thought to himself that he probably wouldn't see Miss Zhang in her female clothes today. After greeting each other, they entered the private room. The business at Xiaoyao Pavilion was still booming as usual. Zhuang Yi also mentioned earlier that some people had their eyes on their shop. However, they had been dealt with harshly. Following the master's advice to find a noble supporter for them was also a good idea. It could save a lot of trouble. After all, harmony brings wealth. Gu Chongqing straightforwardly said, "If I didn't send someone to guard the city gate, wouldn't you be unprepared to visit me?" Yun Yi smiled softly as she poured him tea and replied, "Not at all. I actually have something to discuss with you." Gu Chongqing picked up his teacup, gently blew away the floating leaves, took a sip, and said, "Good tea." Yun Yi said, "If you like it, I can leave some for you when I leave. I don't have much here." Gu Chongqing chuckled softly and said, "All right. This tea was brought by you. R1 Chao doesn't have this variety." Yun Yi noticed he was serious and said, "There will be more in the future. My trading team can bring it over." Gu Chongqing didn't expect Yun Yi to say that. She's a remarkable woman, skilled in medicine, martial arts, and business. It's a pity they met too late. Yun Yi didn't want to keep things secret and directly shared her situation here. After hearing this, Gu Chongqing was truly surprised. He didn't expect the newly opened Xiaorao Pavilion, the snack shops, and the popular fried chicken and drink store, as well as the summer cool shop and the farm produce store, to all be run by this young girl. He couldn't help but admire her. Once Gu Chongqing absorbed and understood everything, Yun Yi said, "In the future, I will still rely on your reputation as the young master. Please take good care of me." Gu Chongqing replied, "I don't dare to boast about my reputation, but don't worry, I will definitely look after you." Yun Yi continued, "You can rest assured I won't let you work for nothing. I have a recipe, and I'd like us to cooperate. What do you think?" Gu Chongqing didn't immediately say yes. Instead, he looked at Yun Yi across the table, thought for a moment, and slowly said, "Let's hear it." Yun Yi then explained her glassware idea again, and Gu Chongqing was very excited listening. At that moment, the waiter brought in the food. They ate and chatted casually, making Gu Chongqing even more enthusiastic. The cooperation was settled over the meal. Gu Chongqing didn't delay and collected all the necessary materials in 5 days. Once the materials were ready, thanks to Yun Yi's experience with Yunli, they finished the product in 3 days. Gu Chongqing's contract was similar to Mu Heng's, but without a partner. Yun Yi didn't mind. She wasn't involved in production or sales, so a 50-50 split was fair. Originally, she wanted a 40% share, but Gu Chongqing refused, insisting on a 50-50 split. No one wanted to turn down more money, so the contract was smoothly signed. Yun Yi didn't stay long. After finishing her tasks here, she left enough spiritual pills for Zhuang Yi and others to use for a year, and she also gave some instructions before saying goodbye to Gu Chongqing and Zhuang Yi. She hurriedly headed north, planning to take a detour to Dongjun Kingdom to handle an important matter. Yun Yi rode quickly for 5 more days before arriving at the capital of Dongjun. She first found an inn to stay in, then spent several days having Yi from Xiaoyao village gather information. Chu Tianling would definitely not let her go easily. After analyzing, Yun Yi's attention was drawn to the 4th prince of Dongjun, Chu Tianzhe. Yun Yi had a close encounter with him once and found him to be a good person. He was honorable and valuable, and most importantly, he was not on good terms with Chu Tianling because her mother had once caused Chu Tianzhe's mother to have a miscarriage. As a result, Chu Tianzhe was left with health issues, and he almost passed away. Later, he was left with lingering health problems. In winter, they couldn't leave their homes, so the two of them had long been at odds, like water and fire, impossible to coexist peacefully. Since her target was set, Yun Yi naturally looked for opportunities to get close to the 4th prince, Chu Tianzhe, who was about to become her partner. She heard that he liked tea, so she decided to make friends over tea. One day, She coincidentally saw Chu Tianze and a few friends dining at Shaorao Pavilion. Their private room was full, and they were feeling troubled when Yun-yi spotted them. She arranged for them to move to a large private room reserved for Yi and her. Yun-yi smiled, placing freshly brewed tea into the room before they went in. Not long after they entered, Yun-yi knocked on the door and casually walked in, explaining the situation. She asked the room to be vacated, so she could serve her tea. What she didn't expect was that Chu Tianze caught a whiff of a different kind of tea aroma, definitely not ordinary. When Yun-yi deliberately opened and closed the teapot lid, Chu Tianze became visibly unsettled. Yun-yi picked up her teapot and was about to leave when Chu Tianze called her to stop. Naturally, they ended up sharing a meal together. Over time, they got along very well. After half a month, Yun-yi and Chu Tianze successfully made a pact, appearing as if they had known each other forever. Yi thought her master was truly dedicated. She had already infiltrated the enemy's inner circle in such a short time. Later, after learning the full story, she realized how impressive her master was. She could converse easily and skillfully with powerful nobles, and even managed to make the fourth prince treat her as a close friend. What they didn't know was that Yun-yi secretly cured the Empress Dowager Chu Tianze's illness. Yun-yi disguised herself as Chu Tianze's servant for 7 days, going into the palace to give her injections. Now she is recovering well and only needs some time to rest. Chu Tianze is very grateful to Yun-yi. Later, Yun-yi accidentally mentioned the glass business, which prompted Chu Tianze to seek her out. After staying in Dongjun for another half-month, they signed a cooperation agreement. During these days, Yun-yi also learned some things about Chu Tianling and knew he was not doing well, which reassured her. Her main goal for this trip was completed. Before leaving, she left a lot of tea for Chu Tianze and enough spiritual pills for Yi. She hurriedly rode back to Longting because the month was about to end. If she didn't return soon, Madame Lin and her brother would worry about her. Yun-yi also visited the Li family village near Dongjun. She saw the 3 brothers and their families. Their mother had recovered after receiving the money. They also renovated their house, and life is much better than before. Yun-yi's visit made them very happy. They didn't expect Yun-yi to remember them and come to see them. After she left, their mother stood at the gate and said softly, "Good people are rewarded." It's true after all. If it weren't for her sons helping that child unintentionally, their family wouldn't have such good luck. Now everyone is safe and healthy, their house is repaired, and life is hopeful. When Yun-yi returned to Lingyan City from Longting at the end of December, the new year was just a few days away. As she entered Lingyan City, she had already packed her belongings onto her horse. When she reached Qingliang Mountain Villa, she saw Madame Lin waiting at the gate from afar. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly. Family is better than kin. From a distance, Yun-yi saw Madame Lin standing there. Hearing the sound of hooves, she hurriedly came forward excitedly. Yun-yi dismounted and hugged Madame Lin gently, whispering in her ear, "Grandma, I'm back. I made you worry again." Madame Lin didn't move. She simply let Yun-yi hold her. She whispered softly, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I knew you'd come back before the new year." Yun-yi helped Madame Lin inside, and she heard Yume's voice from inside the yard, saying, "Sister Yuzhu, is Grandma waiting at the gate for Miss again?" Yuzhu was holding a hot water bag and was about to leave. She said, "Yes, today is really cold. I'll go deliver some warm water to Grandma." Yume commented, "The sun is still good today. Miss's bedding should be taken out to dry. I guess Miss should be home by now." Hearing this, Yume added, "Sister Yuzhu, don't worry. Just now, Yulan and I already cleaned Miss's room and took the bedding outside to dry." Yuzhu replied, "That's good. May, ask Ansheng to boil some sugar water. Have Grandma drink a bowl later. We don't want Miss to come back and see Grandma cold and unwell." Before Yume could respond, she saw the young lady coming in with Grandma. She happily asked, "Sister Yuzhu, has Miss returned?" She then rubbed her eyes and saw clearly that it was indeed Miss and Grandma standing together. Both Yuzhu and Yume stepped forward to bow. Yume spoke first, "Greetings, Mississippi. You've finally come back." Her tone was full of sadness. Everyone, including Yun-yi, burst into laughter. Yume even started to cry, feeling wronged. Yun-yi said, "What's wrong? I've been gone so long, and now I've finally returned. Are you upset with me?" Yume quickly explained, "No, I'm just happy to see Miss back. Now that you're here, we won't have to suffer Miss Nyener's trouble anymore." Zhang Yuan and Qin, who also came over to greet Yun-yi. They hurriedly unloaded the items from their horses and took them to the young lady's courtyard. When Yun-yi returned to her room, she drank a bowl of sugar water under Lin Grandma's watchful eye. Yu Zhu and the others then brought in mugwort water, following Grandma Lin's instructions.
Yun-yi understood Grandma Lin's intention.
In ancient times, people believed mugwort could ward off cold evil. To reassure Grandma Lin, Yun-yi didn't stop Yu Zhu and the others. Meanwhile, in the side courtyard of Prince Rui's residence, Song Hong received the news. He thought to himself, "Finally, the little lady is back. If she hadn't come back soon, we'd all be frozen by the master's cold air." When Song Hong entered, he saw the master staring at a portrait on the table. As he approached, he recognized it was Miss Zhang. Long Jingrui didn't look up and asked, "What's the matter?" Song Hong replied, "Master, Miss Zhang has returned." Long Jingrui looked up and asked, "Where is she now?" Song Hong answered, "She has already returned to the Huayang Marquis' side courtyard." Long Jingrui took a moment before saying, "I see. You may go now." Song Hong couldn't quite understand what his master was feeling. Clearly, every day he was anxious and eager for Miss Zhang to return, so why was he acting so delicate now? But he didn't have the courage to challenge his master, so he quietly stepped back. Long Jingrui thought to himself that the girl had left him that day without waiting for an apology, only to receive news that she was leaving the estate to see the world. Now that she was back, he needed to think about what to do next. By July at the latest, the Marquis of Huayang's estate would probably come to take her home. The coming-of-age ceremony in October definitely wouldn't be spent outside. It seemed he also needed to speed up his plans. Since he had already made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. After Yun-yi finished tidying up, Go Peng and Go Nian also returned from the academy. As soon as they arrived, they received a letter and were already waiting in the side hall. Seeing Yun-yi, Go Peng felt an indescribable emotion. He thought to himself that he never wanted to be separated from his sister again. The two stepped forward to greet her, saying, "Greetings, sister." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Come over and sit." She turned to Yu Zhu beside her and said, "Bring some of the new tea I brought back for the young master and Miss Nian to try." Yu Zhu responded, "Yes." Behind Yun-yi, Yume glanced at Go Nian, who was sitting there pretending to be proud. She thought to herself, now that Miss is back, let's see how you still want to show off." Go Peng asked, "When did sister return?" Yuni looked at her younger brother, who had grown taller after a few months, and smiled, just at the start of the Shen hour. "We just finished tidying up when you came back." She asked, "How are your studies lately? You seem to have grown quite a bit." Go Peng replied, "My studies are fine. The teacher told me to take the county exam next February." Yuni said, "That's right around a new year. But there's no need to worry. It's good to try and gain experience." Go Peng smiled and said, "That's what our teacher told me too." Yun-yi then looked at Go Nian, who hadn't spoken, and asked, "What about Nian? You should have learned a lot from Qi Nian." Go Nian looked a little awkward for a moment but still smiled and said, "It's okay, but I'm nowhere near as diligent as brother." Yuni thought to herself that this girl had probably learned some tricks at the academy, maybe to prepare for her exams early. She chuckled internally. Yun-yi didn't say much more, hoping not to be too disappointed. As long as she didn't cause trouble, she could still protect her 1 or 2 times. At this moment, Yu Zhu brought in freshly brewed tea and said, "Miss, this tea smells wonderful. This is the first time I've brewed this kind of tea, so I'm not sure if I did it right." Yuni smiled and replied, "Just brew it as you usually do." She then turned to Go Peng and Go Nian and said, "You two should try it too. This tea is called Da Hong Pao. It helps wake you up, clear your eyes, and boost your thinking. If you like it, I'll share some with you to take home." Go Nian wasn't very interested in tea, but Go Peng was very happy. After tasting it, he said, It has a rich fragrance with a hint of orchid, strong and lasting, but also a little bitter. Where did sister bring this from? Yuni didn't answer directly. She only said, a friend gave it to me. I brought it back, so you can try it. She then looked at Gunyen and asked, Niana, do you want to take some home to brew and drink? Gunyen replied, no need, sister. I'm not very interested in tea. I can't really appreciate its mysteries. Yun-yi said, that's okay. The more you try, the more you might come to like it. She then stood up and picked a few items from what she brought back, handing them to Gupeng and Gunyen, each a small inkstone. Gupeng took his and looked at it carefully, then said, solid as stone, with a pattern like rhinoceros horn, black as lacquer. Could this be hui ink? He looked at his sister. Yuni nodded gently and said, exactly. Gunyen didn't understand much, just wondering why her brother was so happy to receive this.
To her, it was just a piece of ink.
Goprim explained, this is a tribute item. I heard that writing or painting with hui ink keeps the ink shine like lacquer and it lasts forever. That's why people call hui ink Thousand Autumn Light. Yuni said, if you like it, that's good. Don't hold back. When you use it up, I'll ask my friend to bring more for you. Goprim said, thank you, sister.
I can use this for a long time.
He then took out some dried fish from Yunli's side, dried fruit from Wan Chao's side, and pastries from Dong Jun's side for them to try. Gunyen didn't say much, only accepting what Yuni handed her, and had the maid put it away. But she felt that her sister treated her and her brother differently. She noticed that her brother and sister shared many hobbies, but she felt out of place. This made her feel sad. Watching her sister and brother still discussing hui ink, she felt ignored. Seeing that her brother liked the hui ink very much, Yuni said, it's just ink. Don't worry too much about it. In the future, I'll find better ones for you. I'll also look for Fong Duan inkstone for you. Gapung smiled and said, sister, don't trouble yourself because of me. Having this ink is already enough. After chatting for a while, Yuni said, today you all should stay here and eat with me. It will be more lively. Soon, Yuezhu and the others brought over the dishes. A pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised fish, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, oil-braised prawns, a plate of cured sausage, stir-fried white radish, and a sour bamboo shoot soup. After eating, everyone left with their belongings. Yuni then kept Yuezhu and Yumei behind and asked about the affairs in the courtyard during her absence. Before Yuezhu could speak, Yumei honestly reported everything to Yuni in detail. She first talked about Gunyen. The young lady didn't ask her, but she was about to mention it herself because she had been feeling very frustrated lately. From Yumei's story, Yuni learned that Gunyen hadn't been focusing on her studies recently, and for a while, she even returned later than Gaping every day. When Lin Mama asked her, she said she was in the city discussing homework with senior and junior classmates. Later, Zhang Yi secretly investigated, and there was no such thing. Every day after school at the academy, she would go shopping in Lingyan City with her maidservants, learning from the young ladies of the academy and buying flashy but impractical things. Most notably, recently, she would come back acting high and mighty, either punishing her maidservants for eating or making the yard maid kneel in the yard. Later, Lin Mama couldn't stand it anymore and scolded her several times. At first, she behaved a bit better, but then she repeated her old tricks. This made the little maids in her yard feel anxious every day, afraid of making mistakes and being punished by the young lady. Yuemei added, a few days ago, Lin Mama saw that you hadn't returned yet, so she prepared the New Year gifts for Jingcheng based on last year's list. But Miss Nyener insisted on getting involved. She said that since you weren't here and the young master was busy with his studies, it wasn't necessary for a servant like Lin Mama to worry about these things. To avoid disobeying your orders when she left, Lin Mama handed the list to Miss Nyener and told her where to buy the best items, saying these were for sending to Jingcheng. But after 2 days, Miss Nyener hadn't brought the items back. Lin Mama waited at the gate on the 3rd day, asking when she would bring the things. She explained that the items still needed to be processed before being sent to Jingcheng. It was fine when she didn't ask, and everyone got along peacefully, but once she asked, Miss Nyener lost her temper. She said Lin Mama was being arrogant, that a servant should behave like a servant, and that since she was old, she shouldn't interfere in so many matters, just focus on living well in her old age. Sister Yueju couldn't bear it anymore and said a few words. As a result, Miss Nienu accused Sister Yueju of disrespecting her master and ordered her maid Lan Chao to slap Yueju 10 times. Lan Chao was afraid and dared not do it, so Miss Niena said that if she didn't obey the order, she would be sold. She then told her maid Yueji to come over. Just then, I called for the young master, which made Miss Niena stop her actions. Yun-yi listened to Yume's story and looked at Yueju, who had not spoken. Yueju just nodded at Yun-yi. Yun-yi asked, "Have the New Year gifts from the capital been sent?" Yueju replied, "Yes, they have been sent." Miss Nienner has not made any move. Grandma Lin was worried about delaying the young lady's affairs, so she personally went to Lingyan City to select the best seafood, then brought it back to make dried goods. Since you weren't here this year, it's mostly the same as last year, with just a few differences. No skincare products or honey. But she added flour, tea, and vermicelli from Shaolu, as well as a good amount of potatoes. The ways to eat them are written on the letter. Yuni asked, who went to the capital to deliver the New Year gifts. Yueju answered, "Miss, it was arranged for Zhang Xiao and Zhang Zhu to go. They should be back in a few days." Yueju then added, "Not long after you left, the head of the Sea Estate also returned to the capital with a letter. It was from the old Marquis of Huayang." She took a letter from the nearby bookshelf and handed it over. Yun-yi took the letter with complicated feelings, but didn't open it right away. She set it aside. Yume then started talking non-stop. She mentioned that Go Nian from the side courtyard often caused trouble, but Grandma Lin had already told everyone to be patient and tolerate her. They would deal with her when the young lady returned. Everyone was holding back. Maybe Yume had finished telling the young lady about Go Nian, and she felt better, so her mood improved. She said, "Miss, by the way, Xiaoyun is pregnant." Granny Xiao from the estate said it might be twins. This made Master Zhang and his wife, as well as Zhang Yuan, very happy. Zhang Yuan said that his ancestors had twins before, so recently Xiaoyun has been treated very well. She's not allowed to do any work. The young wives on the estate are all jealous of her, haha. "Miss, I'll tell you secretly, Li Tinio from Li Village found out Xiaoyun was pregnant and sneaked over once. When he saw Xiaoyun with her big belly, he looked stunned and walked away. The villagers working nearby saw it and laughed about it for a while.
윤이리스텐의 답변.
Xiaoyun is a good girl and deserves better. When the baby is born, everything will be complete." She then said to Yuzhu, "Tomorrow, pack some of the things I brought back and deliver them to Xiaoyun." Yuzhu smiled and replied, "Yes, Mississippi." She continued, "Miss, during the time you were away, especially after it got cold, Guard Song came several times and brought us many things. He said it was ordered by their master and told us to go to him if we needed anything and not to be polite. But Lady Lin always returned the favor and asked him to help carry things back." Yun-yi simply said calmly, "Understood." After the maids left, Yun-yi took the letter. She could guess what it said even without reading it. Opening it, her guesses were mostly correct. It mentioned that the things she sent last time helped his health, and he has now recovered quite well. It also expressed concern for her and said that before her coming of age, someone from the estate would come to take her back. It subtly mentioned that she was living peacefully outside. He also wrote that her father had replied, but Punger still had no news. He planned to stay outside for a while longer and asked her not to be angry with her father. Yun-yi stored the letter in her space. Seeing less of it would make her less annoyed. She had been traveling for days and was quite tired, so she went to rest early. The next day, after breakfast, Yun-yi heard Yulan report, "Miss, young Master Rui has come." Only Lin Mama and Yuzhu knew about Longjing Rui's identity. They kept it very secret, and Yun-yi hadn't told anyone else in the other courtyard, so everyone called him young Master Rui. Yun-yi thought that this person was quite well informed. She had just returned yesterday, and today he was already here. She calmly said, "Take him to the main hall in the front yard to sit for a while. I will come soon." She tidied herself up, ready to leave, but then remembered what Yu Zhu said yesterday. She returned to prepare a gift, tea leaves and hui ink. When Yun-yi arrived, Long Jingrui was boredly tasting tea. Seeing her come in, he waved his hand to dismiss his attendants, and Yu Zhu and Yu Mei also left the room. Yun-yi didn't mind these things, but didn't understand what he meant by sending everyone away. She said impatiently, "Why are you being so secretive? What important thing do you want to say?" Long Jingrui poured her a cup of tea himself before speaking. "There's news from the capital. Your father has returned to the Marquis of Huayang's estate, and he brought a lady with him." Yun-yi found it funny inside. She didn't expect to go back just like that. It seemed this woman had great patience. She said with a slightly unnatural expression, "So what? What do you mean by telling me all this?" Long Jingrui looked at the stubborn girl with some pity and said, "It's nothing special, just to prepare you mentally in advance. I wanted to tell you after the new year, but I was worried that the Marquis of Huayang's estate might take you back next year." Yes, considering the situation with the Marquis of Huayang's estate before, it was probably good enough if someone came to pick her up before her coming of age. But after seeing the message last night, he changed his mind. Yun-yi glanced at Long Jingrui, who looked worried, and still said, "Thank you." She handed over the things she brought and said, "Listen, Yu Zhu, and the others told me that you've been taking good care of them lately. These are some gifts I brought from elsewhere to show my appreciation. I hope you don't mind." Yun-yi was always casual when talking to Long Jingrui. She never used formal language, and he was used to it. He took the gifts and saw they were ink and tea, things he liked. It showed that the girl was thoughtful. Yun-yi didn't know he would think so much. Besides some food, the most she brought back this time were these two things. Thinking about what Long Jingrui just said, she realized that the day he might return to the capital could be sooner than expected. So, some things needed to be put on the schedule. The first thing to solve was her brother's household registration. Yun-yi then said, "There's something I want to ask you to help me with." Long Jingrui picked up his teacup and took a small sip, asking, "Is this the tea you gave me?" Yun-yi replied, "Yes." These teas were brought back from Wanchao, along with many tea plants. They were already growing young plants in her space. She was thinking of planting a patch of tea in Longting later. Long Jingrui then said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Yuni thought for a moment and said, Gopeng is my younger brother. As you said, the capital might send someone to pick me up after the new year. His household registration is still under Gopeng. The teachers at his academy want him to participate in the county exam next February so he can gain some experience. I also agree. I want to change his household registration back before the exam. You're familiar with the government officials. Can you help me with this? Long Jingrui said playfully, "What's in it for you if I help?" Yuni rolled her eyes and said, "I won't let you help for nothing. I have a business and we can work together." Long Jingrui initially wanted to tease the young girl, but unexpectedly, there was a big surprise. He has many businesses under the Mingyan Pavilion. This way, their relationship would become closer, and he saw no reason not to do it. Yun-yi, on the other hand, was thinking that since she needed a partner for the glass business, it was better to be cautious because the product was very eye-catching and could attract trouble. Such a big deal would also attract attention from higher-ups, so she didn't want to cause herself problems. She just wanted to earn some quiet money and do what she liked, living freely and happily. Long Jingrui was also a good partner. He was powerful, reputable, and trustworthy. She just needed to wait for the profits to come in. So, Yun-yi explained the glass business to Long Jingrui in detail, including her collaborations with Mu Heng, Gu Chongqing, and Xu Tianze. She knew his abilities. The truth wouldn't stay hidden for long, and he would find out soon anyway. Besides, hiding it from him was pointless. After hearing Yun-yi's words, Long Jingrui finally understood her worries. He received news that she had met with those 3 people and seemed to have a partnership, though the details were unclear. Once they finalized the business plans, Long Jingrui called his secret guards to find materials. Yun-yi kindly told him about the quartz sand she discovered near Songjia village last time. Then, they revisited the matter of Gopeng. Long Jingrui asked, "Have you decided? Do you want to bring him back?" Yun-yi was silent for a moment before replying, "Yes, but I might need your help with this." Long Jingrui softly asked, "Tell me what I should do." He knew Yun-yi was careful and thoughtful. Since she decided to bring her brother back, she must have a solid plan. Yun-yi looked at Long Jingrui and, feeling a bit shy, said, "When the time comes, I will tell the Marquis of Huayang that you were the first to meet Pinger because he looks very much like my father. I helped you before, and when you return from there and meet me nearby, you can say you heard about it from me. I will go there myself and bring Pinger back." Long Jingrui asked with a half-smile, "If someone asks what kind of help I gave, what should I say?" Yuni thought for a moment and asked, "Can I mention Louis Xuan?" Long Jingrui's eyes lit up. The girl was really clever. This way, when they returned to the capital, her acquaintance with Louis Xuan would be natural. He agreed, saying, "All right, let's do it your way." Yun-yi smiled sincerely this time. She didn't expect Long Jingrui to be so easy to talk to. Her smile was bright like spring flowers, her eyes clear and kind, her face as pure as autumn moonlight, which made Long Jingrui lose his heart. From then on, he began to spoil his wife without regret. In the afternoon, Ge Peng, returning from the academy, saw his older sister sitting in his study. He asked, "Sister, is there something you want to talk about?" Yun-yi first handed him a cup of hot tea and said, "Drink this to warm yourself." Then she looked out at the corridor outside and said, "Father has returned to the capital. I heard he even brought a new wife." Yun-yi didn't turn around but could feel her younger brother's changing breath behind her. After he calmed down, she continued, "After the new year, the Marquis of Huayang will probably send someone to pick me up. I want to take you with me. Some things can't be avoided, and with your current skills, I'm not worried that you'll be bullied when we return to the capital." Yuni turned back and said, "What I want to say is, I hope you won't be influenced by others and will do your best to be yourself."
Can you do that?
Gepeng's eyes turned red. He said, "Sister, I understand." Yun-yi comforted him. "No matter what you face in the future, sister will be with you. I won't let you fight alone." Gepeng replied, "Don't worry, sister. I've grown up now. I will try my best. In the future, I will protect you. I know what I should do, and I won't let you or mother down." Yuni smiled and said, "Tomorrow, go to the academy and change your name. I want my brother to return to the house with dignity." Gepeng hesitated for a moment, clenched his fists under his sleeves, then relaxed them, trying to steady himself. After a moment, he said with a trembling but firm voice, "Okay." The brother and sister both smiled, a little silly, and as they kept laughing, they both started to cry. Yuni patted her brother's back and said, "Everything is in the past now. Sister will take care of you, like mother did. You just need to be yourself. The things mother left you are enough for you to live comfortably. So, after returning to the house, you don't need to worry about anyone's attitude. Always remember, you are the young master of the second branch of the Marquis of Huayang. Behind you are not only the Marquis's house but also our maternal family, the Wu Kingdom Duke's house. Do you understand?" Gepeng, now restored to his original name, Zhang Yunprung, looked up into his sister's eyes and said seriously, "Sister, don't worry. I've remembered everything. I won't let you and everyone down." Yun-yi also updated him on the current situation of the house and the capital, speaking openly about everything without hiding anything. Then she repeated the plan they had discussed with Long Jingrui to her brother. After the two of them clarified everything, Yu Zhu and the others came over to report that the meal was ready and asked Yun-yi where she wanted to eat. Yun-yi said, "In the front yard, please, and also bring Grandma over." Meanwhile, Yu Zhu and Yu Lan set the food, and Yu Mei and Yu Ju went to bring Grandma Lin. Yun-yi asked Grandma Lin to stay and serve, while the others went to eat. Then Yuni spoke, "Grandma, I asked Pinger to change back to his original name." Grandma Lin's hands trembled slightly as she stood up, excitedly saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Finally, today is here. The young lady must be happy." After speaking, she stepped back from the dining table and said, "Old servant, I have seen the young master and young lady." She was about to kneel. Zhang Yunprung wanted to help her, but Grandma Lin said, "Let the old servant perform this li. I am happy in my heart. To see the young master return safely and properly to the house makes me content." She performed the li firmly, and Zhang Yunprung helped her up, saying, "Grandma, my sister, and I will take good care of you in the future." My sister is right. You are a family. After a warm dinner, Yun-yi sent Grandma Lin back to her own courtyard, then returned to her own place. In her heart, Grandma Lin was an elder and a benefactor. The next morning, Song Hong brought over Zhang Yunfeng's household registration. Yun-yi handed the household register to Zhang Yunfeng in front of Go Nian. Looking at Go Nian, she asked, "Nianer, do you have any questions?" Go Nian looked at Yun-yi and asked, "Because my brother is your younger brother, you brought him back." "Because my father saved my brother, I was also brought back by my sister." Yun-yi nodded and said, "Yes, he is my biological younger brother. Since your father is no longer here, I have the duty and responsibility to bring you back and raise you, so your father can rest in peace." Nianer felt very upset. No wonder she previously felt that her sister's attitude toward her brother was different from her attitude, always feeling distant. Now she understood the real reason. Nianer now understood clearly. It wasn't that her sister liked them because of fate, but because her brother was her biological younger brother. She was just an accessory. But what could she do? She couldn't go back to Lingshan village anymore. Moreover, her sister was right. Her father saved her brother, and they owed her father. They had the duty to support her. Thinking this way, she felt less upset than before, so she said, "I understand now." Yuni looked at her and knew she had imagined many things again. She said, "No matter how Peng's identity changes, you are still his sister. Don't worry about daily life. What Peng has, you will also have. Don't carry a heavy burden. Study hard at the academy. One day when you grow up and have these skills, you can find a good family to marry into. One day, you can return proudly to Lingshan village, burn incense for your parents, and tell them you're doing well. They will be at ease." After hearing Yunyi's words, Go Nian thought she was right. At least here she was well-fed and well-clothed, definitely not treated unfairly. It was much better than before in Lingshan village. Yes, she must study hard, marry a good husband in the future, and return proudly to Lingshan village to honor her ancestors. She would make those who once bullied her jealous. After sending off the siblings, Yun-yi tidied herself up and prepared to go to Xiaorao Manor. She changed into a strong outfit, ready to rush from the back mountain, but unexpectedly, she ran into Long Jingrui shortly after entering the mountain. Long Jingrui also saw her and hurried over to ask, "Where are you going dressed like that?" Yun-yi didn't hide anything and said, "I'm going to my own estate to check on things. I've been out for a long time, and the new year is coming soon. I need to go and see." Long Jingrui asked, "Would it be okay if I go with you?" Yun-yi thought for a moment. Since she had nothing secret to hide, she said, "If you want to come, then let's go together." So Long Jingrui followed Yun-yi as they hurried to Xiaorao Manor. Only then did he realize that this girl's light skills were even better than his. They entered Xiaoyao Manor one after the other. Most estates in winter are quiet, but Long Jingrui saw something. Except for the large greenhouse covering about 200 acres, the rest of the land was planted with wheat. Even the slopes weren't spared. The wheat seedlings were already half a foot tall, lush and green. All the workshops on the estate were busy and orderly, with no one slacking off. This gave Long Jingrui a new understanding of the young girl in front of him. When Xiao-yi heard the news and rushed over, he saw his master accompanied by a handsome young man. As he approached, he realized it was Prince Rui. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings to the master and Prince Rui." In his heart, he believed no one was greater than his own master. Long Jingrui glanced at Yun-yi and saw she was silent, so he said, "No need for Li." Xiao-yi hadn't seen Yun-yi in a long time and had many things to talk to her about. He asked, "Master, when will you be back?" Yun-yi smiled and replied, "I've been back for 2 days. How are things at the farm lately?" Xiao-yi said, "Master, let's talk over in the office area." Yun-yi nodded and said, "All right." Long Jingrui didn't plan to go with Yun-yi. He knew they had things to discuss, and he was curious about the farm himself. He wanted to look around there. So he said, "You go ahead. I'll walk around the farm." "Are there any restricted areas?" Yun-yi smiled and said, Feel free to explore. Yun-yi and Xiao-yi returned to the office area, where others were already gathered. Seeing Yun-yi, they all came over and said, "Greetings, master." Yun-yi smiled and said, "It's been a few months. Things have changed a lot." Xiao-er and Xiao-sen looked a bit embarrassed. Xiao-er rubbed his head and said, "Master, we've been waiting for you to come back." Yun-yi smiled and asked, "It seems there are real issues, huh?" She looked at Xiaolu, who was happily joking nearby, and said, "Xiaolu, tell us what's going on." Xiaolu looked at Xiao-er and Xiao-san and smiled, saying, "Master asked me to say this." Then he turned to Yun-yi and said, "Master, Xiao-er and Xiao-san are both engaged now. They've been hoping you'd come back to host the wedding, haha." Yun-yi laughed softly and said, "Really? Xiao-er and Xiao-san are finally married?" She laughed loudly herself. After a while, she asked again, "Are the girls from the farm, the village, or Lingyan City? Are they from anywhere nearby? No matter where they are, we have a good dowry, right, Xiao-yi?" Xiao-yi looked at his master, who didn't seem like a child or a typical master, but he still agreed, saying, "Master, whether they marry or marry out, our family is well off." Everyone in the room burst into laughter. Xiaolu even jumped up playfully and said, "Maybe the master can arrange everything for you. I think it would be more lively if the two of you did it together." Xiao-er's wife was the daughter of a tenant family on the farm. She was pretty and good at work. However, because her family had many siblings and wanted a high bride price, no one from the farm or nearby villages dared to come and ask for her hand. After the autumn harvest, Xiao-er went hunting in the mountains. He saved the second young lady of the Chiu family from a wild boar that was chasing her while she was gathering firewood. As a result, the Chiu family insisted that their daughter had been mistreated. They demanded Xiao-er take responsibility and marry their daughter, but the bride price had to be at least 10 taels of silver. Xiao-er didn't think much of it at first, but the Chiu family kept causing trouble at the village. It was not a big problem. With some effort, Xiao-er could make them stop. However, one day, he saw the Chiu family bullying their second daughter. Unable to watch anymore, Xiao-er stepped in to scold them and promised to marry her, but with a condition. He could marry her and pay the 10 taels of silver, but he must cut all ties with his own family. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree. The Chiu family considered the silver and quickly agreed. The next day, Xiao-er arranged for a matchmaker and elders from the village to come to the Chiu family. They exchanged money and the girl at the same time. A formal separation letter was written on the spot, signed and sealed by everyone involved, including the matchmaker and elders. To avoid trouble, Xiao-er took the separation document to the government office and registered it. The girl was brought back to the village and temporarily helped in the kitchen, waiting for her master to return and hold the wedding. Yun-yi smiled and said, "Since the girl is willing to be with you, you should treat her well. After all, you're her only family now." Xiao-er chuckled twice and replied, "If she's with me, she's my wife. I will definitely treat her well." Yun-yi then looked at Xiao-san and asked, "What about you?" Xiao-san, feeling a bit shy, said, "That family lives in Lingyan City. It's just her and her younger brother. A few days ago, I went to the shop to deliver goods. I ran into them carrying their brother to see a doctor. Their father is old and had some trouble carrying him. 2 women followed behind, worried but unable to help. I helped them by sending the brother to the clinic. Later, I didn't see them for a long time, but then I met them again on the street. They insisted I come to their house for a meal. I couldn't refuse, so I went." Xiao-sen smiled happily, touched his head, and said slyly, "After a while, we got to know each other. I think the girl is pretty good. Just waiting for the master to come back and give the okay." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Fortunately, I came back. If I had stayed outside for 3 or 5 years, what would you do then?" Haha. Everyone was joking around for a while. Yun-yi said, "Tomorrow we should go quickly and see what the girl's family is really like. They are willing to let their daughter get married before the new year. If not, after the new year, they can spend another year at her parents' house. Xiao-er, if your side can't handle it, then do it before the new year. Don't make the girl feel wronged. You all should discuss this." Xiao-er and Xiao-sen agreed happily, feeling very pleased. Yoon looked at the others in the room and said, "You all need to speed up. While other families Xiao Er and Xiao San's children are running around everywhere, you haven't even found a match for your own children." The others looked a bit uncomfortable but replied, "Yes, ma'am." After finishing the talk, everyone started discussing the farm. Xiao E first said, "Ma'am, we just finished settling accounts in the southern area 2 days ago. Guess how much silver we earned this year?" Yoon shook her head and said, "From what I saw along the way, it should be quite a lot. Business in every city is very busy. Don't ask me to guess. It's too tiring." The others listened carefully. They had been so busy these days that they hadn't had time to look at the account books. Xiao Yi said mysteriously, "Pure profit is 56,000 taels of silver. This is after deducting all expenses for the year, even the red envelopes for the festivals." Yuni thought it was pretty good and said to Xiao Yi and the others, "Calculate your part and take it. Quickly find a wife for yourselves." Everyone pushed and pulled, then started laughing. They were grateful to Yun Yi in their hearts. Not only did she give them a stable life, but now they also had a large income. Their future days would be very happy. Once everyone calmed down, Xiao Er said, "Ma'am, this year, the potatoes planted on the hillside had a big harvest. Each mu of land produced over 2,000 jin. Ma'am, you don't know, we almost ran out of storage space. Later, we dug a few large underground storage rooms near the tea garden to store everything. Then we started making potato noodles in the workshop." Yun Yi said, "Next year's seeds should be reserved early. When spring comes, send the seeds to all places." Xiao Yi replied, "It's already reserved in advance, ma'am, don't worry." They continued talking about farm matters. Yun Yi said, "Since it's not busy now, quickly have Xiao Er and Xiao San set the wedding date." After giving instructions, Yun Yi prepared to go out to find Long Jingrui. Xiao Yi, who was behind her, asked, "Ma'am, do you want your silver in cash or in silver notes?" Yun Yi thought for a moment and said, "First, settle your share of the silver. Leave 100,000 taels for the estate's daily expenses and future needs. The rest can be split evenly between silver notes and silver coins." Xiao Yi replied, "Okay, I can handle it tomorrow. Our treasury already has the funds ready." Yun Yi nodded, thinking that the new year was coming soon. Maybe she should visit the poor areas of Lingyan City to offer some help. There was plenty of food in the space, enough for everyone to have a good new year. As she left the office area, she saw Long Jingrui walking over from the flower house. This drew the attention of the young women and wives on the estate, who all turned to look that way. Long Jingrui had just finished a walk and was truly impressed. His little girl was indeed extraordinary. The flowers grown in the flower shed included some varieties that even the noble families in the capital might not have, and some he had never seen before. The people from the Marquis of Huayang's estate thought she was being punished, but they didn't realize she was actually happy about it. She was clever. Thinking about the rebellious words she had spoken last time, he found he could accept her. She was different from other women in the backyard. She could live well without relying on others. He guessed that the small courtyard probably couldn't contain her. Watching Yun Yi walk over from a distance, he made a silent decision. Let her be. What else could he do? Yun Yi approached and asked, "How is the tour going?" Long Jingrui looked into her lively eyes and said, "I understand what you said before. As long as you're happy, that's enough." Yun Yi felt confused. She couldn't remember what she had said earlier. At noon, Yun Yi and Long Jingrui ate lunch at Xiaorao Manor. The kitchen prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup, and everyone on the estate ate the same meal. Long Jingrui watched the dining hall and noticed the change in Yun Yi's eyes. The dining hall was built like a modern cafeteria, with the kitchen inside and the hall outside. There were tables and benches, and people got their food from a window. To accommodate the current social rules, it was divided into 2 main halls for men and women, plus a small hall for guests. After eating, everyone was expected to put their dishes in designated places, where someone would clean them. Everything was comfortable and orderly. Yun Yi kept surprising him with her thoughtfulness. The lunch menu included spicy and sour potato strips, braised fish fillets, pork with vegetables, and an egg soup. The main staple was steamed buns. Inside, the meat still needs to be bought from outside, while everything else is produced on the farm itself. Xiao Yi previously mentioned building a pigsty in the forest on the back mountain. Anyway, the forest has plenty of grass, so just a few more people are needed. This way, the sausage workshop can reduce costs further, and the farm won't need to buy much pork from outside. The 50-acre fish ponds at Xiaoyao village now fully supply the farm's needs. Even the fish, lotus roots, and shrimp used in Lingyan City's Xiaoyao pavilion come from here and the pastoral farm. Yunyi instructed that each water area on the farm should release some spiritual pills every month, making the fish and shrimp tastier than elsewhere. Because most ingredients for Xiaoyao Pavilion come from their own farm, not only are the ingredients better, but the cooking methods are also unique, making Xiaoyao Pavilion much more popular than others. Long Jingrui tried potatoes for the first time. After taking a bite, he curiously asked, "What kind of vegetable is this?" Yunyi casually replied, "It's a new variety I grew on my farm called potatoes." After drinking a sip of soup, Yunyi added, "This is a good thing. It has a high yield, stores well, and can be used as food." Long Jingrui became interested and asked, "How high can the yield be?" Yunyi said, conservatively, "Over 800 jin per mu. This year, on the land of my farm, the yield is over 1,200 jin per mu because the land is quite fertile." Yunyi didn't tell the full truth. Their farm's yield exceeds 2,000 jin per mu, thanks to the spiritual pills she has. Most of the land now lacks enough fertilizer. So, she didn't dare to say such a high number. But achieving over 800 jin shouldn't be a problem, since everyone here grows sweet potatoes. She once asked farmers on her farm and nearby villages. Less fertile land usually yields around 500 to 600 jin per mu, but eating too many sweet potatoes causes heartburn. So, villagers plant some, but not many, and due to different varieties, a yield of 600 jin is already quite good. Long Jingrui was shocked internally. If what the young girl said is true, then they could have another crop option. Since this vegetable can be used for cooking and as staple food, maybe it could be grown widely. His hand holding the chopsticks suddenly snapped them in half. Yunyi found his reaction a bit funny but understandable, as the current average yield of good farmland is only around 4 or 500 jin. Anyone who hears about a yield of over 800 jin per mu on this hillside can't stay calm. So Yunyi directly ordered someone to bring over a pair of chopsticks. Long Jingrui continued to ask, "Does growing potatoes depend on the region?" Yunyi thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure about that yet. We'll find out next year. This year, only this area is planting them, mostly kept as seeds." Long Jingrui didn't have much to say after that. He silently kept this in mind. If possible, he hoped to promote it nationwide so that ordinary people could have more security. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Long Jingrui's people gathered all the materials needed to make glass and began production. With previous experience, the craftsmen could start working after 2 days. Long Jingrui looked at the finished products and felt very happy. Over these 2 days, he was almost inseparable from the young girl. Luckily, she chose him. Soon, they signed a contract. Like elsewhere, Yunyi invested her skills, and they split the profits 50-50. After signing, Long Jingrui felt that he finally had a connection with the young girl. Even if he returned to the capital later, he would have a reason to see her. His expression remained cold as usual, but inside, he was truly excited. After signing the contract, seeing Long Jingrui stand up to leave, he suddenly remembered that today was New Year's Eve. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Do you want to stay and celebrate New Year's Eve with us?" He was surprised at himself, but quickly calmed down and looked confidently at Long Jingrui, waiting for his answer. Long Jingrui's usually cold face showed a change. A faint smile appeared in the corner of his eye, and he said, "Yes." Thus, Long Jingrui and Song Hong stayed at the other courtyard to celebrate the New Year with Yunyi and the others. The New Year's Eve dinner was quite rich, with 4 cold dishes: shredded bean sprouts, braised beef, Chinese sausage and celery with peanuts, and 10 hot dishes: braised fish, soy sauce ribs, oil braised prawns, mushroom chicken stew, for happiness meatballs, twice cooked pork, spicy tofu, hot and sour bamboo shoots, spicy potato strips, stir-fried mushrooms, and a fishball soup. The main staples were plain steamed buns and dumplings. While preparing the dishes, Yun-yi volunteered to help make the dumplings since she was free. Celebrating the new year should be festive. Yu Zhu and the others brought the filling and dough to the front hall and asked Yumei to fetch the young master and Miss Nian to join the fun. Soon Yumei returned and said, "Miss, the young master said he will come soon." Miss Nian said she's feeling unwell and won't be coming. Yun-yi listened to Yumei's reply, then glanced at Yumei's expression. She gave Yu Zhu a subtle signal and said, "Go see how she is. If she's unwell, let Yulan check her pulse." Yu Zhu responded, "Yes, Mississippi." Yun-yi didn't really blame Gunyan. She was young, and after learning about Zhang Yunping's true identity a few days ago, she felt like she was living under someone else's roof. It was natural for her to feel a bit down. Yu Zhu and Yulan went to check on her as instructed. Yun-yi thought she would go later to see how things were after finishing making dumplings, since she still owed a favor to the Ge family. It was her duty. Long Jingrui rested in the side courtyard and came out. Seeing Yu Zhu, he asked, "Where is your young lady?" Yu Zhu stopped and bowed, replying, "Greetings, Prince Rue and Guard Song. My young lady is in the main courtyard." Long Jingrui nodded and headed straight toward the main courtyard. When he arrived, he saw Yun-yi patiently teaching her younger brother how to make dumplings. The dough in her hands quickly turned into small, delicate dumplings, neatly arranged on a rack made of sorghum sticks. He also saw Zhang Yunping studying carefully, watching Yun-yi's gentle smile, and suddenly felt a bit envious. Without thinking, he walked over to observe their interaction. Yun-yi looked up and saw Long Jingrui and Song Hong entering. She smiled and asked, "Do you want to try too?" Song Hong smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Please, Miss Zhang, spare me. I really can't do this." Initially, Long Jingrui wanted to refuse as well, but when he saw Yun-yi guiding her brother with a big smile, he couldn't help but walk over and stand by the table. Yun-yi glanced at him and said, "Want to try? It's actually very simple. Doing it yourself gives a sense of achievement. One day, when you meet someone you truly like, you can make dumplings for her. Just thinking about it makes me happy. What do you say? Do you feel like learning?"
Haha.
Long Jingrui instinctively reached out and picked up a freshly rolled dumpling wrapper with a moonflower pattern, then mimicked Yun-yi's actions, placing filling on it. He folded it and pinched the edges, holding it in his hand without moving. Yun-yi watched his movements and said, "I didn't expect you to have a talent for cooking."
Keep going.
He squeezed the dumpling with his fingers, but suddenly, the filling spilled out from a tear in the wrapper, causing Long Jingrui to fumble. Yun-yi was initially stunned, then burst into laughter. The others present also laughed, but none dared to laugh out loud. Only their shoulder movements showed they were amused. Song Hong was the only one who didn't dare to laugh loudly, almost holding in a laugh so hard he might hurt himself. The master was really going all out to please Miss Zhang, even doing things like this. The hidden guards in the shadows were also holding back their laughter, surprised that the master really listened to Miss Zhang and did things women usually did. "Where has your usual coldness and cleanliness gone, master?" They wondered silently, imagining what unexpected things he might do next. At this moment, Long Jingrui seemed to sense something. His cold eyes looked toward where Song Hong and the guards were, frightening them into silence. Yun-yi had enough of the fun. To hide her actions, she said annoyed, "Why are you using so much force? You've ruined the dumplings and made them look so ugly." She then took a new dumpling wrapper, filled it with stuffing, pinched it closed, and placed it into Long Jingrui's hand. She said, "Try again, but don't press too hard. Gently fold it back." She explained, "Just use your thumbs and index fingers to apply pressure. Be careful not to tear it again and let the filling spill out." After pinching one, she opened Long Jingrui's hand and said, "See? I told you. You really have a talent for cooking. Ha ha. You did it. Keep practicing and you'll get better." Long Jingrui felt the soft hand of the girl, his heart pounding. His ears turned red and his face felt hot, but he forced himself to stay calm and continue making dumplings. Song Hong silently gave a thumbs up to his master. Well done, master. He's becoming more daring to chase after his future wife. Honestly, the cold-faced Prince Long Jingrui, whose hands are used to wielding swords on the battlefield, should find this difficult. Yun Yi was just joking. But surprisingly, he got better and better at wrapping dumplings, making them look quite good. Yun Yi looked at Long Jingruei with a sidelong glance and gave him a big thumbs up. Long Jingrui's lips curled into a smile, feeling very happy. When the dumplings were finished, the kitchen staff, including Aunt Zheng, had prepared most of the dishes, just waiting to be cooked. Yun Yi washed her hands, changed her clothes, and went to the third courtyard with Yuzhu. When they entered, she didn't ask anyone to announce her arrival. Gan Yanjing sat quietly alone in front of the dressing table. Yun Yi gently walked in and noticed that Gan Yanjing's eyes were a bit red and her face didn't look well. Yun Yi softly said, "Are you missing your parents?" Gan Yanjing didn't look up, just nodded gently. Yun Yi sighed softly and said, "My sister has arranged some paper money. Would you like to go outside to burn it for them and tell them you're doing well? That way, they can rest assured." After hearing Yun Yi's words, Gan Yanjing looked up and asked, "Is that okay?" Yun Yi smiled lightly and nodded, saying, "Yes, of course. Let's go now, and we can have our New Year's dinner when we return." So Yun Yi took Gan Yanjing out of the village and onto the main road. She asked Yu Zhu to bring the things over. She told Gan Yanjing, "Let's do it here. Sister will stay with you, and I will also burn some paper for my mother to reassure them." Yun Yi took the flint from Yu Zhu's hand, drew a circle on the ground, lit a piece of paper, and placed it inside. She said, "Uncle Go and Go, I am Peng Er's sister. When we were in Lingshan village, I took Nian Er and Peng Er to visit your graves. Now, Nian Er has been brought to Qingliang Mountain below Longting. Today is New Year's Eve. Since we're far away, we chose this way of offering sacrifices. Rest assured, I will take good care of her." Seeing Gan Yanjing start to move her hands, she said, "Sister, go over there. If you have anything to say, talk to your parents." Yun Yi also wanted to give her some space, knowing she might find it hard to say certain things directly. Yun Yi then took Yu Zhu and walked to a distant place, where she drew another circle, took the paper from Yu Zhu's hand, and said, "Wait over there." She gently lit a piece of paper and silently thought, "Time flies so fast." Another New Year's Eve has passed. Peng Er and I are both doing well. Maybe soon, we'll have to return to the capital. Rest assured, I will take good care of Peng Er, no matter what. When Yun Yi and her companions returned to the guest house, washed up and changed clothes, Yume came to report, "Miss, the kitchen is ready. Where would you like to place the New Year's Eve dinner?" Yuni thought for a moment and said, "Put it in the main hall of the front yard. I'll go there now." She originally planned to have dinner with Grandma Lin, but now that Long Jingrui was here, Yuni decided not to worry about it and stopped by Grandma Lin's courtyard. Grandma Lin saw Yuni come in and asked, "Little miss, why did you come here?" She knew that King Rui planned to stay here for New Year's Eve. Yuni felt a bit sorry and said, "Madam, I can't have dinner with you tonight." Madam Lin smiled and replied, "It's enough that you care. I'm already happy. I understand how you feel. Go ahead and eat in front. Don't keep the guests waiting too long." Yuni nodded and said, "All right, then you eat more tonight. I'll go ahead." Madam Lin watched Yuni leave the door, thinking about her current situation. She wasn't sure if it was good for her to interact with Prince Rui, especially since Yun Yi still carried that marriage contract. She thought to herself that after the new year, she must have a good talk with Yun Yi about this matter, so no one could use it against her. At the front yard, the dishes were already set. Yu Zhu came quietly to report, Miss Nianer said she won't come and will eat in the courtyard." Yuni nodded and said, "Go check on her later. Don't cause trouble during the new year. Personally deliver the food." Yu Zhu nodded and replied, "Yes." Mississippi Yuni entered the main hall and said to Song Hong, who was standing nearby, "Sit and eat together. No need to be so formal. It's lively during the new year." Song Hong quickly looked at his master, Dragon Jingrui, who said expressionlessly, "Sit down." Song Hong smiled and said, "Thank you, master." "Thank you, Miss Zhan." Yun-yi then told Yulan behind her, "Go and get some food to send to the side hall for the guards outside. You all can go and eat too. No need to stay here serving today." Yulan received the order and took everyone inside away. At first, Dragon Jingrui was a bit uncomfortable, but seeing Yun-yi and her brother's interactions, he gradually got used to it. Zhang Yunpeng raised a cup of wine and said, "Sister, I toast you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Peng'er will work hard to grow up. In the future, Peng'er will be your support." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Good, I believe in you. Keep it up." Song Hong, standing nearby, clearly felt the change in his master. He thought to himself, "My lord, that's your younger brother, your own biological brother." Yun-yi also sensed Dragon Jingrui's change and thought, "What is this lord up to now? Is he giving cold vibes again?" During the new year, it wasn't good to say much, so she raised her wine cup and said, "I toast to the prince. Wishing you a year of success, and everything goes smoothly." Yes, Yun-yi was used to not using formal speech with Dragon Jingrui. It had become natural. Dragon Jingrui was also used to it long ago. Hearing Yun-yi's words, the coldness in Zhou's body eased a little. He said affectionately, "All right, I take your good wishes." Yun-yi was about to bring the glass of wine to her lips while watching Long Jingrui's expression. She wondered what kind of look that was, so awkward and strange. She couldn't really blame herself. In her past life, she was only focused on studying. Later, after entering the company, she was busy with work all the time and had no time for romance. Although she had read a few novels and watched some soap operas, she was quite slow to realize when things happened to herself. Most importantly, she never saw the young master in front of her as a potential partner because she only wanted a simple life with one person. The man's identity was obvious, and he couldn't meet her requirements. He was not even in her consideration. Zhang Yunpeng looked at the wise prince sitting across from him. His sister had already told him that this was the young prince of the current court, who was also called the war god prince by the common people. He was just in poor health and resting here. He knew that during his sister's absence, he often sent song guards to look after them. So, he raised his second glass of wine and said, "This second glass, I toast to the prince. Thank you for your care during this time." Long Jingrui raised his glass to accept the toast, then said, "I heard from your sister that you will participate in the county exam next February." Zhang Yunpeng responded confidently, "Yes, the teacher at the academy advised me to try. Even if I don't succeed, I'll gain some experience." Long Jingrui nodded and said, "Last time, I asked Song Hong to give you some strategies. When you have time, you can review them. If you have questions, ask your teacher at the academy for help." Zhang Yunpeng stood up and replied, "Yes, thank you, Prince, for those strategies. They gave me a lot of inspiration." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone should put aside their studies and work. Today we just eat, drink, and have fun. Okay?" Long Jingrui suddenly smiled and said, "All right, no more talk about other things today." Song Hong sat nearby, feeling a bit scared. What kind of mood was his master in? Whatever young lady Yun-yi said, he agreed. But he also noticed that his master seemed to be smiling. Was this really the same prince who is usually cold and distant, with a face like an iceberg? It was a bit frightening. After dinner, since it was still early, Yun-yi suggested playing cards. Zhang Yunpeng rarely had a day off, and Long Jingrui was pleased to see the young girl, so interested. Seeing her happy made his mood better. Of course, Song Hong did whatever his master said. Yun-yi quickly had someone bring out the prepared deck of cards from her room, made based on modern playing cards. It was just made of thin wooden pieces. Yun-yi patiently explained the rules to everyone. At first, Long Jingrui, Zhang Yunpeng, and Song Hong were not very skilled. Their faces were covered with paper strips. Seeing the boss's funny expression, Song Hong was almost overwhelmed. He was really uncomfortable and almost hurt inside. Can anyone explain why the boss's usually cold and distant face was now covered with paper strips by Zhang Girl? Our boss still looked like he was enjoying losing and accepting it. Seeing this, I really wonder if I will be punished by the master to go to the northern desert tomorrow. After a while, Long Jingrui and Zhang Yunping showed their high intelligence and started to counterattack. Yun-yi also got paper strips on her face, but she was still okay because she had a good foundation. But Song Hong was unlucky. His face was covered with strips, and he spoke with a messy beard, which looked funny. Later, those two clever people fully understood the game and played skillfully, making Song Hong and Yun-yi lose terribly.